moment they were in the corridor, he activated the Valis path and they took off, zooming out of the palace and away from Meira. Faster and faster they soared through the gold and silver forests before the trees transformed into the normal green and brown variety. She had traveled this path before with Zane, but it was no less remarkable thousands of years in the past than it had been that night in the future. Before long, the eternal path began to slow down, and Alex looked on with wide eyes at the familiar shape of the Academy's tower building silhouetted against the night sky. As she stepped off the path and onto the base of the medieval structure, she glanced around in awe. The grounds were the same, from the stunning Lake Fee mirroring the starry sky, to Mount Pedris in the distance, and the moonbeams bouncing off its snow-capped peak.
But as for the buildings of the Academy, those were definitely different to the future campus of Akarni. Other than the tower and two large structures that were in similar locations to the future dormitory and food court buildings, there was nothing else familiar. There were no stable complex, arena, or clinic. Most notably, there was also no general sector building, and without GenSec, Alex wondered where most of the theory classes were held, let alone where the medical ward was situated. Amazed by the similar but oh so different academy laid out before her, Alex trailed her eyes over the landscape before turning back to find Ianraka studying her closely. "I dare say it looks much different to what you're used to, am I right, Alexandra Jennings?" Alex gaped at him. She couldn't even muster up a denial, so confident was his statement. She must have looked as alarmed as she felt because he reached out and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, smiling gently at her. "It's all right, Alexandra. I'm not going to tell anyone." I didn't bring you here tonight to give you a tour of an academy you're already familiar with," Ianraka said, using his hand on her shoulder to guide her into the tower building. "I brought you here because I was asked to do so." In a high-pitched, disbelieving voice, Alex squeaked out, "By who?" Ianraka chuckled and led her towards a familiar downward staircase. "Who do you think?" "The library told you about me," she asked, throwing her best and only guess out there. "You were sent to get me?" Ianraka nodded as they descended the staircase together. "Collecting you was the only reason I traveled back to Mia tonight. I abhor those council meetings and the pretentious House representatives. They're eternally stuck in their ways. My people might be advanced as a civilization, but sometimes we can be anything but civil, especially to other races." He led the way across the library's grand foyer and towards the second downward staircase. "I don't know what happens in the future, Alexandra, and I won't ask you to tell me. But what I will say is this: don't forget why you're here, because therein lies your strength." Waiting a beat for more information that didn't end up coming, Alex hesitantly said, "By here, do you mean the past?" Ianraka pulled her to a halt, his face stoic. "Medora, Alexandra. Don't forget why you're in Medora." Alex trailed off, uncertain. "I'm not sure I understand." "I'm in Medora because the library brought me here from my world. That's the how, not the why." Alex thought for a moment and finally admitted, "I'm not following." "You were called, Alexandra," Ianraka said, using a term she hadn't heard for a while. "And you were chosen." As if there was some kind of speaker system within the stone walls, Alex heard the whispered replay of a faded memory. Many are called, but few answer the call. Fewer still respond to it and follow where it leads. And that's why you're not only called, but also chosen. Because you'll continue to walk through the doors no matter where they lead. "As I told you, Alexandra," Ianraka said, as the library's replayed words came to an end, "I don't know what the future brings, what your future brings, but I do know you were called to Medora, both past and future, for a reason." Another whispered memory sounded in her ear, as if confirming his words. "Because you are chosen, and you are needed for such a time as this." Alex was shaking her head, not sure if in fear, denial, or confusion. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do," she said in a quiet voice. I didn't bring you here to tell you what to do, Draekora replied just as quietly. But if it helps, be encouraged in knowing you will never be required to face more than you are capable of handling. Regardless of the moment holding great solemnness, Alex couldn't repress a quiet snort. I'm sorry, but have you seen the mess that is my life? What I see is you standing here before me, he said. Since you are still breathing, one could conclude that you have indeed been capable of handling every situation you've yet experienced in life. You make a valid point, Alex reluctantly acknowledged, but that doesn't mean I'm handling things well. Draekora's mouth stretched into a smile. That's not the encouragement I offered you. Alex let out a huff of laughter. Well played, you sneaky elf. Stepping into the blackness beyond, Alex fell through the dark until she landed in a cavern divided by a river rushing between two fissures in the rock walls on either side of the large space. Alex wasn't sure why she'd chosen the cave as her destination. Perhaps it was merely a sense of nostalgia and the desire to be comforted by its familiarity. This was the place where she'd first conversed with the library, the place where she'd had to make a choice whether or not to stay in Medora or return to her world. It was symbolic, Alex felt. "Excuse me, library?" she called out, standing to her feet and moving closer to the river, watching the luminescence wax and wane as if the light itself was alive. "I was wondering when you would come visit me, Alexandra," the library responded. "And when you didn't, I thought perhaps a little motivation might be in order." "Thanks for that," Alex said sheepishly. "I don't know why I didn't think to come here sooner. I dare say you've had a lot on your mind." If that wasn't an understatement, Alex didn't know what was. "Can I ask a question?" "You can always ask me anything." Alex only just refrained from pulling a face as she clarified, "Let me rephrase. Can I ask a question that you'll answer in a way I'll understand?" The library chuckled, the sound soothing to Alex's ears. "Why don't you ask, and we'll see." Well, it wasn't a no, at least. "How do you know who I am?" she asked. "We technically haven't met yet." "I knew you long before you were born, Alexandra." She waited for more, but when the library said nothing else, she prompted, "That's great and all, but again, technically, I haven't been born yet." "You would have a hard time standing here and speaking with me if that were true," the library said in a strangely wry tone. Alex's brow furrowed. Was that sarcasm? When no response came, she added, "You're a library. Since when do you have a sense of humor?" "Apparently, since I decided to ask Draekora to collect you tonight." Eyes widening, she cried out, "There! You just did it again! Who are you, and what have you done with the library I know?" "I am what I was, just as I am what I will be," the library said. "I am the same yesterday, today, and forever." Alex blinked and tried to get her head around that. "Right. Well, speaking of forever, let's get back to how you know me."
"Let's instead move on to why you're here," the library returned. "You know why I'm here, otherwise you wouldn't have sent Draekora after me," Alex said. "But still, I need to know. Are you able to return me to my time?" Heart thumping, Alex waited for an answer, the sounds of the rushing water filling her ears as she strained to hear the library's voice again. Finally, it came, but not with the response she was after. "I will answer you, Alexandra, but first I want to show you something. It's the reason I called you here tonight." Interest piqued, Alex said. "You have my attention." She jumped in fright when the river suddenly quieted and 3 familiar boulders rose to the surface, offering a bridge to a new doorway that appeared. It was open, but Alex couldn't see where it went. "Is it wishful thinking to hope that will lead back to where I'm from?" Alex asked, making her way over the boulders. "It will lead you nowhere," the library said. "Or, perhaps, only you can decide." "I really hate it when you speak in riddles," Alex said with a sigh. "Step through the doorway, Alexandra, and you will soon understand." With a promise like that, what am I waiting for, she thought, sucking in a deep breath and stepping forward. Here goes nothing. Unlike every other time she'd walked through the library's doorways, this time she felt it as if it were a physical thing, like oil coating her skin, stumbling through a spider web, or wading through water, perhaps all three at once. When she came out the other side, she had to shake her head a few times before her vision cleared, and then she stumbled back a step at the sight before her. She was in Trillin, the capital city of Medora, or what was left of it. Standing before her was the smoldering wreck of a once thriving metropolis. The center of the city was nothing more than a smoking crater, with the majestic palace half destroyed and the rest collapsing in on itself. There was fire everywhere, with people running through the streets, screaming in pain, crying for help. Alex just stood there, frozen in horror. What happened here? She whispered to herself. Or so she thought. This is the future, Alex. She woodenly turned her head to the owner of the voice as he stepped up beside her. He looked exactly the same as when she'd last seen him, his stunning blue eyes captivating her own as she mouthed his name in disbelief. Caden, this is the future, he repeated, or it will be if you fail. You're not real, Alex gasped out. None of this is real. It can't be. It's not real yet, Caden told her, but only you can stop it from happening. How are you? What are you? She demanded. He stepped around to face her. I'm a manifestation you've called forth from your subconscious as a guide. She blinked at him. You're a what now? His lips quirked up at one corner. You're in a simulation, Alex, a virtual reality created to show you the plausible future that may occur should you be unsuccessful in defeating Avin. Alex looked out at the burning city. So I was right. None of this is real. It's just a hypothetical possibility. Caden reached out and wrapped his fingers around Alex's upper arm. The moment he made contact, the world swirled around them, and suddenly they weren't in Trillin anymore. They were at Arcarne. Alex wasn't sure if she was more shocked that she had felt Caden's touch or at the newest sight in front of her. Arcarne was a wasteland. If it weren't for Lake Fee and Mount Pedris, Alex never would have recognized where they were, even though the lake was the color of blood and the mountains spewed ash high into the sky. But that was nothing compared to the academy itself, where all that remained were some crumbled buildings surrounded by destroyed forests. Hypothetical or not, I'm here to show you what may become of our future. Alex turned from the devastating sight and asked, Why you? Caden met her eyes. You chose me. Alex spluttered, Excuse me? You feel safe with me. What? A confident light came into his eyes. Go on, Alex. If you can't admit it to yourself, who can you admit it to? You're a figment of my imagination, Alex hissed out. Literally. I'm so not having this conversation with myself. He chuckled, and the sound was so lifelike, so similar to that of the real Caden, that Alex actually felt a shiver travel down her spine. What I said was true, he claimed. Your subconscious knew that what you're going to see here will be traumatic, and that you would need someone you felt safe with to guide you through it. There are plenty of people I feel safe with, Alex said. Why are you at the top of the list? Name one, Caden challenged. Jordan, Alex returned instantly, saying the first name that came to mind. Shaking his head, Caden said, Not true. With him, currently, claimed by Avin, your subconscious knows you wouldn't be safe anywhere near him. That was a bad example, Alex admitted. What about Bear? DC? I know both of them way better than I know you. And at the moment, after having lost Jordan, you would never have one of them go anywhere with you if it left the other alone for any length of time, virtual scenario or not. Alex was unwilling to concede just yet. What about my parents? Caden shook his head again. You wouldn't put them in any kind of danger, even if it was all in your mind. Darius, Fletcher, Roka, Kaya, Zainhel, even Hunter and Carter. I trust all of them. You do, Caden agreed, but it's with me you feel safest. He couldn't hold back a self-assured grin when he said, Deny it all you want. We both know the truth. Alex pulled a face at him. You're annoying. He burst out laughing. "I'm not real, remember? That just makes you more annoying." After a moment, he sobered, and his expression turned serious. "We don't have long here. Are you ready? To see what might happen in the future if I let the whole world down?" Alex asked, her tone only slightly bitter. "Sure. Lead the way." Taking Caden's hand, she observed with growing horror as he showed her not just destroyed cities and mass graves, but also specific and vividly detailed events. She saw the empty eyes of Astafe and Roka, both lying in pools of silver blood. She saw the triumphant King Avon standing above their lifeless bodies, commanding his Garseth and the Zeltera to kill any mortals they could find. Houses were demolished, families were slaughtered, villages were decimated, and it wasn't just humans who targeted. He massacred entire races, from the tree-dwelling Jarnoks to the amphibious Flips to numerous other beings Alex had never encountered. Not even the powerful Shadow Walkers were able to survive his tyranny, their city of darkness and all its inhabitants burning amid the chaos. If seeing all that wasn't bad enough, Alex also witnessed the deaths of her friends. Bear was first. His family dragged from their home in Woodhaven and strung up in Myrock's cages outside the Marin Palace, left to die slowly and painfully from starvation. Simulation or not, Alex would never forget their whimpered pleas, or the look of their malnourished, neglected bodies for the rest of her life. Next, she had to watch as Avon claimed DC and ordered the princess to kill her own parents before turning her blade on herself, and all in front of a crowd of horrified onlookers who were then forced to bow to their new immortal ruler. Then came Alex's parents, having left the safety of the library only to be captured by a group of scouting Garseth. Rachel and Jack were tortured first, before the rebels discovered their connection to Alex, and only then were they delivered directly to Avon. His laughter was almost as loud as their final screams as he slowly, so slowly, drew out their deaths. On it went, as one by one, the lives Alex held most dear were taken from her. The goodness in the world snuffed out like a candle. Leaning on Caden more heavily with each passing frame, she could do nothing but try to detach herself from what she was seeing, telling herself it wasn't real. But it was real, or rather, it could be real.
Everything came to a head when Jordan was hand-picked by Avon to lead the final attack on Akarne, presenting the worst of everything Alex was forced to watch. Her classmates, her teachers, the academy itself went to war against Avon's immortal force. Even the Medoran military was there, led by General Draek and Major Tyson. The wardens battled alongside them, with Kaiden's sister, Warden Jira, shooting stabilizer blasts at Meyeran attackers from all angles, but to no effect. The mortal weapons barely fazed the immortals, if they even managed to land a hit. The humans gave as good as they received, fighting back with everything they had. But ultimately, they were destroyed. Darius, dead. Fletcher, dead. Carter, Hunter, Finn, dead, dead, dead. Draek, Tyson, Jira, all dead. Declan, dead. The other combat boys, dead. Mel, Connor, Blink, Pipsqueak, and the rest of her classmates and teachers, dead. Everyone, dead. It was also at the academy where Jordan himself fell. He was fighting against Kaiden, the real Kaiden, with their blades moving so fast they blurred in the air. Even though Jordan had the advantage of Avon's connection, they were so closely matched that it was impossible to see who would come out the victor. But then Kaiden paused in his attack and desperately told Jordan, "Alex would forgive you. You have to know that. I was with her at the end, and not once did she blame you. Even now I know she wouldn't, and you do too." Something sparked in Jordan's eyes, a burning ember of emotion, but it quickly dissolved into a smug look as his detached voice replied, "You'll know if that's true sooner than I will." And without any further warning, a sword speared Kaiden's chest from behind, its icy design painfully familiar, as was the hand that delivered the killing blow. As Avon withdrew Ayanara from Kaiden and his body slumped lifeless to the ground, the Meyerin turned to his claimed underling and in one swift arc sliced the legendary blade across the base of Jordan's neck. Shocked, Alex's hands flew to cover her mouth, and the simulated Kaiden had to wrap her in his arms to keep her from collapsing to her knees. "I felt you hesitate," Avon said in a silky voice to Jordan, who was choking on his own blood as it poured forth to stain the soil of the academy. "You have been a constant pain, fighting my will at every moment. I kept you alive to torment dear Alexandra and the rest of your friends, but now that they're gone, you have no further use to me." Unable to take what she knew was coming next, Alex buried her face in Kaiden's neck, but it didn't stop her from hearing the sickening sound of Ayanara hacking into Jordan's flesh, his gurgling groan eventually trailing off into silence. With Jordan's death, Alex's vision faded to black as the scenery changed, only to leave her standing with Kaiden amid the ruins of a once beautiful Meyera. "What happened here?" she asked, her voice coming out as a hoarse croak. "Isn't this where Avon should be ruling from?" In this future, Avon becomes possessed by his desire for unlimited power, Kaiden answered quietly, reaching out to wipe a tear from her cheek and brush a strand of hair behind her ear. After having raised Medora to the ground, he seeks beyond it, fixing his sight on the humans of Freya. Alex pulled in a shuddering breath. "Is that because of me?" "I'm sorry, Alex, but you have to know that the hatred Avon feels for you in this future is unparalleled." "But why?" she cried. Kaiden shook his head. "I can't tell you that. You have to find out for yourself by following the path you choose and seeing where it leads." Alex couldn't help it. Her eyes welled with tears again. "But it could lead here, with Avon and Freya and everyone in Medora dead?" "Avon's not in Freya in this future, Alex," Kaiden told her gently. "He never makes it there." She looked around in confusion. "Then, if he's not there, and he's not here, where is he?" "He's gone. The Tia Orans learned what he was planning, and they stepped in before he could harm anyone else. They saved Freya, but it was too late for Medora." "Tia Orans? Are you talking about the people who created the Valis Path?" A hint of a smile touched Kaiden's mouth. "They did much more than that, but yes, they are an incomparably powerful race of beings who inhabit a world called Tia Auras. That's where the Meyerins originated from, before they were banished long ago to live in Medora." Head spinning, Alex wasn't sure what to ask first. "We're out of time," Kaiden said before she could gather a single thought. "I'm sorry you had to see all this, but you need to know what you're fighting for, what the stakes are. You already knew it would be bad, but it's not just a few humans Avon will kill, it's everyone you care for and more. He won't stop until every mortal in Medora is dead." In a voice barely holding any sound, Alex asked, "What must I do?" "You're already doing it. Just don't stop." Her lips trembled as she looked into his tender eyes. "I'm scared, Kaiden. I'm not strong enough for something like this. What if I can't keep this future from happening?" He let out a soft laugh and stroked her cheek. "Oh, Alex, there's no one stronger than you." He leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her forehead, pausing there to whisper, "I believe in you." And with those 4 words, the scenery faded back into reality, and Alex found herself lying on the floor of the library's dark cavern. She had to take a few moments to calm herself before she was able to rise to her feet, and even then she struggled to form words. Alex's voice was so rough that she had to clear her throat and try again. "I don't want that future." "No one does," the library replied. "Not even Avon." "Am I really the only person who can stop it?" she asked, feeling the weight of the world on her shoulders. "You're not the only one who can defeat Avon," the library said, and Alex felt a shred of hope until the voice added,
But you are the only one who can put a stop to that future." Closing her eyes tightly, Alex wrapped her arms around her body to ward off the chill of those words. "Can you take me back to my time?" she asked again. "If that is what you want," the library said, opening a door to Alex's left. She looked through the doorway, her eyes widening as she watched a live-action replay of her last moments before falling into the past. There her future self was, in the snow-covered forest with Xeraxis, his wings outstretched, ready to take flight and haul her up and into the Abrasa. "Why was he there?" Alex whispered. "Why did Avon pull Xeraxis into the future?" The library was silent. "If I leave now, I'm not going to find out, am I?" Alex realized. "I'll leave with so many questions unanswered. Zane being a criminal, Kaya despising Roka, even Queen Nita's personality transplant." Her thoughts continued spiraling until she concluded, "I won't have a chance to try and influence Avon's decisions in any way, to leave any kind of mark on him. I'll be left reacting to future events as they unfold, with not even the smallest hope to sway his mind or his actions in our favor." Again, the library was silent. "Come on," Alex cried, throwing her arms out. "Give me something here, anything." Still, the library didn't answer. Instead, Alex heard Ian Raka's words echo throughout the cavern. "You were called to Medora, both past and future, for a reason." Trembling inside, Alex realized that was all the guidance she needed. But just as she moved her shaking legs to close the doorway back to her future, the library spoke again, causing her to pause mid-motion. "One thing to consider, Alexandra. I will never again offer you a doorway through time. If you choose to remain now, you will only be able to travel back through the void." Alex had already presumed as much, given the gravity of the decision, but that didn't make it any easier to hear. Regardless, now that she had made her choice, she wouldn't waver from her path. Squaring her shoulders, she sealed the door with a resolute sound, and seconds later, it disappeared entirely.
Alex stared at the now empty space, suddenly overcome by doubt. "Every time I come down here, I end up having to make really hard decisions." "Life is full of hard decisions, Alexandra. It's merely evidence that you are alive." "But how am I supposed to know if I'm doing the right thing?" "That's not something you'll ever know. All you can do is live in the moment and choose not to worry about what the future may bring. Don't waste today by fearing tomorrow, for tomorrow will come whether you're ready for it or not." Repeating those encouraging words in her mind, Alex finally said, "I think I'm ready to go back to Maya now." Without having to say more, a new doorway appeared. Alex took a step forward but hesitated. "Will I be back here again? While I'm in the past, I mean?" "You can visit me whenever you need," the library said, "but remember, I am always with you, even beyond these walls." "So that's a yes to the stalker library, but a no to the coming back here anytime soon?" The library chuckled. "Until next time, Alexandra." Knowing a dismissal when she heard one, Alex shook her head with a slight smile and stepped through the doorway, landing inside a familiar mushroom-circled forest clearing. "And I'm back to where it all started," Alex whispered, glancing around Rhaelia as the doorway disappeared behind her. "You certainly took your time." Alex jumped as a silhouette approached her in the dark. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, so the only identifier was his voice. "Avon? What?" Alex squeaked. "Why are you out here?" She couldn't help her suddenly racing heart. Despite her mission to befriend him, it was only a few moments ago that she'd witnessed him murder her friends and family. "I heard grandfather invited you to that school of his," Avon answered, moving close enough that Alex could see the outline of his features. "I figured he wouldn't be able to resist showing you Soraya de la Torre, and rather than traverse back here using the Valis path, it was likely you'd return through one of the Iden paths." Avon shrugged, trying to play off his waiting presence as nothing. "The library doesn't open its doorways any closer to the city than here. I thought I'd meet you and accompany you back to the palace." He looked uncomfortable, like he was embarrassed, though Alex couldn't imagine why. "That's very thoughtful of you, Avon. Thank you." His mouth quirked up at the corner. I'll admit, my actions weren't entirely altruistic. Alex raised her eyebrows. How so? He rolled his shoulders as if shaking off tension. I needed some fresh air after dinner. It was difficult, sitting there and keeping my thoughts to myself. Alex asked the question she'd wondered earlier that night. Then why did you? Avon's tone was dry when he replied, I figured it best to avoid another yelling match with my father, especially since the council was there. Against her better judgment, Alex said, It sounded to me like some of them would have taken your side. Avon cocked his head. And what side is that, Aelia? Wow, foot and mouth, much, Alex thought, mentally regrouping. She sent him a teasing grin and said, If you don't know, then you've got more problems than you think. He chuckled lightly and stepped closer, activating the Valis path around them. Come on, let's get you home. Zooming through the Silverwood, Avon didn't speak, which suited Alex perfectly given her distracted thoughts. It was only when they stopped outside her bedroom that he broke his silence. Thank you, Aelia. Alex looked up at him, surprised. What for? For not judging me. For not telling me what I should think or what I should believe. For not forcing your opinions on me when I know you disagree with where I stand. Seeing that he was waiting for a response, Alex carefully said, What right do I have to make you believe anything? At the end of the day, your values are your own. No one should tell you how to feel. She meant every word she'd said, despite wishing for the opposite. Avon closed his eyes in what looked like relief. It means a lot to hear you say that. To lighten the suddenly heavy moment, she offered a quirky grin and said, Well, you may think so now, but watch out, Princeling. By the time I'm done subtly schooling you in the ways of mortals, you'll be so in love with humans that you'll want to ride off into the sunset with them. Avon let out a surprised laugh, which was thankfully the reaction she was going for, rather than the opposite, which could have happened just as easily. Is that so? It sure is, Alex said with joking confidence. I could be wrong, but I think subtlety flies out the window when your declaration comes as a warning. Well, darn, Alex said, playing dumb, and here I thought I was being oh so sneaky. Avon laughed again and gave Alex a nudge towards her door. You need to leave me before your mortal infatuation becomes contagious. Mayorins can't get deathly ill, Alex reminded him smugly, so that leads to the conclusion that whatever you catch will only make you better, like a new and improved version of yourself, Avon 2.0. Rolling his eyes, he firmly said, Good night, Aelia. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk about this again tomorrow, Alex told him with a jaunty grin. And the day after, and the day after, and the day after, and the stars light. Make it stop, Avon muttered, interrupting her unending diatribe. He nudged her forward again, this time not so gently, and pushed her through the open door. After making she was clear, he promptly closed it in her face. It was then that Alex did something she never thought she'd be capable of doing after an encounter with Avon. She laughed. The next day, Alex was in the palace library studying the extensive but monotonous history of the 7 houses when she closed her book with a loud snap. I just don't get it, she said to Kaya, whose brows rose in question. It's Roka. What can you possibly not like about him? Everyone else may be willing to coddle you by speaking your language, but that doesn't mean I am. You need to practice your Mayorin, Kaya replied. Alex made a frustrated sound. Come on, Kaya, you now know the common tongue as well as anyone. When Kaya remained silent, Alex rolled her eyes and switched languages. Fine, she said, somewhat belligerently in her now fluent Mayorin. But if that was your attempt to get out of answering my question, think again. And what question is that? Alex pinned her with a knowing look. Roka, Kaya, I don't understand your problem with him. Kaya stood to her feet and moved to the nearest bookcase, absent-mindedly perusing the shelves. Why are you so insistent about this? It feels like every day I have to argue my case all over again. Because your case doesn't make sense, Alex cried. Let me repeat, it's Roka. Kaya turned and glared in irritation. If you think he's so perfect, why don't you chase after him? Alex made a spluttering noise, not sure if she was more amused or disturbed by the idea. Aside from their absurdly incompatible age differences, there was also the huge fact that they weren't even of the same race. It would be like pairing up a dairy cow with a prize stallion.
The idea of Alex thinking of any Mayorin in the way Kaya was suggesting was just plain wrong. Being unable to properly explain her reasoning, all Alex could do was grin and say, "Trust me, he's not my type." Throwing her arms up in a rare display of emotion, Kaya said, "Then why can't you accept the same from me?" "Because you two are made for each other," Alex returned, slightly desperate in her matchmaking attempt. "You just need to give him a chance, that's all." Kaya stalked over to where Alex was sitting and slumped back down beside her. "Why would I do that when he's nothing but an arrogant, conceited, overconfident, cocky, puffed up, big-headed Cregan?" By the end of her speech, she was on a roll, nearly yelling the words as they blended from one into the next.
"You know," Alex said thoughtfully, "aside from Cregan, I'm pretty sure most of those words all mean the same thing, give or take." "Ah!" Kia cried, throwing her weight back in her chair and shaking her head in annoyance. "But let no one say she lacks an extensive vocabulary," came the highly amused voice of Roka as he strolled out from behind one of the shelves. "I particularly liked the combination of puffed up and big-headed. Poetry for the ages." Alex was horrified on Kia's behalf, but she couldn't repress her totally inappropriate snort of laughter. In her defense, the prince's timing was atrociously hilarious, as was his light-hearted reaction to the vicious slander. "Please don't hold back next time, sweet Kia," Roka finished, his lips twitching while his eyes sparkled with mirth. "Otherwise, Aelia might continue believing that we are made for each other." Poor Kia looked like she was at a loss as to how to react. If it were Alex, she'd be wishing for the power to spontaneously combust. But Kia had more backbone than most. That, and she'd grown up with Roka, so this wasn't their first experience trading insults. "You didn't hear anything I wouldn't have said to your face," Kia said, crossing her arms and folding one leg over the other, her position casually apathetic. "But so rarely do you favor me with your undivided attention," Roka replied, not missing a beat. "I thought I was beneath your regard, but I now see that you've thought long and hard about your passionate feelings towards me. I'm touched, Kia, truly." Alex bit down hard to keep from laughing again at Roka's unbridled sarcasm. But she still must have made a squeak of noise, since Kia turned narrowed eyes in her direction. "I can see exactly why you think so highly of him, Aelia," she said, her sarcasm just as clear. "He's a real charmer." "You can add that to my long list of virtues," Roka said with a wink, "slotted in before Cregan." Must not laugh," Alex chanted with little success. She only half managed to turn her amusement into a cough and quickly spoke before Kia could throw a book at her head. "I thought you were busy with the king until later tonight," Alex questioned Roka, switching over to the common tongue out of habit. "It turns out father has no need of me for the rest of the day after all," Roka answered. "I thought perhaps you both might like to take the afternoon off as well." Alex perked up at that, happy for any excuse to set aside the never-ending lessons about the mayor and high court. "Avin sought me out earlier," Roka went on. "He suggested we could all benefit from a break and that we should spend some time together away from the palace." "Get away from it all?" Alex asked. When Roka nodded, she said, "Are you, okay with that? With spending time with him, I mean?" "After everything that went down last week." "When I know what you're speaking of, Aelia," Roka interrupted gently, "I may struggle to understand his fervent opposition towards mortals, but no matter what grievances Avon and I hold, he'll always be my brother, my closest confidant." Alex had to turn away so that he wouldn't be able to read the look in her eyes. "Oh, Roka, if only you knew." "Besides," the prince continued excitedly, "cliff jumping is the perfect way to bring people together." "Cliff jumping?" Kia repeated, and even she sounded uncharacteristically eager. "Why didn't you say so sooner? If I'd led with that, I would have missed out on your ebullient recitation of my vastly underrated personality traits." Kia opened her mouth, but Alex got in first. "At the risk of cutting off what I'm sure would be a perfect example of scathing wit," Alex said, tipping her head with mock respect towards Kia. "Can I just say, Roka, that I've known this language my whole life, and not once have I heard anyone use the word ebullient in a sentence. I'm not sure if I should applaud you or to tell you to stop reading the Common Tongue Dictionary in your spare time and get a life." Kia burst out laughing, and even Roka let out a chuckle, proving yet again that he truly was the perfect prince by not taking her words to heart. "I'll keep that in mind, Aelia," he said in a humor-filled voice, "perhaps right when I'm about to push you off the Golden Cliffs." "Actually, I'm glad you've come back to that," Alex said, standing to her feet. "What exactly did you mean by cliff jumping?" Not at all liking the gleam that entered Roka's eyes, Alex didn't have the chance to retreat as he reached out to pull her closer to him. Kia took that as her cue and jumped up as well, moving alongside them. One of the two, presumably Roka, activated the Valispath and it took off from beneath them. "I'm not entirely sure I'm comfortable with whatever is going on here," Alex called over the howling wind, but all she received in response were matching grins full of anticipation. When the Valispath soared to an end atop the cliffs at the place where Avin had taken Alex sightseeing, she tried to steady her breathing so as to not give away just how apprehensive she was. Like her first visit, the view offered the perfect panorama of the city. But looking at it in removed appreciation was much, much different to looking at it and wondering if cliff jumping meant exactly what Alex presumed it meant. "I thought you'd never get here, brother," Avin said, approaching them from behind. When Alex turned, she saw he wasn't alone. Nix was with him as well. Both of them, like Roka, were the most casual Alex had seen them, wearing lightweight pants and shirts, their feet bare. They wore no armor, held no weapons. They appeared almost exactly how Alex would imagine Jordan and Bear to be like in the future. Minus the jeans, of course, but she couldn't imagine any Meyeran wearing something as common as denim. It would be as odd as seeing a Draekon sporting a polka-dot onesie. Kia and Alex, on the other hand, were both clothed in summery dresses that Alex had become used to wearing over the week. Dainty, pretty material, most definitely not suited to jumping off cliffs. "Lovely, Aelia," Nix greeted in a sing-song voice, boldly slinging his arm across her shoulders. "I was hoping you wouldn't wiggle out of coming this afternoon. My day just turned even brighter." She tried to slide out from underneath his heavy limb, but he just tightened his grip and drew her closer, so she resorted to frowning pointedly. He sent her a cheeky grin, an expression Alex was used to seeing, given the relentless cat-and-mouse game he so loved to play. "Do you have a quota you have to reach?" Alex asked him, placing her hands on his hard torso and giving a hefty push, for all the good it did. He barely even jolted. "A quota?" he repeated in question, looking down at her with sparkling amethyst eyes. "You know, like a specific number of girls you have to hit on each day before you call it quits." His eyes brightened all the more. "Don't worry, kitten. Quota or not, I'll always have time for you. I know seeing me is the highlight of your day, and I'd never deprive you of that." "Ugh, gag," Alex said, making a face. She ignored the laughter of those around them and shoved against him again, only succeeding because Avin stepped in to help. "Points for punching above your station, Nee," the younger prince said, effortlessly prying Alex away from his friend. "But I'm guessing from the unnecessarily detailed reports you've given me of her spurning your advances this past week that perhaps you might be better off looking for your next fling elsewhere." Nix sent a wicked grin in Alex's direction. "She'll cave to my charm. It's only a matter of time." "Seriously," Alex said, "I think I just threw up a little in my mouth." If anything, everyone just laughed louder, Nix included. "Come on," Avin said, leading her by the hand closer towards the edge of the cliff. She dug in her heels and tugged against him. "Actually, can someone please explain to me why we're up here? Roka said cliff jumping, but surely we're not." She trailed off at seeing the excited expressions the four of them wore. Casting her gaze outwards, she took in just how impossibly high they were above the city. "Hands down, you're all crazy if you're thinking of jumping off this cliff." Nyack snorted. "Don't be ridiculous, Elila. That would be suicide." She felt her muscles relax, at least until he finished with, "We're jumping from over there." Following the line of where he was pointing, Alex felt her heart leap into her throat at the sight of the massive waterfall. A tremor of fear ran through her body. No way! But before she could put up any further argument, everyone stepped close and the Path activated, transporting them to a boulder smack bang in the middle of the raging cascade. The force of the wind was so strong that it sprayed water straight back up the cliffs, soaking Alex within seconds. The sound thundered in her ears, and the rocky platform beneath her feet rumbled with the violence of nature at its most terrifying. "You're all insane!" Alex screamed over the sound of the torrent, yanking fiercely at Avon's hand. He wouldn't let her go, though, and she was pinned into place when Nyax, on her other side, reached for her free hand, his grip gentle but firm enough to keep her locked between them. "We won't jump until you're ready," Avon told her, leaning in close to her ear so she could hear him above the roar of the water. "You don't get it," Alex yelled. "I've done this before. Waterfalls and me don't mix well." Granted, Alex had never jumped from a cliff so high, but she had fallen off a huge waterfall inside one of the library's oil paintings during her first year at Akarne. That had been one of the scariest moments of her life. This, however, went way beyond that. "I can't do this," Alex cried, trying to pull away from both Avon and Nyax. Avon, standing on her right, turned her away from Nyax until they were face to face, curling his free arm around her waist so he could lean in even closer. It was a mark of how scared she was that she didn't even have the presence of mind to consider him her future enemy and put space between them. "You have my word, Alila. Nothing bad will happen," he said into her ear, his hand at her waist giving a gentle squeeze. "You're one of us now. Let go of your mortal fears and embrace this moment as a Mayorin. You'll never feel more free." Seeing that she was still unconvinced, he said in a voice only for her, "Live in the moment, Alila. I promise you won't regret it." Alex wasn't sure if it was his gentle tone, his sincere eyes, or his absolute confidence, but something in her gave in to his words, the same words the library had said to her just last night. Live in the moment. It was a frightening thought, but maybe, just for one afternoon, that was exactly what she needed to do. "Zira?" she called in her mind. "Can you hear me?" It took barely a second for him to respond. "Everything okay, Alex? You feel anxious." "If I was to jump off this," she sent him a mental image of just how mammoth the falls were, "what's the chance I'll survive?" Zirak's rumbling chuckle echoed in her ears even above the sound of the torrential cascade. "That depends." "On what?" "Whether you can swim." Alex made an annoyed sound and somehow managed to translate it into her thoughts. "If I understand correctly, when I die, you die. I'm sure I don't have to remind you that it's in your best interests to be honest with me right now." The Draekon just chuckled louder, but he thankfully also gave her a straight answer. "Jump as a mortal and you'll be in trouble. Jump as a Mayorin and you should have a blast. But jump either way, Alex. The flight will be good for you." Alex instantly remembered soaring with him above the clouds around Draekora and the feeling of impossible freedom that came with the experience. "Soon," he said, reading her thoughts, "we'll fly together again soon." And with his promise, his presence fled her mind. Mustering her courage, Alex looked down the line from Roka on her far right to Kaya, then Avon, jumping over to Nyax on her left. She wondered how she had come to be hand in hand with such an unlikely group of friends. And she realized with startling clarity that that was exactly what they were. Nyax and his playful arrogance, Kaya and her cynical derision, Roka and his thoughtful intelligence, and the biggest surprise of all, Avon and his unexpected affability. They really were friends, as bizarre as it was. And Alex trusted them to keep her safe, mortal or not. With an unexpected pang of emotion, she couldn't help imagining what it would be like standing atop the falls with Jordan, DC, and Bear beside her. Jordan and Bear would no doubt be grinning from ear to ear with the thrill of adventure, while DC would likely share Alex's concerns and say they were all mad if they were thinking about jumping. But Alex knew the truth. The princess would leap right alongside them, even if it meant she'd be screaming the whole way down. Sudden homesickness slammed into Alex, a feeling that was as ridiculous as it was painful. Ridiculous because she wasn't technically missing anything. Her friends were all frozen in time, unaware they were even waiting for her return. But for Alex, time was still moving forward, and if she wanted to see them again, she'd first have to survive the next few harrowing minutes of her life. Taking a moment to center herself, Alex allowed her heightened senses to slide into place. It was like embracing an old friend or slipping into a bubble bath, so comforting as it was for Alex to allow her Mayoran abilities to take over. And when she opened her eyes, the view before her was even more magnificent, and also much more terrifying. Determined to embrace the wonder of the moment, she managed to paste a semi-realistic grin on her face and, with her voice only slightly shaking, said, "Let's do this." With jubilant cries, Roka, Kaya, and Avon all linked hands, and both Nyax and Avon strengthened their grips on Alex. "One!" Roka called out. Alex's heart was beating like a hammer in her chest. "Two!" Nyax followed. She wondered if she would pass out before they made it over the edge. "Three!" Avon yelled. And, with their hands connected, the five of them leapt off the golden cliffs and plummeted down the cascading water into the valley below. Screaming at the top of her lungs, all Alex could think was that Avon had been right. She had never before felt freer than she did right now. If someone had told Alex that she'd enjoy spending an afternoon jumping off waterfalls and splashing around in rocky plunge pools with the future psychopath Avon, his right-hand man Nyax, and the would-be betrothed but were currently hating each other Roka and Kaya, she would have never believed it. But the truth was, Alex couldn't remember the last time she'd had more fun. For just a few hours, she felt free of her worries, free of her cares. She simply lived in the moment, exactly as the library and Avon had encouraged her to do. And it was brilliant. After they dragged their soaking, laughing selves back to the palace and gobbled down a late dinner, the five of them all but crawled from the kitchen to their rooms. Alex barely had enough energy to change out of her wet clothes and into a silky nightgown before she collapsed onto her bed, her exhaustion sending her to an instant sleep. But despite how tired she was, she still awoke with a start a few hours later when someone shook her shoulder and quietly called her name. "Easy, it's just me." At any other time, hearing Avon say those words in the dead of the night would have had Alex reaching for Anara and swinging with all her might. But after their enjoyable day together, she couldn't find it in her to call up any apprehension whatsoever. "What are you doing, Haven?" she asked, slurring half the words and yawning his name. "It's the middle of the night."
"I'm sorry it's so late, but I want to show you something." "Why don't have a lock on door?" Alex grumbled, rolling over and burying her face in her pillow. "Alia," Avon called, tauntingly drawing out her name. "Trust me, you won't want to miss this." Alex made an annoyed sound in the back of her throat and rolled over again, squinting up at him to grouch. "This better be worth it." He grinned in triumph and handed her a steaming goblet. "Drink up, you'll feel awake in no time." True to his promise, after only a few sips of what Alex recognized as warmed Lyendra nectar, she felt as if she'd slept for days and was now ready to take on the world. After making Avon leave her room so she could change into what she considered a nighttime escapade outfit, tights, boots, and a dark tunic cinched at the waist, coupled with a hooded cloak, Alex met him out in her hallway. Without a word, he pulled her close and activated the Valispath. "Do you mind telling me what's going on?" Alex asked as they soared out of the palace and into the city. "I already did," Avon replied, sounding distracted. "I told you I want to show you something." "You could be a tad more specific." But there was no need for him to reply, because the Valispath brought them to a halt in the dark alley outside the Scarlet Thief. With a groan, Alex said, "Narse to Trigon? Really, Avon?" Seeming surprised, Avon asked, "You've been here before?" It's not a memory I want to relive, Alex said. Why are we here? I know it's not the most hygienic of places, but I promise there's a good reason for us being here. Hygienic isn't the word you're after, Alex replied as he led the way towards the entrance. No, it definitely is, Avon said with the hint of a smile. We might not be able to get terminally sick, but if a plague was ever to break out amongst our people, I'm certain it would start here. Stepping into the grimy, low-lit tavern, Alex couldn't help but agree. Being human, and therefore susceptible to illness, she also set herself a mental reminder not to touch anything. Ew. Toro, Avon greeted the burly barman, eyeing them from behind the bar. He appeared to be expecting Avon, but showed definite surprise to see Alex. She too was surprised, though not at seeing him again. Rather, she was surprised to see no one else in the room. The place was empty. They're all out back, Toro told Avon. I closed the place down early like you asked. Make sure you lock up when you're done. Avon gave a nod of agreement and guided Alex deeper into the tavern, his steps long and buoyant. Seriously, Avon, Alex said, a trickle of apprehension crawling along her skin. Why are we here? He stopped at a wooden door that had seen better days, covered as it was in suspicious stains and gritty bar filth. I need a favor, Alia. Alex looked at him, intrigued. He fixed his eyes on hers and said, Just for tonight, I need you to forget you grew up with mortals. Alex's heart skipped a beat. What? I know you have a high regard for them due to your upbringing, but for tonight, all I ask is that you keep an open mind and just listen. Maybe see things from a different perspective. Avon, it's really important to me, Alia, Avon said quietly, the golden flecks in his eyes burning like embers. Can you do that for me? You're asking a lot, Alex told him, only half truthful, since he was asking the impossible. I know I am, he replied instantly, but it's just one night. You can leave whenever you like, but I hope that you'll stay for at least a little while. And then you're free to go back to your human-loving self again. Not sure how to respond, Alex gestured towards the door. Who's in there? Just a few of my friends. Her trepidation instantly skyrocketed as comprehension hit her like an anvil falling on her head. And, what are they doing? A secretive smile stretched across his face. Waiting for me. And with that, he opened the door to what Alex knew, without a shadow of a doubt, was a meeting of Gerseth Avon's original rebels. Considering the fact that she was witnessing one of the early get-togethers of a bunch of future murderers, Alex found there was nothing all that revolutionary happening. There were no ceremonial slaughters of innocents, no calls for violent rioting, and thankfully, no blood-bonding rituals of faithfully blind devotees. It was simply a bunch of young Mayarins in a room, chatting over drinks and suspicious-looking appetizers. Suspicious because Alex figured Toro had supplied the food, and as Avon had said, Narse de Trigon was hardly the most sanitary of places. After his grand entrance was met with boisterous excitement from the Mayarins, Alex had left her in the corner with an apology, saying that he had to make his rounds. But she kept her eye on him, fascinated by the way he spoke to them, how he gave his full attention, treating them as if whatever they said was the most important thing he'd ever heard. Darius had once told her that Avon was gifted with an almost unnatural amount of charisma, and after seeing him work the room, Alex had to agree. He was really quite spectacular. Regardless, she was starting to get fidgety, still unsure why she was there. You look like you could use a drink. Alex spun around at hearing words in the common tongue and felt her heart sink. Zane? No, please no. What are you doing here? Still looking as shabby as the last time she'd seen him, Zane raised a Myrock shot glass to his mouth and threw back its contents. What does it look like? He said after swallowing. I'm drinking. He reached out to grab 2 full goblets from the tray of a passing Mayorin, shoving one into Alex's hands. Glaron, Zane said, the finest brew around. This just keeps getting better and better, Alex said, not touching the drink even when Zane started swigging large gulps from his. Not only are you a criminal, but you're also a functioning alcoholic. Perfect. Everyone has a role to play, Zane said, his eyes scanning the room, strangely alert. Mine just happens to be one of the more enjoyable ones. What are you doing here, Zane? Alex demanded again. His eyes came back to her. I could ask you the same question, Alia. And I could ask you both, but I already know the answer, came a new voice. Alex turned just in time to see Neeks swagger to her side. Lovely Alia, he greeted, seeming to have decided on her nickname for the day. A pleasure, as always. I saw you a few hours ago, Neeks, she told him, following his lead and speaking Mayoran, figuring it was best to avoid sounding like a mortal given their company. Surely there's someone else you can bother? Oh, how my heart bleeds, Neeks said, raising a hand to his chest. How ever shall I survive such a painful rejection from my one true love? Geez, he was laying it on thick. All Alex could do was roll her eyes while trying to suppress a smile. Despite how blatantly ridiculous his flirting was, he really was entertaining to be around. I'm sure you'll get over it, Alex told him. You know, I think you may be right, he said, snapping out of his lovey-dovey charade. And besides, it's not you I was wanting to speak with. He turned to Zane. First time seeing you here. Glad you could make it tonight. Zane gave a slight nod and took another swig of Glaron. Seeing his new target wasn't one for words, Neeks turned back to Alex. Did you know Zane here is Mayai's most notorious illegal trafficker? Alex felt her stomach lurch. Trafficker? You don't mean... Her eyes jumped up to meet Zane's. You don't traffic people, do you? Zane's lip curled. I do many things, but I draw the line at smuggling live goods. That, at least, was something. But still, what do you smuggle then? Alex asked. Whatever he can get his hands on, Neeks said, clapping Zane heartily on the shoulder and ignoring the bulky Mayoran's look of disdain. He steals from the rich and sneaks his wares out of the city, bartering with desperate mortals who will pay an arm and a leg for anything Mayoran made.
Myrock's designs in particular are always in high demand, am I right, Zane? Again, Zane remained silent as he threw back the dregs of his goblet and liberated Alex of her own. You want to go a little easy with that, Alex said pointedly. You're a big guy, but I can smell those fumes from here. If you pass out, I'm sure not carrying you home. It would take much more than a few flagons of Glaron to knock him out, Nix said with a knowing grin. He could drink all night and still find his way around the city backwards with his eyes closed. Trust me on that. Don't encourage him, Nix, Alex said with a frown. We want him to stop drinking, not to drink more. Nix let out a bark of laughter. Good luck with that, sweetheart. Prying Zane from his drink would be like asking him to give up his commercial exploits. It's not gonna happen. It could, Alex argued, if only you was willing to try something new. Ideally, this would be the time to ask Zane why he continued to refuse Roka's invitation to join the elite guard. But with Nix listening in, all she could do was stare at Zane meaningfully, knowing he was aware of what she wasn't saying. Finally, Zane spoke. It would appear, Nix, that you've managed to find the only Mayaran more irritating than you. Hey, Alex cried indignantly. She is rather magnificent, isn't she? Nix said, lips twitching. But be warned, this kitten has claws. Kittens are harmless even with their claws, Zane returned, his eyes roaming until they deliberately narrowed in on Avon. It's the snakes you need to watch out for. You never know when they might strike. Alex couldn't miss the underlying tension and wondered what had caused the rift between the two Mayarans. Throwing back the last of Alex's drink, Zane abruptly announced, I need a refill. He didn't wait for a reply. He simply disappeared into the growing crowd. Pleasant sort, isn't he? A bubble of laughter rose out of Alex. Yes, he's the life of the party. I can see why you invited him.
To be fair, he's not here because of his social skills, Nick said. Avon thinks he'd be a good ally, considering his access to mortals and his contacts within other trade circles. Avon reached out to him? Alex asked, relief washing over her. You're saying Zane's not here because he believes in what everyone else here believes? Nix cocked his head. What do you think everyone here believes? I'm not a fool, Nix. I know this isn't a birthday party. His eyes searched her face. How much has Avon told you? Alex wasn't sure what the correct response was, so she settled on a half-lie, half-truth. He's told me enough. And yet you're still here? I agreed to have an open mind. Nix burst into laughter. This I have to see. In all seriousness, what are we actually doing here? Alex asked. Still highly amused, Nix said. I'm guessing he didn't tell you much, after all. She crossed her arms and turned away, deciding it best not to respond. He chuckled again, but reached out to turn her back around to face him. I'll tell you, but only because I figure if Avon brought you, then he must be fine with you knowing. The most important thing you need to realize is that tonight must be kept a secret. No one who's not here can know. That means Roka, Kaya, and anyone else you spend time with. He paused for a beat and reiterated, Roka especially. Alex sent him a bland look. I kind of gathered it was hush-hush when I was pulled from bed at an ungodly hour and brought to the shadiest tavern in the city. Nix shrugged. One can never be too careful. This group has only been meeting for a week. The foundation isn't strong yet, despite Avon's magnetic leadership. A week. The Garseth were only a week old. That meant Avon must have started recruiting almost straight after his altercation with the human trade delegation. He sure hadn't wasted any time amassing his group of rebels. There were already at least 30 young Mayarans in the room. As for Avon's purpose here, Nix continued, reeling back her attention. He trailed off, though, when Avon himself stepped up beside them, his eyes alight with fervor. Before the prince could say anything, another Mayaran entered their circles, someone Alex already knew. She automatically took a step away from the brutal thug, Scragan, only to run into the solid wall of the tavern. I'm only saying you should consider it, Scragan said, continuing whatever conversation he'd been having with Avon, his focus wholly centered on the prince. Just think about it. If you were on the throne, you could do as you please without having to answer to anyone. Chilled by his words and wanting to seal his lips shut, Alex imagined Scraden to be a perfect candidate for the Garseth. And when his eyes finally drifted to her, she felt her stomach sink as they narrowed with recognition. You! He bellowed, lunging towards her. Trapped against the wall, Alex had no room to retreat. But she didn't have to, since both Avon and Nix reacted instantly, with Nix leaping protectively in front of her, and Avon grabbing Scragan by the ruff of his collar and hauling him through the now silent crowd and out of the room. Well, that was dramatic, Nix said, turning back to Alex as those around them resumed their conversations. There's never a dull moment with you, Aelia. Alex looked at him with wide eyes, startled by how quickly the scene had transpired. I'm sure there's an entertaining reason for what just happened, but as long as you're all right, I'd better go and make sure they're not killing each other out there, Nix said, tilting his head in the direction Avon had dragged Scragan. There was genuine concern in his normally carefree eyes, concern for hers. So Alex quickly reassured him, I'm fine, really. Go make sure Avon's okay. Looking at her carefully, Nix nodded, and his untroubled features fell back into place. Back soon, kitten. He jokingly reached out to stroke the top of Alex's head, as if she really were a cat, and took off in the footsteps of Avon and Scragan, leaving the room. She scowled after him, patting her mussed hair back down. Alone again, she thought about what Scragan had said. If you were on the throne, you could do as you please. Burdened by dread and fatigue, Alex wondered if anyone would notice if she left. But before she could slip out, Avon re-entered the room, followed closely by Nix and a skulking Scragan.
The prince moved directly to the small stage area towards the front of the crowd, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. "My friends, thank you for coming tonight," he said with a welcoming smile that somehow managed to feel personal despite the public space. "I apologize for the late hour, but as you all know, for the moment we must guard our secrecy. In due time, our cause shall be considered just and we'll no longer have to hide in the shadows." "Hear, hear," cried a Majoran towards the back of the room. "I've spoken with many of you already tonight," Avon went on, "and I'm pleased that we stand in one accord. We're here because we agree that the mortal blight threatening our city should no longer be given power over us. The humans are thieves, stealing that which is ours and trading it for paltry and useless trinkets of no worth. I ask you, what need have we of human medicine? None," the crowd shouted, causing Alex to jump. "What need have we of cloth and spices? None. What need have we of art, perfume, and the foolish things of humans? None. None, I tell you." Avon all but screamed, stirring the crowd. "They offer us nothing we don't already have, nothing we will ever need. And yet my father," his expression turned grim, "your king, is determined that we give them the best of our wares. We trade myrox for manure, weapons for wax, and advanced education for the clinking of seashells tied around leather strings. We give everything and receive nothing."
"And I, for one, have had enough!" Chest-heaving, Avon vehemently bellowed. "I will no longer stand by and allow our proud race to yield to an infestation of mortal vermin." The shouts of agreement around the room were just as passionate as those of their leader. "It may be early days," Avon went on, "but it's up to us to take a stand. If we can gather enough voices to our side, the king will have no choice but to consider our words. And if he doesn't—" A gloved hand suddenly latched around Alex's waist, and a second slapped over her mouth, forcefully yanking her from the room and Avon's horrifyingly captivating speech. Her cries for help were muted by the taste of her assailant's leathery glove as she was pulled through the dimly lit tavern and into the balmy night air. Even her best attempts at breaking free of the impenetrable grip holding her were useless. Just as Alex was about to call out for Zira's aid, she was hauled into a shadowy alleyway where her abductors swiftly released her. She stumbled away, drawing her hands up in a defensive position as she turned back to face the cloaked figure. "Who the hell are you, and what do you want with me?" she demanded in terse Majoran. The figure threw back his hood and stepped into the moonlight. "Roka?" Alex gasped out, reverting to the common tongue. "You scared the crap out of me! By all the stars in the sky, what in the name of the light do you think you're doing here?" "Alia," Roka asked, looking aghast to see her. "Me?" Alex cried, her voice pitched high. "What about you?" Roka glanced around the cobblestone street and reached for her again, pulling her closer. "Come, we'll talk back at the palace. It's not safe here." They rode the Vallis path in silence until it delivered them directly outside Roka's sitting room. It was, to Alex's distracted eye, styled similarly to how it looked in the future. Tearing off his cloak, Roka threw it onto his desk, sending writing implements and parchment flying. He began pacing like a caged animal, his agitation palpable in the loud silence. "What's going on, Roka? What were you doing out there?" "My brother's exploits aren't as quiet as he would like others to believe," Roka responded, still pacing. "And not all of his followers are as fanatically devoted as he claims. I and they have been keeping an eye on him all week, ever since he began this asinine crusade against humanity." "You've been watching him?" Alex asked, surprised. "Of course I have," Roka said, in a tone that implied her question was ridiculous. "If our father hears of the insurrection Avon is steering, he'll lose his royal mind. I need to make sure I understand what my foolish brother is planning ahead of time so I can put a stop to it." Looking at the agitated prince, Alex felt a wave of sadness. "You really do love him, don't you?"
"He's my brother, Aelia," Roka said, "and his rebellious side will cost him our father's respect if he doesn't soon come to his senses. As long as it's within my power, I'll do whatever it takes to keep my family together, even if that means I have to sneak around and eavesdrop on his supposedly secret meetings." Alex let that sink in, not sure how she felt about the fact that while Roka was determined to save Avon from Astolfi's ire, he'd yet to mention anything about his brother's actual anti-mortal cause. "Forgive me for pointing this out," Alex said carefully, eyeing Roka's restless movements across the room, "but judging by the tracks you're making, it looks like you're worried about more than Avon's deteriorating relationship with your father." Roka's steps stuttered to a halt as he paused, almost as if he only just noticed his agitated footsteps. Running a hand through his uncharacteristically disheveled hair, he released a long, weary breath and collapsed into one of his cushy chairs. "What's on your mind?" Alex asked quietly, taking the seat opposite him. Roka swallowed thickly, and, in a voice almost too low for Alex to hear, he said, "What if he's right?" Alex felt the ground shift out from underneath her. "What?" "About the mortals," Roka went on, as if not having heard Alex's whispered exclamation. "What if he's right and Father is wrong? If nothing else, Avon's words are true. We are giving them more than they give us. The trade agreement is an insult to everything we are, yet my father believes it's our responsibility to assist those lesser than ourselves. I thought I agreed with him, but I can't deny that Avon's cause holds merit. I almost feel as if I should step in and appeal to our father alongside him, offering a united front in his stance against mortals." Feeling sick to her stomach at the idea of Roka, good, kind, compassionate Roka, feeling anything negative towards mortals, Alex barely managed to get her next words through her horrified lips. "You can't seriously think it's okay to kill humans, can you?" Roka jerked backwards at her words. "Kill them? What are you talking about?" Realizing that she'd stuffed up, big time, Alex swiftly backpedaled. "Not like kill them. I just meant—" She scrambled to find a valid response. "If Mayara ceases trade with the humans, it means you'll, well, stop giving them aid, right? Essentially, we'll be cutting off our support, and, well, some of them will likely die as a result." Roka thankfully seemed to accept her lame reasoning. Either that, or he was too distracted by his own thoughts to realize she'd hardly put forth a stellar argument. "Be that as it may," he said, "any mortal fatalities would be unintentional on our part." "Death," Alex said in a hard voice, "whether at the hand of a weapon or by old age, accident, or disease, it can't be undone. If the cost to save innocent lives is so insignificant to Mayara, then what reasoning can you possibly offer to rationalize your negligence?" Roka stared at Alex for a moment before his mouth quirked up into a grin. "You really do love those mortals of yours, don't you?" "There's a lot to love," Alex returned, thinking of her friends, her family. A pause, and then Roka quietly said, "Thank you, Aelia." Unsure, she asked, "For what?" "For reminding me that there is always a larger picture, a grander perspective. A single pebble dropped into tranquil waters can ripple out into waves of change for the whole pond." His gaze turned inward as he finished. "We are the pebble. We mustn't forget to consider the pond." A surge of affection rushed through Alex. He may have experienced a moment of doubt, but this was the Roka she knew, the prince she trusted. "I'm sorry you were abandoned as a babe, Aelia," he told her. "No one deserves that. But if nothing else came of it, I'm glad you had the chance to get to know mortals well enough to fight for them. Stars above, they'll need all the help they can get if Avon continues his campaign against them. They're fortunate to have a Mayaran with a heart as strong as yours on their side." Alex wasn't able to look at him when she quietly admitted, "Sometimes I feel I'm more human than Mayaran, Roka." Instead of rebuking her, the prince smiled, not taking her honest moment seriously. "Sometimes I feel the same." He rose to his feet then, stepping forward to offer his hand. "The hour grows late," he said. "Allow me to see you back to your quarters." After they parted ways outside her room and she crawled into bed for the second time that evening, Alex stared unseeingly out at the glowing view of the city over her balcony. "Zira, you there?" she called. "Always, Alex," he returned almost instantly. "What troubles you?" Suddenly overcome with emotion, she asked, "How long until I can go home?" There was a reluctant pause. "Soon, Alex. But not yet. I'm sorry." Alex already knew that was the answer. She asked him almost every day, but still she could hope. Not for the first time, she wondered if she had just stepped through the library when she'd had the chance. "Why are you upset? You felt joyous earlier, but now you're distressed." Alex let out a bitter laugh. Distressed was the perfect word for how she was feeling. "I just had a rough night," she answered. "I'll be okay after I've had some sleep. Do you want me to help?" Alex was about to ask what he meant when suddenly her mind was awash with images. She felt her body relax as, from Zirax's view, she soared through the air as his own memories played out before her eyes. Before long, she was so lulled by the swooping feeling of the wind brushing against her scales and the power of her wings capturing the air currents that she drifted off into a peaceful sleep, still soaring through the skies as she slumbered through the dreamscape of her mind. After her breakfast with the Queen the next morning, Alex slowly made her way to the palace library, wondering how she might get out of whatever history lesson was in store for her. It wasn't that the lessons weren't interesting, it was just that what she learned wasn't exactly relevant to her immediate or future troubles. It also didn't help that her mind was elsewhere today's, specifically the upcoming end-of-summer banquet Nida had been excitedly talking about. When Alex entered the library, she was surprised to find the grand room empty. Usually her tutors, Roka or Kaya depending on the day, beat her there. Glancing around warily, she approached her usual study table to find a note written on silvery parchment. "Alia, I'm terribly sorry, but the bane of my existence needs someone to hold his hand for a few hours, so I have to leave you on your own this morning. Don't worry, I'll make sure his royal high-handedness regrets asking for my help. We'll be back after dinner, so enjoy your day today, and we'll see you later tonight. Kaya." Underneath Kaya's neat script was another message, this one also in familiar writing. As you can see, Kaya is thrilled to be spending the day with me in service to the crown. You might as well start planning our wedding now, since I have it on good authority that she's a sure thing. Laughing at Roka's dry humor, Alex set the parchment aside and glanced around the library, wondering how she'd spend the day. She could explore more of the city, of course, or do a myriad of other things. But what Alex really wanted was knowledge. And for the first time since arriving in the past, she found herself alone and surrounded by exactly that. Striding over to the nearest walled bookshelf, she began scanning the titles, remembering that Roka had once said the tomes were sorted into alphabetized categories around the room. Alex first hit up the section labeled Askarava, which held all the Mirren's written knowledge relating to weaponry, and then she found the ancient history section where she picked out several particularly old-looking books. Lastly, she stepped up one of the ladders until she reached the third-floor bookshelves and scanned the category that she was most interested in, Venorias, or as it translated in the common tongue, healing. Teetering down the ladder and wobbling to her table with her arms laden with books, Alex wasn't sure how she managed to avoid breaking her neck. She dropped her heavy load onto the desk, taking a seat and pulling the closest book towards her. It took 4 hours, 5 return trips up the ladder, and 18 more medical books before Alex finally found what she was after. Rubbing her strained eyes, she sat up with a jolt when she found the minuscule font hidden in the appendix of an impossibly thick tome. She leaned forward and squinted to make out the fine writing, her breathing coming quicker with each sentence. "Menada de Loranza," she read, before mentally translating as she went along. "The claiming of life creates a bond between one living being and another, enabling them to share energy in the most dire of physical health conditions." Anxious to get to what she needed, Alex skimmed a chunk of the summary that Avon had once described, not to mention Alex had experienced firsthand, and jumped right to the part she was after. With shaking hands and a thumping heart, she read on. "When the ritual is first performed, it is a battle of wills where the strongest mind wins out. Since the bond is used as a means of healing in extreme situations only, for those nearing death with no other option but to bind their life force to that of another, the healer will almost always be in a position where their will reigns supreme over the individual in need. Head spinning, Alex frantically eyed the page for anything that might help to free Jordan from the bond. To complete the ritual and claim the life of another, there must be a direct blood link between the giver and the receiver, between the healthy and the injured. A simple cut on the hand is the most common practice. However, any open wound will suffice. Joining their blood, the performer of the ritual must impress their will onto the mind of the recipient by mentally commanding the words, Tre Menada Sa. Alex then repeated the command in the common tongue, her voice barely a breath of sound. I claim you. Was that really all it took? It seemed too easy, too simple. Shaking her head, Alex skimmed over the next part detailing the claim's everlasting obedience to the Creator and the technicalities of how the link transferred life forces. What she was really looking for was right at the end, a single sentence confirming what Avon had already told her. Once the claimed has returned to good health, the creator of the bond may terminate the connection by joining blood again and mentally calling the words, Tre Gavaran Sa. Alex's voice hitched as she read the phrase that spilled like written hope across the page. I release you. After the claimed willingly accepts their release from the bond, neither party will retain any lasting effect. They will each be an individual entity once more, with no further connection between them. Alex felt tears well in her eyes. She still had to find a way to convince the Avon of the future to willingly release Jordan, but at least there was now hope that it truly was possible to free him. If she found the right leverage, perhaps Alex would be able to barter for his life. Avon had little use for her best friend other than as a means to hurt her. All she had to do was find something the Mayorin wanted more, something he was willing to trade in exchange for Jordan, perhaps Alex herself, if it came to that. Though she quickly realized that might very well lead to the catastrophic future the library prophesied. Ideas coming to her as swiftly as she swatted them away, Alex brushed a hand across her wet cheeks, drying her tears, and turned to read the final entry at the bottom of the page, this one written in a different hand. Addendum. As of the 3rd month in the year of the Desteroth, let it be known that any and all blood bonding rituals are hereby forbidden. To perform such an act on a living being will result in immediate execution. That's some heavy reading you've got there, Aelia, teased a voice in her ear. Startled, Alex snapped the book shut with a loud whoomp and spun around to find Avon directly behind her. She knew her eyes were wide and she could feel her heart thumping wildly in her chest, but her reaction wasn't uncalled for. Just how long had he been standing over her shoulder? How much had he read? What if? Still curious about Menada de Loranza? He asked, moving beside her to lean casually against the table. I can understand your fascination, especially given what you went through. Seeing she was lost for words, Avon reached out and took her left hand in his, uncurling her fingers until he could see the silvery scar slashed across her palm. It doesn't seem fair that you had to suffer the agony of Sarnoff poison when a simple bonding ritual would have healed you in a matter of minutes. You know what they say, Alex managed to choke out. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. In your case, no truer words can be said, Avon replied. Softly, oh so softly, he traced his fingers over her scar before releasing her hand altogether.
How you lived with those people for so many years? I'll never know. Your inner fire is something I envy, that strength of will within you. Taken off guard by his gentle, almost intimate touch, it took a moment for Alex to focus on his words. Last night was interesting, she offered, directing their conversation away from the danger zone of the claiming ritual. You have a lot of friends. I didn't realize there were so many other people willing to rebel against the king's consideration for mortals. A wondering light glistened in Avon's eyes. Willing to rebel? Alex looked at him strangely. Yeah? Isn't that what you're all doing? You're saying we're rebels? Avon, what? She trailed off as the translation washed over her, and she realized just how ridiculous this moment was in the paradigm of time. I like that, Avon mused in the common tongue, not waiting for her to finish her question. Rebels, we are the Garceth. Alex wasn't sure whether to laugh incredulously or punch herself in the face. Who would have thought it was she who originally gave Avon the name for his followers? She might as well have offered to have her teeth pulled out one by one, so acute was the horror of what she'd just done. But yes, Avon continued, essentially that is what we are. Ignoring your brief, unpleasant run-in with Scragan. Unpleasant run-in? Alex scoffed to herself, remembering the brute lunging for her. And that was after he'd suggested Avon take the throne for himself. Unpleasant didn't quite cover how she would describe their encounter. I'm glad you were able to see last night what we stand for, that our cause is just and valid. Can you disagree with that? I can, Alex said instantly. Avon's fervor dimmed and his expression morphed into disappointment, so she explained. There's a saying amongst mortals, don't bite the hand that feeds you. She paused to let that sink in and then continued. If you were to place a wolf cub in the care of a herd of sheep, that cub would grow up loving the sheep, not seeing them as its next meal. And if another wolf was to come along and threaten the cub's adopted family, can you blame that cub for doing whatever it could to protect its sheep, to protect its family? Avon's face softened again. We're your family now, Elia. Unwilling to let his declaration sway her, Alex responded, that's what the new wolf would likely say to the cub, too. They looked into each other's eyes for a long while, but soon Avon's lips moved up into a reluctant smile. Such loyalty, he said, sounding odd. Yet they'll never know how fortunate they are to have a cub like you protecting them. I still have to manage that feat, Alex said. Sensing it was time to let go of the heavy metaphor that meant more to her than Avon could yet know, she poked him lightly in the ribs and finished. And that's something I have a feeling you and your merry bunch of rebels will be making increasingly difficult for me. With a chuckle, all Avon said was, it will certainly be interesting to see if the wolf or the cub end up winning the battle for the sheep. Like an icy droplet of water, a shiver ran down her spine at the strikingly valid analogy. Avon pushed off the table, standing to his full height as he looked down at Alex, his expression thoughtful. You know, all this talk of wolves and sheep, it does beg the question, he said, reaching out to trace his fingers across the cover of the book Alex had slammed shut upon his arrival. Following his actions closely with her eyes, she asked, and what question is that? What if the sheep spent so much time with their cub that they started to think they'd rather be wolves themselves? Avon asked, his tone pensive. What if the real wolves had to find a way to control the sheep, to make sure they didn't try to become something more than they were? A sheep can never be a wolf, no matter how much it might wish to be. He gazed thoughtfully down at the closed book. What if the wolves discovered a way to keep the sheep in line? If they found a way to... He trailed off, his brow furrowed in thought. Avon? Alex breathed, her heart heavy with dread. Are we still talking about animals? Just as quietly he returned, you know we were never talking about animals, Elia. A fire lit in his eyes as he continued looking at the book, his expression calculating. I have to admit, he said in a voice so hushed Alex had to lean in to catch it, if it wasn't forbidden, I'd be curious as to the effect the Manada de Lorenza would have on a mortal. I don't believe it's ever been tested. It was then that fear took complete hold of Alex. That would be, you can't, it's not. She couldn't finish a single sentence, so acute was her distress at the idea that she might have been the catalyst for the future Avon's decision to start actively using the forbidden blood bonding ritual. Sensing her anguish, Avon hastily laughed off his words. Of course, no Mayaran would ever be immoral enough to attempt such an act, the stealing of one's will. He shook his head. I can't imagine anything worse. But it's a curious thing to hypothesize the potential influence on mortals, even if we'll never know the answer. He resolutely pushed the book away.
Now, Alaya, it seems I've been entirely distracted from the reason I originally came to find you." Feeling cold all over, Alex managed to pull herself together to ask, "And what reason is that?" "The best reason there is," he returned. "Food." "Food? I'm starving," he explained. "I'm meeting Niex at Daytalon, and between you and me, I'd much prefer your added company." He winked at her, and she forced herself to drudge up a smile, despite the ice still flooding her veins. "I'm not sure," she said, looking at the books laid on the table and hoping they would provide an excuse to avoid spending time with him. What she really needed was to get her thoughts in line and come to grips with just how badly she might be responsible for future Avon's deplorable actions. "I won't take no for an answer," he said, his dark mood all but gone in the face of his renewed cheerfulness. "You look like you're in desperate need of a break." Alex didn't doubt it. In fact, she felt so lightheaded that she wondered if she just might pass out. I'll, Avon interrupted, cutting off her next attempt at a refusal. He picked up another heavy book from the pile, one of the ancient history texts she'd collected. "I'm guessing you pulled this out for a reason." She hesitantly nodded, unsure what he was getting at. "Well, here's something you don't know about me." He leaned down to whisper, as if it were a secret. "I'm obsessed with history. I've read every book in this library on the subject. So I'll tell you what. If you come out to lunch with us for a little while, take a break from all this research, then I'll come back with you afterwards and answer any questions you have. That'll save you poring through book after book to find whatever you're looking for. Sound good?" Judging by his expression, there was no way Avon was going to accept an excuse. He actually wanted to spend time with her, as mental as that was. So she might as well take advantage of his offer. "I suppose I could have a short break," Alex said, shoving aside all thoughts of forbidden rituals as she stood to her feet. "But I'll warn you, I expect some quality answers when we get back here." "You have my word," Avon said, his voice lowering to finish. "I'll be all yours." Hours later, Alex was back in the library on her own again. True to Avon's word, after a casual and admittedly fun lunch with both him and Niex, the prince had returned Alex to the palace and spent the afternoon answering her questions. For the most part, she had been curious to finally learn something about the reference she'd heard only in passing, tiaras. Unfortunately, despite Avon's vast knowledge of history, he wasn't able to help her much because there was very little he knew himself regarding the world from which his people had originated.
Alex had found that difficult to believe at first. Certain the Mayarans would have a long account of how they had arrived in Medora and why. But Avon's frustration was clear when he admitted to wishing he knew more. Apparently, all records dating back to when his race was banished from Tiaoras were shared by word of mouth only and held as closely guarded secrets known only to the most ancient of Mayarans. Both fascinated and disappointed, Alex still managed to learn at least a few things from Avon, like how the Mayarans referenced the stars and light as verbal exclamations because, while they didn't hold to a higher religious belief per se, they acknowledged the supreme power of light and its ability to break through darkness. Even after Avon's explanation, Alex wasn't entirely sure if he'd been speaking figuratively or not. She was also surprised to learn that the library, Soraya de la Torre, was built by the Tiaorans, or perhaps, like the Mayarans, it was originally from Tiaoras. Avon was a tad sketchy on which version was true, again claiming his otherworldly history to be limited. But either way, the Library of Legend was also known by a second name in the lyrical language of the Tiaorans, Tue Londrade Esralana. Avon translated it to mean the Cascade of Light. But thanks to Zaraxis, who apparently spoke fluent Tiaoran, Alex internally corrected the name to actually mean the Fountain of Life. Regardless of which was more accurate, neither made sense to Alex, since the library wasn't a flowing source of water, light, or life. Even the Tiaoran's first name for it, the Light of the World, didn't fit. But hey, who was she to judge? So long as the library continued being a library and didn't suddenly up and transform into a river, she was okay calling it whatever they wanted. The last thing Avon was able to provide any information on was Aonara.
Again, his knowledge was annoyingly limited, telling her much the same as Roka, that the blade was wrought by the Tia Orens and known by many different titles. He also theorized that when it disappeared from sight, it most likely vanished into the Abrasa, biding its time until it was called back from the void. What he couldn't tell her was how that actually worked, or why it was bound to her to begin with. As for its new fiery development, Avon presumed, like Roka, that it was linked to her Veliana with Syraxis. When he asked to hold Ainara to see if he was right, Alex nearly broke out in hives, but she couldn't exactly say, "No way, Jose," and run madly out of the room. So she cautiously passed the pommel over to him by the tips of her fingers, careful not to let the flames burn him. The moment he held it in his hands, the fire disappeared, but Ainara didn't. Nervous for a number of reasons, Alex made up some joking speech about him stealing candy from a baby and laughingly asked for her pretty sword back. He just grinned at her and did as he requested, causing her to twitch with relief the moment the blade was back in her possession and released once again into the void. She still had many questions about Ainara and the Tia Orens, but she would just have to hope that the future might hold more answers for her. Perhaps, if Kaiden had already found out something about the weapon, she could trace the information back to the creators of Ainara and why they banished the Mayorins. It was a long shot, but there were clearly no more answers for her in the past, none easily open to her anyway. She could, of course, seek out an ancient Mayorin who remembered Tia Oras, but she feared drawing too much attention to herself and thought it best to discourage further unwanted scrutiny. Regardless of her decision to stop researching the Otherworlders, after following Avon to dinner, where they had a quiet meal alone with Astoff and Nita, Alex retreated to the library again, deciding that it couldn't hurt to take advantage of all that knowledge while she could. Avon offered an apology, saying he had to be elsewhere, and she knew by his meaningful glance he was off to meet with more Garseth. Alex was deep in the middle of reading about the past recorded instances of known Dracon bondings, none of which had occurred in over 1,000 years, none enacted with anyone other than an immortal, and none of whom were still alive today, when, just as she was turning the page, a hand came down on her shoulder. Letting out a girlish squeal of fright, Alex reacted on instinct and flew back from her chair, hissing in pain when her fingers slid along the edge of the page as she jumped to her feet. "Sorry, Alia," Roka said, laughing as he held his hands up in apology. "I didn't realize you were so out of it." "Jeez, Roka," Alex said, her adrenaline spiked. "Make some noise next time." She shook her stinging hand through the air, and noticing her reaction, he asked, "Are you all right?" "It's just a paper cut," she replied, distracted by trying to convince her nerves to settle again from her fright. "It sounds lame, but they hurt worse than stab wounds sometimes." "I truly didn't mean to scare you," Roka said, full of contrition. "Let me see the damage." "Really, I'm just being a wuss," she said, turning her finger around. "See, it's barely a scratch, just stings like hell." It was a mark of just how much she wasn't thinking that even when Roka's body locked, she still didn't realize the catastrophic enormity of what she had just done. Before she could offer up more reassurance to the suddenly stricken-looking Mayorin, his hand flashed out to grip her wrist, holding her arm in place. "Roka? What?" She trailed off when his eyes moved from her finger up to her face, and she read the emotions there. Confusion, fear, anger. Alex looked back at her hand and gasped loudly as belated understanding washed over her. She violently yanked her arm from his grip and curled her fingers tightly, hiding the minuscule drop of red, so very red, blood from view. But it was too late. The damage had been done. "Roka," she whispered, feeling her face pale. "Roka, please, I can explain." His eyes were wild. "What manner of deceit is this? Just give me a second and hear me out," Alex begged. Roka started backing away from her, but she followed quickly after him. "This is wrong," he said, his voice low, horrified. He stopped retreating and inhaled a staggered breath. "You're a Mayorin. I fought you as a Mayorin. You're bonded to a Dracon, and you can call forth the Valispoth, and yet you're blood. How can this be?" "Roka, please," Alex repeated urgently. "Just listen to what I—" His face darkened as his gaze locked on her still tightly fisted hand, betrayal hitting his eyes. "You lied to me. You've been lying to all of us. You're
"You're one of them, aren't you? Roka, answer me!" At his roar, Alex jumped in fright, her hand automatically opening again, allowing his gaze to narrow in on the small smear of red at the tip of her index finger. The fury blazing in his eyes caused Alex to tremble outwardly as prickles of electricity fired along her nerve endings. So acute was her feeling of dread. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know how to respond in the face of his wrath, in the face of her deceit. She mouthed his name, unable to call up any sound to form a response, and something in him snapped, sending him stumbling away from her. She reached out a hand to stop him, but it was too late. He activated the Valispath and disappeared without once looking back. Shaking fiercely, Alex reacted on instinct. She knew she was too upset to even think about being calm enough to tune into her Mayorin abilities and call up the Valispath, so she did the only thing she could. She bolted, running through the palace, hurtling past startled Mayorins going about their own business. Alex was blind to everything as she sprinted as fast as her legs could carry her.
"Alex, what's happened?" Her steps faltered as Zaraxus screamed into her mind, his voice filled with concern as he registered her fear. Barely keeping from tripping over her own feet, she continued her mad dash along the hallways and spiral staircases, answering him as she flew through the palace. "Zira, I was so stupid," she cried. "I need to get out of here. Where are you?" Heart pounding and panting heavily from fear, she answered, "Nearly back at my room. I'm on my way." That was all he said. He was coming for her. No questions, no hesitations. Almost dizzy from her whirlwind of emotions, Alex tore along the corridors, cursing the enormity of the Mayorin Palace and her limited human speed. Without being able to use the Valispath, it was a mission to get anywhere in a rush, but Alex still made it back to her room in record time, throwing the door open and slamming it behind her. She skidded to a halt and stood frozen in place, so terrified that she couldn't gather a clear thought as to what to do next. A massive shadow blocked the glow of the city under the moonlight, followed quickly by a thump as Zaraxus landed precariously on the edge of her balcony, his massive body barely able to maintain a foothold. Seeing him there, with his black scales melting into the night and his anxious eyes shining bright in the darkness, Alex didn't hesitate. She darted straight for him, taking a running leap to scramble up the side of his body. The moment she was secure with her arms gripping tightly at the base of his neck, she screamed, "Go! Go!" He didn't need any more encouragement to heave his body off the spiraling tower, free-falling until his wings caught a wind current and hoisted them back into the air. Only when the radiant city was far below them did Alex start to calm somewhat, the trembles running through her frame easing as the distance between her and Roka increased. "Show me, Alex," Zaraxus said gently, soaring them ever upwards through the night sky. Somehow he must have known she was beyond words, so she did as he asked, and sent him her memory with Roka, still in disbelief over her carelessness. For 10 days she had managed to avoid sparring with him so she could keep him from accidentally spilling her blood, and just like that, it was all over. She couldn't believe that of all things, to have given away her mortality, a minuscule paper cut was to blame. "I'm such a fool," Alex woefully said to Zaraxus. "I can't believe I did that." "You'll be okay," he told her. "I promise, everything will be okay." She didn't believe him, but she allowed herself to become lost in the sensations of the flight as his powerful wings carried her safely through the sky. Higher and higher they rose, until they broke through a cluster of clouds into the clear air above. Alex marveled at the expanse of stars stretching out across the horizon, and released a deep sigh of relief at seeing the floating islands of Draekora again, this time bathed in the light of the moon. "I didn't realize you were so close to Mia," Alex said, trying to keep her mind off Roka and what he was probably doing right now, who he was probably talking to. "We're almost directly above the city," Zaraxus confirmed, "but our lands are too high for even immortal eyes to see from the ground." Veering in an arc, the Draekon headed straight towards one of the smaller islands positioned to the side. From far away, Alex could see that one half of the land was bordered with a semicircled ring of snow-dusted mountains, at the base of which the remaining land stretched into what looked to be a multicolored glowing valley.
When they touched down in the center of the island, she was delighted to find herself surrounded by rolling pastures full of colorful bioluminescent wildflowers. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed, sliding off Syraxis and into the phosphorescent blossoms. Some of them came to her ankles, others rose on stems higher than her hips, but all of them were imaginably magical. "I thought you might like it here," Syraxis said, curling his haunches underneath him and resting his torso on the valley floor, squashing flowers beneath his heavy weight. The kaleidoscopic radiance bounced off his dark hide, creating shards of light that sparkled like glitter. Inhaling the sweet aroma of the flowers, Alex willed her body to relax as she cast her wandering gaze around the fairy tale-like meadow and sat cross-legged in front of her rainbow-lit Draekon. "Everything that could have gone wrong today went wrong," she admitted quietly, needing to get it all off her chest. "First, I think I inadvertently gave Avon the idea to start claiming humans, and believe me, Zira, that's not something I want on my conscience. And then I went and gave away that I'm mortal to Roka, who's on the edge of deciding whether or not he agrees with his brother's views regarding humans. This is not good. It's whatever comes after bad, because bad is nowhere near potent enough to describe the severity of the situation." Syraxis allowed her a moment to vent, not interrupting, but when she was done, he said, "You can't change what happened, Alex. All you can do is decide how you'll react to it." Alex plucked the nearest flower from the ground and began pulling off its glowing petals. "How am I supposed to react, Zira? What can I possibly do to fix any of this?" He moved his head closer, his eyes holding hers. "What makes you think anything needs fixing?" Alex made a spluttering noise. "Did you not see what happened with Roka, or hear what I said about Avon? Didn't Dega tell you that nothing you do here will change what happens in the future?" Alex opened her mouth, but then snapped it shut again, knowing he was right. Then she said, "Let's not forget I'm still stuck here for who knows how long. What am I supposed to do? Hide in Draekora until we leave?" "The night before last, you told me you made a deliberate decision to remain here when you could have returned to your time," Syraxis said. "You made that decision not knowing what you'd face in the time you have left here, but confident that this is where you needed to be. Am I right?" Alex offered a reluctant hum of agreement. "You can't change what happened with Roka and Avon today," Syraxis repeated, "but you might want to consider the possibility that the events played out exactly as they were supposed to." Shaking her head, Alex said, "It sounds like you're suggesting that what's happening here is predetermined, like all I'm doing is following a destiny already laid out for me, blindly walking a path without any say in the matter. But I can't accept that." "Why ever not?" "Because it implies I have no authority over my life." The Draekon rumbled with laughter. Frowning, she asked, "How is that funny?" "Alex," he said, "you're stuck in the past, where your actions affect the future, but don't change it. That means whatever you do here has already been done here by you." He laughed again. "I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but right now, right here, you don't have any power to choose what happens. Or rather, you do, but the power of choice you have will still lead to the future you know. Nothing you can do will change that, so you might as well embrace your lack of control and try to find some comfort in it." His words, though frustrating, made sense. That, and his reasoning matched Lady Mystique's as well. But Alex hated the idea that she might be responsible for so much of the pain that Avon would bring upon the future. She'd already provided him with a name for his notoriously murderous group, and given him cause to think about the claiming ritual. What else was she going to do? And how would he respond if Roka spilled the beans about her being mortal? "This is such a nightmare," Alex groaned, collapsing back onto the flowers and looking up into the star-strewn sky. Goosebumps covered her flesh from the crisp air, but she hardly felt the cold, mostly because her insides were still just as chilled after everything that had happened.
"Nightmare or not, you know what you have to do," Syraxis said, nudging her foot lightly with his muzzle. "I have to go back," Alex said in a bland tone. "I know that. I know I have to face Roka and explain. It's just—" She broke off into a heavy sigh before finishing. "Can we just stay here a few more minutes?" In a gentle voice, Syraxis replied, "We can stay as long as you need." It could have been minutes, or it could have been hours, but eventually Alex decided she was ready to face whatever might be waiting for her at the palace. She was glad for the time she'd been able to spend with Zaraxus, grateful for his support and quiet counsel. But she knew she couldn't avoid Roka forever. And sure enough, as soon as the Draekon landed on her balcony, Alex discovered she wouldn't have to wait long for the dreaded confrontation. "Will you be all right if I leave you?" Zaraxus asked, the two of them noting the mayor and prince sitting on her bed, hunched over with his head in his hands. His posture speaking volumes. She wanted to ask Zaraxus to stay, or to take her back up to the Enchanting Valley again, but she knew either of those options would only make things worse. "I'll be okay," she told him, hoping it was true. "But, maybe stay close, just in case." "I'm only a short flight away," he promised, nuzzling her with his big head before launching himself into the air. Inhaling deeply, Alex hesitantly walked into her room, her eyes on her feet even when she felt Roka tracking her every movement. The radiance from the city streamed in, and that, combined with the burning myras in the hearth, provided enough light for her to see, but only just. And yet, Roka didn't clap his hands to make the room brighter. Coming to a stand just a few paces from him, Alex wrapped her arms around herself, swallowed thickly, and found the courage to meet his eyes. She expected to find the same emotions from earlier there, confusion, fear, anger, but his face was guarded, making him impossible to read. When Roka finally spoke, his quiet words felt like they were shouted, so tense was the atmosphere. "I wasn't sure if you were going to come back." Just as quietly, Alex admitted, "I wasn't sure if I wasn't either." It would have been much easier for her to wait out her remaining days in Draekora with Zaraxus, but that didn't mean it would have been right. Why? 3 simple words from Roka, and Alex struggled to find an answer. "A lot of reasons," she said, "mostly because this is where I need to be." The shadows highlighted the moment he tightened his jaw, and also when he forced his muscles to relax. "I'm sorry, Aelia." Alex's body jolted with his apology, so surprised as she was to hear the quiet words from his mouth. "You're sorry? What can you possibly have to be sorry for?" His response was as instant as it was sure. "I shouldn't have taken off on you like that. I should have let you explain. You caught me off guard, but that's no excuse for how I reacted. I could have handled that much better." Shaking her head the whole time he spoke, Alex said, "Are you kidding? You just found out what you just found out. Your reaction was beyond justified." He looked at her carefully for a moment, seeming to come to a decision. He patted the spot beside him on her bed, gesturing for her to sit. "I'm ready to listen now," he said, "if you're still willing to explain." It was one of those invitations that wasn't quite an invitation, but still she was grateful for the illusion of choice, so she offered what little smile of thanks she could muster and took a seat at his side. Not sure where to start, but trusting that since the cat was already out of the bag, she might as well send the kittens on their way too, Alex decided to throw it all out there for him. "So, here's the thing," she said, keeping her voice low enough that no other Mayorin ears would be able to hear. "I'm not just human, I'm also from the future." She swore she could actually feel Roka's body solidify beside her, so she hurried on before she could chicken out. "I was on my Varungard when a series of events led to me being accidentally pulled into the Abrasa with Zaraxus, with the heir of Draekora. Since mortals can't survive the void, he had to create the Valiana bond with me to keep me alive. But we still became separated coming out this end, which is why, when I woke up here and none of you recognized me, I freaked out a bit. And fell off the side of the building, Alex decided not to mention. Because of my association with Maya in the future, when Lady Mysa, Aestega, met me in Draekora to explain a few things, she said it would be best for me to spend my time down here in the city until Zarak can return me to the future, which will happen as soon as he has the energy to open the Abrasa again, something in the next couple of weeks. You already know the rest. Aestega brought me straight from Draekora to the palace, where you all agreed to take me in and educate me in the ways of your people."
Alex thought she'd done well to summarize the main points so succinctly, but when she found the courage to look at Roka, she feared perhaps she'd given him too much, too quickly. Indeed, she wondered if he had stopped breathing, so still as he was. Roka, she called, you still with me? I'm here in the room, he answered, his voice strained. But that's all I can say. Okie-doke, Alex thought, figuring she'd maybe give him a moment. Inhaling deeply through his nose, Roka eventually gathered his thoughts enough to speak. Unfortunately, what he asked was the one thing Alex was hesitant to answer. How can you be human, yet still be able to call up the Veil's Path and fight with the strength and agility of a Mayorin? He asked. Not to mention, why were you undertaking the Varungard if you're mortal? I assume, in your future, he sounded incredulous just saying that, and Alex could relate. The trial is still used to decide who will become Zeltora? But how could a human ever be accepted into the elite guard? Deciding to answer the easiest part first, Alex said, I wasn't on the Varungard to try out for the guard. It was more to test my Mayorinness. In a dubious tone, he repeated, Your Mayorinness? Picking at a thread on the blanket beside her, Alex quietly asked, Who did you tell, Roka? About what happened today, I mean. There was a pause before he answered, No one, Ilia. After I cleared my head, I decided to wait to hear you out first. Alex nodded, hoping that would be the case, but hardly believing her luck. If I answer your question, you have to promise, you have to swear that what I tell you will go no further than us. She'd been staring at her fidgeting fingers, but when Roka reached out for her chin and turned her to face him, she didn't resist his gentle touch. His eyes were steady on hers when he said, I swear by the stars that I will keep whatever secrets you entrust to me. Biting her lip, Alex took in his open, honest expression and uncurled her left hand, showing him her scar. In the future, a very bad Mayorin is doing very bad things. Geez, I suck at this, Alex thought, wincing at her lame offering, but continuing anyway. This Mayorin needed something from me, but I wasn't willing to help, so he, or she, performed the Manada de la Ronza on me, claiming my will as their own. Roka's reaction was fierce, as horror overtook his features. But you're mortal. I am, Alex confirmed. And blood-bonding rituals are supposed to be forbidden on pain of death, Roka continued. Or does that change in the future? No, the claiming ritual is still very much forbidden, Alex said firmly. But this Mayorin no longer lives by the laws of Maya. They are an outcast, I suppose you could say, accountable to no one and caring nothing for right and wrong. She let that sink in and said, And it didn't matter that I was mortal. They started practicing the ritual on others of my kind long before my time. Others? Roka swallowed. You don't mean... I'm not the only mortal this Mayorin has bonded with, Alex answered.
They were actively seeking out gifted humans, people who your grandfather created Arcanai for, because with control over the mortals comes control over their gifts. But why? Roka asked, aghast. What could motivate anyone to do something so inherently evil? From what I understand, Alex said, being very careful with her words, they thought they were doing the right thing, at least to start with. Now I don't think they care. It's all in the name of vengeance now. Roka's face was so pale, even the shadows couldn't mask his horror. If this Mayorin is so malicious, how did you get them to release you from the bond? I know you wouldn't be here freely telling me all this if you were still claimed. No, I'm not bonded anymore, Alex confirmed, answering his unspoken question. But the Mayorin didn't willingly release me. In fact, I didn't even know anyone could be released from Manada de la Ronza until recently. But I'm hoping now that I do, I'll be able to find a way to free some of the other bonded humans when I get back to my time. But if the one who claimed you, then how? I'm gifted, Alex interrupted. I'm a student at Arcanai. I didn't know it when the ritual was performed on me, but it turns out I have a supernatural strength of will. My gift was triggered when I was under the influence of the claiming, allowing my willpower to break the bond between us. With a voice full of awe, Roka said, I've never heard of such a thing. Trust me, you're not the only one, Alex said, somewhat dryly. But in a roundabout way, what I'm trying to explain is that something in me changed when the bond was severed. Somehow, I ended up absorbing Mayeran characteristics that, even though I'm no longer claimed, I've still managed to retain. Roka made a pensive sound. I bet it's because you weren't willingly released. Sorry? From the bond, he clarified. From the accounts I've read, whenever a claimed Mayeran was willingly released by their healer, the grip of the ritual left them instantly. But since it sounds like you destroyed your bond by sheer strength of will, the life force that was claiming you left a trace residue behind. Almost like the difference between cutting a piece of cloth cleanly as opposed to ripping it and leaving frayed edges behind. Are you calling me a frayed edge, Roka? Alex asked, a small smile on her face. His return smile was brief, but she definitely saw a flash of it. Not you personally, Alia, but the effect of the Mayeran blood that was in your veins. Strangely enough, you and I have already had a similar conversation to this before, though neither of us made the connection to the willingly released part then. Still, it's good to understand that might be why the Mayeran abilities have stayed with me. As she spoke, Roka seemed to slump beside her. What's wrong? She asked, alarmed. Nothing, he said quickly. I'm just relieved. That's the first time you've mentioned the future me. I was worried. That you're dead? Alex guessed. He let out a startled chuckle. No, I was worried I might have been the outcast Mayeran claiming mortals. It was Alex's turn to stiffen in shock. Why would you say that? His shoulders rose and fell. Very few people have access to the knowledge of how to perform Manada de Laranza anymore. I'm one of them. You can't blame me for being concerned. Looking at him with undisguised disbelief, Alex demanded, Do you really think I'd be sitting here with you if your future self had done all that to me? If anything, Roka's relief only grew. I'm guessing, since you're so friendly with the others, none of them are to blame either, he deduced, incorrectly. How about you stop trying to guess who it might be? Alex said, her tone stating that it wasn't just a suggestion. You're right, I'm sorry, he hastily apologized. Let's go back to your Mayeran abilities. Is it because of them that East Defa wanted you to stay in Maya, so we could teach you how to utilize them? Alex nodded, relieved that he was able to come to the conclusion on his own. The changes in me are relatively new, she told him. In my time, you were only just about to start training me, teaching me to be a Mayeran, I guess you could say. It's not natural for you, I take it. I have to concentrate really hard, Alex admitted. That first day you were here and we sparred, Roka mused, his eyes unfocused. You needed a moment before we could fight. I needed a moment, otherwise you probably would have killed me, Alex returned pointedly. Every time I call up the Valaspath or do some stupid stunt like jump off a waterfall, I have to first center myself to trigger the blood in my veins. I have to stop and listen and breathe until it sort of kicks over from human to Mayeran. She shook her head at herself. It sounds weird, I know it does, but I don't know how else to explain it. Should I ask why you need to have the strength and skills of an immortal? Why you need to move and fight like one of our race? Trying for a casual tone when she felt anything but, Alex quirked up her lips and joked, Someone's got to keep you crazy Mayerans in line. It was clear the prince saw straight through her act, but he didn't press her, likely guessing it involved the malicious Mayeran of the future. Well, I guess there's only one thing we can do then, he said instead. Alex raised her eyebrows in question. We have to follow through with what East Dega asked, Roka said, and teach you how to be a Mayeran. Not entirely sure if that was a good idea anymore, Alex started to argue. Roka, am I correct in assuming that during our first sparring session you panicked, fearing I might draw your blood? She nodded slowly. And that's why you've been avoiding fighting me ever since? Can you blame me? He chuckled lightly, and she felt a weight lift off her chest at the hearty, genuine sound. He wasn't forcing it for her benefit, he was just Roka. No, Alia, I can't blame you, given how I reacted earlier today. About that, rushing to assure her, he said, I won't tell anyone. I gave you my word. It's not that, Alex said, though she was definitely relieved. It's just, are you, okay?
I mean, I have been lying to you for the past 10 days, and my secret is not something small. I'm mortal, Roka. I'm human. That's like buying a pet dog and going home to find it's really a cat dressed up as a puppy. No one wants to own a cat disguised as a puppy. Most people don't even want to own a cat that looks like a cat. Thankfully, Roka chose to ignore her strange analogy and focused on what was more important. I don't know what you are, Aelia, he said, lifting her hand and looking at her scar, then flicking his gaze along her forearm, showing the glow of her bond with Syraxis. But human, Mayorin, Draekoran, or otherwise, I don't care. East Dago wouldn't have asked us to help you without reason, and now that I know the truth, you don't have to hide anymore. Not from me. I'll train you here, just as I would have done in the future. He pursed his lips thoughtfully and amended his tenses, just as I'm sure I will do in the future. Her eyes swimming, Alex had to blink to keep her grateful tears at bay. Roka, what you're offering? You don't know. Is it important? He interrupted. You're learning how to control your Mayorin abilities? Very, Alex replied quietly. Then that's all that matters. There's nothing else I need to know. With calm determination, he stood to his feet, holding out a hand to Alex. She looked at it in question. Well, come on then, he said, gesturing for her to take it. You said you'll be returning to the future as soon as your Draken can vantage. We don't have any time to waste. Alex's eyes were wide when she guessed, You want to start my training now? It's after midnight. Are you tired? Roka instantly returned. Well, no, Alex admitted. In fact, she was wired with adrenaline after the events of her evening. Roka grinned. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go see if we can turn a mortal into a Mayorin.
Are you with me? Looking from his open fingers to his bright eyes and reading the challenge in them, Alex inhaled deeply and said, Yeah, Roka, I'm with you. If Alex thought hours of sparring with Roka every single day would transform her into a Maverin fighting machine, she would have been wrong. Very, very wrong. The truth was, as much as she appreciated his instruction, and as much as she was learning from him, she didn't actually feel she was getting anywhere. And as hard as it was to admit it, that was because of Roka. To put it simply, he was babying her. She felt as if every time they fought, it was like he walked on eggshells around her, excruciatingly aware of her mortality. Every move he made, every attack, every single motion was carefully controlled so as to not cause even the smallest bruise. Alex wasn't sure if it was because this Roka was much younger or because he'd spent so little time around mortals and didn't want to accidentally harm her. But either way, the next 7 days of training benefited her much less than she would have liked. A big part of the problem was that he was of the opinion she needed time to warm up and become familiar with her Maverin abilities before he was willing to outright assault her. She, however, argued that there wouldn't be any warming up in a life-and-death situation, and that was what she needed to be preparing herself for. She even mentioned that in the future, he had fought her blindfolded and fully armed the first time they'd met, just to prove that she was able to fight like a Maverin. Needless to say, Roka was horrified to hear he'd attacked a helpless mortal in such a way. Alex didn't speak to him for a day after that remark, though she did feel better after throwing a wooden practice sword at his head. It didn't matter that he reflexively ducked in time, her action was still cathartic. Aside from her growing frustration at her lack of progress, Alex's week wasn't a complete write-off. Thanks to all the hours she spent sparring with Roka, regardless of how basic those attempts at fighting were, she was using her Maverin abilities more frequently than ever before, which meant they were coming more naturally to her now. It still took time to enter the zone, as she called it, but she was noticeably faster each time she tried. Despite that, after a whole week of training, Alex was neither comfortable nor confident with her ability to access Avon's blood in her veins, and that royally sucked. So, to get her mind off her snail-like improvement, Alex spent her downtime with Kaya, Avon, and Niax. Roka, too, when he was free, though with the Garseth becoming increasingly prominent on the city streets, the prince was busier than ever trying to play peacemaker with the rebels and preventing Astafi from recognizing Avon's involvement. Alex didn't know why Roka bothered, since she was certain the king had to be aware that his youngest son was at least in cahoots with, if not the leader of, the anti-mortals. But she admired Roka's dedication to keeping his family intact, and figured it best to let him remain committed for as long as possible before all hell broke loose on House Delmarda. The good news was that disaster wouldn't be unfolding anytime soon. The day Roka and Kaya had disappeared turned out to be because they'd visited the ruling human monarchies of Medora, there were 4 of them in the current time, to ask that they hold off from visiting Maya until the political climate had calmed. The trade agreement was still in place, but until the anti-mortal propaganda quietened, all exchanges of wares would happen outside of the city on human soil. Since DC's recount of history claimed that Avon's massacre happened in front of the Maverin Palace the next time a trading group of humans visited, Alex was thankful to know she at least wouldn't have to witness it happening in the short time she had left in the past. As for Avon himself, he'd been a constant in Alex's life over the past week. After her daily breakfasts with the Queen, a rendezvous Nieta seemed to especially treasure, no matter where Alex was or what she was doing, Avon always sought her out for lunch. Most days someone else joined them, Nix, Kaya, or Roka if he could swing it. Sometimes all 3 managed to come along, and those were the lunches Alex loved the most. She was still homesick for those she'd left in the future, but there were moments when she would laugh so hard at her Maverin friend's antics that she nearly cried, particularly when Nix's attempts to be debonair were crushed by Avon's relentless wit. Then there was the equally hilarious development between Roka and Kaya that had only become more noticeable since their day trip around Medora. Now as awkward as a pair of opposing magnets, Alex was certain something must have happened between them. Not that they'd ever tell her. Though Roka did look at Alex appraisingly the first time she badgered him for details, and she hastily retreated after realizing that since he now knew she was from the future, he'd likely put the pieces together. Other than that particular oops moment, the rest of her week outside of training was reasonably uneventful, apart from Nix's mysterious disappearance 3 days ago. When Alex questioned his whereabouts, disguising her concern as mere curiosity, Avon reassured her that he was out hunting in the forest and would be back soon. It was something Nix often did, apparently, disappearing only to return later with his spoils, just like a cat leaving a mouse on the doorstep of its master. Alex chuckled at the thought of Nix slinking back home with a rodent between his teeth. Somehow she doubted that was the kind of hunting he was doing, even if the mental picture was entertaining. Apart from sparring with Roka, breakfasting with Nieta, hanging out with Avon, Nix, and Kaya, and continuing to dine with the whole royal family and whatever council members might be in attendance, the rest of Alex's time was spent helping organize the upcoming end-of-summer festival. She blamed Kaya for roping her into it, since the Maverin had claimed Alex was no longer paying attention to her theory lessons, so she might as well do something useful with her time. When Avon, who was in charge of organizing the festival, overheard this, he jumped on the idea of Alex's assistance, dragging Kaya along too, much to her disgruntlement. Avon made it sound as though the whole city would be taking part in the celebration, filling the palace to capacity until the Maverin spilled into one massive street party. Given the scale of the event, Alex had been apprehensive to help at first, but it turned out that with Astafi and Nieta's, mostly Nieta's, last-minute decision to finish the banquet with a masquerade ball, Avon needed all the help he could get when it came to the only part of the night's planning he considered to be outside of his expertise: fashion. The rest was covered, from the food to the music and everything in between. But when it came to the clothes that the royal family would be gifting to every one of their citizens to wear for the celebration, he was at a loss and happy to delegate that mammoth task to Alex and Kaya's governance. With neither of them having any idea where to start, they were both relieved when the Queen took up the cause alongside them, launching herself into fashionista mother-hen mode. Between the 3 of them, and a host of other helpers, including the king himself at times, within 7 days they worked wonders, having the production of thousands of decadently formal outfits and masks well on their way to completion. Feathers and frills, silks and sparkles, their innovative creations stretched the boundaries of fashion, resulting in unparalleled miracles of design. Avon, in Alex's mind, owed them big time, even if she came to enjoy their haphazard planning sessions surrounded by scrawled drawings and fabric samples.
It was the most girlishly carefree she'd felt in a long time, and she reveled in the feeling. With only 8 days to go, she knew they were well on their way to experiencing the best-dressed festival in the history of Maya, and Alex couldn't wait to be a part of it. Presuming, of course, that she was still in the past when that time came. Zaraxis had yet to give her a solid idea of when he'd be ready to return her to the future, but every day he assured her he was getting stronger, which meant they were drawing nearer to the time when she'd have to leave her new friends behind, half of whom, in the future, wanted her dead. But that, she knew, was a problem for another day. As for now, she would live in the moment, enjoying her time in the past while it lasted. "I have something to tell you," Roka said, ducking his head to avoid the blur of Alex's wooden sword slashing through the air, "and you're not going to like it." "There are a lot of things I seem to not like," Alex said, targeting his torso this time, especially when they come with a warning like that. She parried to the right, to the left, and then left again, with Roka effortlessly meeting her attempts with his own dummy sword. It was beyond frustrating, considering she was currently keyed into her Mayaran power, and still she wasn't offering up any kind of worthwhile assault against him. "Come on, Roka, attack me!" she cried for what felt like the 1,000th time that week. Everything they were currently doing, or not doing, was messing with her psychologically. From the knowledge that Roka would never hurt her, to the craptastic wooden swords that wouldn't slice butter. She only hoped the Roka of the future would give her a better run for her money, especially if his past self continued to suck so badly as a teacher. "Just hold on for a second," he said, relaxing his stance and dropping his sword arm. "You know I can multitask," she huffed out. "I'm able to carry on a conversation while we fight, if that's what you want to call what we're doing." Inside the domed Myrock's barrier, no one else could watch or hear them, which was both a blessing and a curse. A blessing because it kept Alex's mortality a secret, but a curse because it kept Roka treating her like she was made of glass. Alex wondered, not for the first time, whether he'd finally take the kid gloves off if she surprised him with a public attack. But since she couldn't risk getting a scratch and exposing her humanity, her hands were tied. At least until she became really desperate. "Maybe I'm the one who can't multitask," Roka said. "Or maybe I just want your full attention." "Then say what you have to say so we can get on with it," Alex said, crossing her arms. If she'd held a real blade in her hands, she would have sliced open her stomach with the move, but the wooden toy barely snagged on her outfit, so blunt as it was. "I'm going to be away from the palace for the next few days," Roka said. "A fresh round of recruits just finished their Varungard and have been accepted into the Zeltora, and it's up to me to make sure they all start their training on the right foot." Disappointment washed over Alex. Even if her time with Roka wasn't progressing at a speed she would like, anything was better than nothing. "Are you sure you're the best person for that job?" she asked, raising a skeptical brow. "Or do you like your elite guards using wooden swords to protect your kingdom?" Thankfully, he grinned and accepted the dig with grace. "Don't worry, Aelia. Unlike you, I'm confident they won't trip over their own feet and impale themselves if I let them use proper weapons in their training. It's real steel for them." "You," Alex said, narrowing her eyes, "are not very nice." He laughed out loud, and she glared all the more for it. "Why are you the one who has to start their training anyway?" she grumbled. "Teaching the newbies doesn't seem like something a prince should have to do." "Normally, the head of the guard would take on that responsibility, but since our previous leader stepped down and we haven't found anyone to take her place yet, the duty falls to me," Roka explained. "I only need to get them settled, and then others in the guard will take over their training from there on out. I'll be gone a few days at most, but I wanted you to know so you don't think I've abandoned our mission here." "Mission aside, you know who would make a great new leader of the Zeltora," Alex said casually. Roka's tone was wry when he replied, "Let me guess, Zane Araya?" Smiling widely, Alex said, "It's like you read my mind." The prince looked like he wasn't sure whether he was more amused or exasperated. "Or maybe it's because you've been saying it for over 2 weeks now." "Have I? My, how time flies. Aelia, Roka, has it occurred to you that perhaps since, I'm from the future, Alex said with glaring emphasis, that maybe I know what I'm talking about? Of course it's occurred to me, Roka returned instantly. But short of conscripting him unwillingly into service, there's nothing I can do. He has to want to become Zeltora. No one can make him. And believe me, Aelia, with his history, the chance of him ever making that decision seems impossible to me, regardless of what you imply the future holds. He wasn't always a criminal, you know. As much as I disagree with what he does, I can't blame him for traveling down that path, not after everything that happened to him. Alex didn't like the sound of that at all. What are you talking about? What happened to him? Roka shook his head. That's not my story to share, nor do I even know the full extent of it. Just trust me when I say I'm doing everything to follow through on my end of the deal to convince him to join the ranks of the Guard. But at the end of the day, I can only do so much. While frustrated, Alex nodded reluctantly. Okay, fine. I'll leave that one with you, she said. And since you're deserting me, what are my chances of convincing you to fight me properly now, enough that I at least get a bruise to show we actually fought? Consider it a gift to apologize for your upcoming negligence. What do you say? Only you would consider the idea of me injuring you a gift. Punched with love, Alex said solemnly, but she was unable to keep a straight face when Roka rolled his eyes. Here's a compromise, he said. If you can disarm me in the next 10 minutes, I'll give you one match with a real sword before we call it quits for the night. That's not a compromise, Alex argued. You know there's no way I'll be able to disarm you. Take it or leave it, Aelia. This is a sucky deal, she grumbled in acceptance. She tried her best to disarm him, but with his strength and agility so completely natural to him, all he had to do was duck and dodge and swivel away from her, keeping her at arm's length the whole time. She didn't come close to separating him from his sword, let alone landing a single hit on him. With an apologetic shrug at the end of the 10 minutes, he promised to dedicate more time to their sparring once he returned. He then squeezed her shoulder, knowing how unsatisfied she was, and escorted her to her room. Disappointed and edgy with unused adrenaline, Alex knew she wouldn't be able to sleep anytime soon. She needed to go out and clear her head, get some fresh air. Ideally, she would love to go flying with Zaraxis, but when she called to him, he warned her that a storm was coming, and unless she wanted to risk ending up on the back of a roasted chicken, she would have to wait until it passed. Sighing, Alex stepped out onto her balcony and looked off into the night. True enough, far on the horizon beyond the golden cliffs and distant forests, she saw the telltale flash of lightning high up in the sky. But it was still a long way from reaching them. Coming to a quick decision, Alex grabbed a cloak and stepped out of her room. Still attuned to her Mayoran senses from her time with Roka, she called up the Valis path, directing it until she came to a rest atop the cliffs overlooking the city. Taking a seat on the edge of the rocky precipice, Alex pushed back her hood to feel the night breeze in her hair and brazenly dangled her legs over the side, confident for once in her ability to call up the eternal path again should the ledge crumble beneath her. Looking down, she chuckled at the memory of her first experience using the Valis path, when the future Kaya deviously made Alex, Jordan, Bear, and DC jump off the cliffs and onto the invisible path. Alex now knew that the stunt hadn't been necessary at all, since Kaya could have easily activated the Valis path from atop the cliffs, or even back at Raylia, and saved them all from shaving 10 years off their lives from shock alone. Feeling nostalgic, Alex wondered what her friends would be doing right now if they weren't frozen in time, if Bear and DC would be busy concocting plans between classes to rescue both Jordan and herself. She knew they wouldn't give up on either of them, that her friends would travel to the end of the world if it meant the four of them could be together again. A sick taste entered Alex's mouth as she thought about Jordan and the horrors he'd endured being bonded to Avon for a number of weeks before the showdown in Raylia. More than ever before, she was determined to save him from being claimed. She just had to figure out how to convince Avon to willingly release him.
With her thoughts drifting over her parents, her teachers, and lingering perhaps a little too long on Caden, Alex sat for what might have been hours, watching the moonlight bounce off the Myrox. Even when the storm clouds started rolling over, the brilliance of the city didn't dim, so radiant was the silvery metal on its own. When Alex felt a water droplet tickle and roll down her forehead, she knew it was time to head back to the palace, unwilling to linger further and risk having to use the Valis path in the impending electrical storm. Carefully wiggling away from the edge, Alex made sure she was stable enough before she pushed up to her feet. As she did so, the rain started sprinkling, not quite heavy yet, but enough to be a nuisance. Since she'd been sitting there for so long, she had to take a few moments to clear her mind and tune in to her Mayoran senses again, and when she did, she was just about to activate the Valis path when a noise caused her to pause. It sounded like a moan, coming from the forest. Frowning, Alex channeled her inner B-grade horror movie skills and called out, "Hello? Is someone out there?" When no answer came, she figured her imagination had been playing a trick on her, but then she heard it again, followed by what sounded like something crashing through the bushes. Not sure whether to take off or investigate, she didn't have time to make a decision before a dark figure stumbled out of the dense trees, collapsing in a heap barely 10 feet from where she stood. That was the moment the heavens decided to open, the rain falling down in earnest now as a crackle of thunder rumbled overhead and the storm blew in at an alarming speed. But Alex didn't move, couldn't move, because a flash of lightning highlighted with startling clarity exactly who the figure was. It was Nyx, and he was covered in blood. "Nyx!" Alex cried, rushing over to him and sinking to her knees at his side. "Nyx! Nyx, look at me!" When she rolled him over to face her, she let out a loud gasp as he moaned in agony. 4 long slashes, like claw marks, ripped through his clothes and tore into his flesh. The lines traveled across from his right hip all the way up to his left shoulder, diagonally dissecting his chest. But as gruesome as the injury was, that wasn't what had caused Alex to gasp, nor was it the amount of silver blood spilling out. No, what caused her to gasp was the murky brown liquid the rain was quickly washing off his body. Because she knew exactly what it was. Heedless of the risk to her own health, she reached out in order to put pressure on the wound and draw him close enough for the Valis path, but with a shout of pain, Nyx jerked violently away before she could touch him. "Don't," he panted out, "can't touch me." "Nyx, I need to get you out of here," Alex said, talking to him as she would a wounded animal, low and calm. "You need to let me help you." "Don't," he struggled to tell her, "Sarnoff blood." Alex felt a shudder go through her at his confirmation of what the murky goo washing from his wound was. Thanks to Avon's blood in her veins, if her skin made contact with it, she would be almost as debilitated as Nyx. It's not as bad as it seems," she lied, reaching for his face instead and running a soothing hand across his cheek and through his dark hair. Even in the rain she could tell he was sweating feverishly, something she had never seen a Mayoran do before. He needed help, and he needed it immediately. "I'll be right back," she said as an idea came to her, and she tore off into the forest. She was back by his side in a blur of movement thanks to her Mayoran speed, carrying a whole armful of Lyandra with her. Knowing he was beyond able to chew the flower, she summoned Ainara and sliced open a bulb, the sticky liquid within dribbling down her fingers and merging with the ever-increasing rain. Moving it to trickle onto his wounds, she continued cutting bulbs until the Lyandra coated his chest like honey. She then sliced her final flower and carefully took Nyx's head in her hands, gently lifting his face and urging him to swallow the healing liquid. Hacking and spluttering, he could barely manage a whole mouthful. "You're going to be fine," Alex told him, steeling her voice to mask how much she was shaking inside. "Won't work," Nyx panted. "Just helps pain." "Don't be ridiculous," she told him, stemming her rising panic at his words. "Lyandra can heal anything." "Not Sarnoff blood," Nyx said. "Nothing can fix." "Not true," Alex said, trying to come off as confident when she felt nothing of the sort. "I have a friend who was poisoned and he's perfectly fine now." But Zane had nearly died, or so he told Alex. It was only because of Fletcher that the Mayoran had managed to survive the arrow to his shoulder. The problem was, Alex had no idea how Fletcher had saved him.
"Look," Alex said, hands shaking, "the Sarnoff blood's all washed away now. I'm going to get you back to the palaces. Someone there will know how to help you." She reached under him to pull him up enough to wrap an arm around his shoulders, drawing him close and forcing herself to ignore his agonizing moans. "Can't save me," he puffed. "Going to die." Despite her concern, Alex was certain that wasn't true. Nix remained alive in the future, so she knew he would survive this. "You are not going to die," she told him adamantly, giving him a small shake to bring her point home. And yet, it was then, with shocking clarity, that a memory came to her. The sound of Avon's voice after he first saw her claiming scar and heard her lie about its cause. "I've never heard of anyone surviving Sarnoff blood poisoning." That wasn't all he'd said. It was his next words that had Alex trembling hard enough that Nix groaned and tried to pull away from her, jostling his injured body. "I've never heard of anyone surviving Sarnoff blood poisoning," Avon had said, only to finish without Manada de Laranza being performed on them. Looking down at her rapidly fading friend, Alex was panting almost as hard as he was as she waged a mental war with herself. Was it possible that Nix truly wouldn't survive the poison unless she helped him? Unless she shared her life force with him? Unless she claimed him? It was an abhorrent thought, and she couldn't believe she was even considering the idea, especially given that she had first-hand experience with the effects of the bonding. And yet, she also knew he was right.
If she didn't try to claim him and share her energy with him, he was going to die. Maybe if she got him back to the palace, someone else would be willing to do the ritual. Maybe she could convince them to break the law, and maybe they'd be willing to risk execution in order to save his life. But Alex knew it was a long shot. And looking at how quickly Nix was fading in her arms, she doubted he would last until she found someone to help. His life was literally in her hands. It was then that another memory hit her, one of him speaking to her from the darkness of his future prison cell. "A life for a life. I'm now absolved of my debt." "I can't believe this," Alex said, looking down at him through rain-blurred, impossibly wide eyes. "I can't believe I'm even thinking this." But despite her disbelief, there was no way she was going to let her friend die, even knowing the murderer he would become. That wasn't who he was, not yet. And if she didn't do everything she could to save him now, then that would make her just as evil as his future self. When Nix released a gurgling, ragged breath that sounded disturbingly bloody to her ears, Alex knew it was now or never. "Please don't hate me for this," she whispered to him as she reached for Inara. "Or do hate me, if you must, just as long as you stay alive." Before she could talk herself out of it, Alex sliced the ice-like dagger in a line above the scar already on her palm. She hissed at the pain it caused and steadfastly ignored Nick's horror-stricken face as he took in her glaringly obvious mortal blood mixing with the rain and flowing to the earth. "Elia, what? Shh," Alex told him. "Save your strength." Mentally, she added, "We're both going to need it." Having only a vague idea of what to do and no guarantee other than her knowledge of Nick's being alive in her future, Alex reached out her noticeably quaking hand and placed her bloodied palm against the torn flesh over his heart. "What?" he tried to say, but then his eyes rolled to the back of his head and he released one final, gurgling exhale. "Nix?" Alex whispered, pressing down hard on his skin, their blood mixing together, dark and light. He didn't respond, nor did he inhale. His chest remained still under her fingers. "No, Nix!" Known she was out of time, Alex didn't think, she just acted. Screaming the claiming words in her mind, she focused them outwardly in the same way she would call to Zeraxis. "Trey, Minada, say, Nix!" With rain soaking their bodies and lightning streaking overhead, Alex leaned in above his deathly still form. For a fraction of a second, she feared it hadn't worked, that perhaps she had to be Mechaliran to pull off the ritual. But then her mind suddenly blanked, with her subconsciousness floating out of her like some kind of out-of-body experience, and she was pulled into what she instinctively knew was Nix's mind.
surrounded by the darkness of his swiftly fading thoughts as he moved closer and closer to death, she repeated her words with more urgency than she'd ever thought possible. "Trey, Minada, say, Nix!" she yelled, impressing her will upon his. "I claim you!" In an instant, she was yanked from the darkness and back into her own mind as a burning sensation ripped across her torso. The feeling was so intense that she cried out in pain and hunched over his body, unable to hold her weight against the agony shooting through her nerve endings. A scream tore from her throat as inch by inch she felt her flesh being slashed open from her right hip to her left shoulder. Her free hand moved to press against her stomach, but all she felt were her rain-soaked clothes. She reached under the material, certain she would discover the gaping edges of shredded flesh, but there was nothing there, no wound at all, just phantom pain. Meanwhile, Nix's real claw marks began to pulsate with a soft, shimmering glow, a glow that was mirrored on Alex's unmarred skin in 4 distinct diagonal slashes. Heaving ragged breaths as strength drained from her body at an alarming rate, the pain Alex felt was excruciating enough to make her wonder what would happen to her future if she died in the past. Unlike with Nix, she had no guarantee that she would survive to see another day in her real time. For all she knew, she was never going to make it back home. And if that happened, she wasn't the only one whose life would be forfeit. "Alex!" came Zaraxis's cry, his voice more panicked than ever. "Alex, what did you do?" "Zyra," she called, and even her mental voice sounded weak against the absolute agony rippling through her. "Zyra, I'm so sorry." She somehow summoned the strength to send him the memory of her actions. In return, he bellowed out a deep, anxious roar. But that was all she was able to hear from him because a burning like nothing she'd ever felt before scorched across the flesh of her torso, ripping another scream through her vocal cords. The glow of the claw marks intensified to a nearly blinding flash, blending with the lightning now beginning to streak around them. The last thing Alex saw before she succumbed to unconsciousness was the glow disappearing as Nix's wounds began to seal. His body convulsed beneath hers, his chest rose with a great, shuddering gasp, and then Alex knew no more. "Alex, wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" Bolting upright, Alex's heart thudded in her chest as she came to her senses. "Zyra, what happened? How did... Is Nix? Where? What?" Her head was throbbing, and she struggled to string a complete thought together. All she could tell was that she was back in her room at the palace. The storm was raging over the city, much fiercer now than when she'd been up on the Golden Cliffs, and her clothes were still sopping, soaking through to her bed. "What were you thinking, Alex? Are you crazy?" Zyra demanded. "That's still up for debate," she returned, casting her eyes around the room until they came to rest on the motionless body slumped against the wall beside her unlit fireplace, knees raised, head pillowed between crossed arms. Alex's pulse stuttered as she quickly told Zaraxis, "Listen, I can't talk right now. I'll check in again later." "You better," the Draken threatened, "because storm or not, I'll fly down there and make you talk if you don't." And with that warning, his presence left her mind. Alex slid off the bed, rising on wobbly legs, and moved towards the figure huddled near the fireplace. "Don't come any closer." The words came out as harshly as the crack of a whip in the silence of the room. "Nix," Alex pleaded, halting mid-step. His head came up and he stared straight at her, his eyes like blazing purple fire. Alex had never seen him look so ravaged, like he had no idea what to think, what to feel, what to say or do. Gone was the confident, cocky Nix she'd come to be so fond of. In his place was someone clearly waging an inner battle. "You saved my life," he said, his voice brittle. "That's the only reason." He broke off, swallowed, and tried again. "It's the only reason I brought you back here and haven't told anyone what you did, what you are." Alex fisted her hand around her new scar, knowing that her flesh was as healed as it had previously been, but also aware that Nix hadn't failed to see the red of her blood, even as close to death as he had been. "Nix," she whispered, but he cut her off. "There's nothing you can say that would make any of this okay." Alex agreed with him, but she also didn't. She chose to ignore her mortality for the moment and simply said, "I couldn't let you die." "So you claimed me?" he demanded, rising to his feet, his clawed shirt hanging in tatters. "Are you insane? Now we're both going to die. They'll execute us for what you've done. You do realize that, don't you?" Alex shook her head. "No one has to find out. I'll free you from the bond, and no one but us will ever know it happened." Nix released a bitter laugh. "If you believe that, you're only lying to yourself. We both know you won't free me, not as long as I know your little mortal secret."
As if being stabbed by a dagger, Alex felt the full force of his words like the blow they were. Because he was right. She'd been so consumed by saving his life that she hadn't thought beyond that, hadn't worried about the repercussions of her actions. It was one thing for Roka to know the truth about her, Roka, who she had faith in and knew would never do anything to harm her. But Nix was a wild card. Not only that, he was Evan's best friend. And if the leader of the Garcith discovered the truth about Alex, she couldn't bear to think about what might happen. "I'll release you," Alex promised, her voice shaking. "Of course I will, Nix. It's just—" "Just what, Aelia?" he asked, a sneer on his beautiful face. "Just that you can't right now? That it's not a good time? Well, guess what, sweetheart? That excuse is going to get real old, real fast." "Nix, but it won't matter, will it?" he went on, prowling her way. "Because you can make it so I don't care. You can make it so I forget why I'd want to care. Stars, you can make me do whatever you want." He threw his hands up, his fury palpable as he continued stalking towards her. Sensing it was time to retreat, Alex backed away in the direction of her balcony. "Nix, please," she said, her tone uneasy. "You know me. You know I won't do anything like that to you." He paused mid-step. "I know you?" he repeated in a low voice. "Do you really think that's your best argument right now?" A flicker of anger sparked in Alex, but she knew she had to stay calm and reasonable. "Despite the fact that I saved your life, I know you have every right to be mad about what I did." "Why in the name of the light would I be mad, Aelia?" he asked, his tone simmering. "Maybe because you stole my will from me?" Alex flinched as he bellowed the words, thankful that the rain was coming down in heavy sheets loud enough to protect them from any eavesdropping, immortal ears. "You're angry," Alex said. "I get that. Believe me, I do." And she did, having experienced the disturbing puppet-like effect of the bond herself. "I'm not angry," Nix shouted. "I'm furious." Let's just take a moment and breathe," Alex suggested in the face of his wrath as she reached the edge of her room. If she retreated any further, she would have to step out onto the balcony into the rain. But Nix didn't stop his advance, so she raised her hands in front of her, trying to ward him off. "You're in shock. Of course you are. But please, let's just talk about this." "Do you have any idea what you've done?" he roared in her face. That was when Alex's spark of anger flared, prompting her to yell right back at him. "Stop it, Nix. Take a breath and calm down." She felt it the moment it happened. It was like there was a tugging sensation, an invisible piece of string moving from her scarred palm and attaching to Nick's chest where she'd created the bond. The effect was instantaneous. He stopped, took a breath, and calmed down. Horrified by what she'd done, even if the result was to her benefit, Alex's hands flew up to her mouth. With wide eyes, she whispered out, I didn't mean." She bit down on her cheek, stopping her words before she could accidentally say something else she didn't mean. Raising her fingers to pull at her wet, straggly hair, Alex admitted in a helpless tone, "Nix, I don't know what to do here." He just looked at her, his gaze furious, but his body perfectly relaxed, thanks to her command. Hating what she'd inadvertently done, Alex softly said, please be you again?" She felt the tugging of her command between them and finished, "Do what you want, say what you want. For the moment, just act like you would if there was no bond between us." Nick's eyes flashed with her order, and his body immediately tensed with pent-up rage. Then, without any warning, he drew his sword from the sheath still strapped to his back from his hunting trip and charged at Alex. Alex only just managed to leap out of the path of his attack, scrambling backwards onto the balcony and into the rain. "Nix, what are you—" She had to cut off her cried exclamation when he came at her again, forcing her to duck out of the way and continue retreating from him. When the low railing met the backs of her legs, she knew she couldn't afford a repeat tumble off the spiral tower, not with Xeraxis grounded in Draekora because of the storm. So when Nyx swung his sword at her again, she did the only thing she could. She summoned Ayanira and met his weapon mid-air. Blade crashed against blade, with blue fire blazing along Alex's arm, swirling around them both with her movements. "Please don't do this, Nyx," she called to him over a loud crack of thunder, using her free hand to wipe rain-soaked hair from her eyes. "Is that an order, Aelia?" he demanded, swinging at her again. "I won't make you stop," she promised him, "but I'm asking you to." "Then you're going to have to ask nicer," he returned, and with a cry, he lunged towards her again. She had a fraction of a second to center herself, but she used that fraction wisely, forcing in a calming breath and only just, managed to flick the internal switch on her Mayateran senses in time to meet his attack. It was then that their fight began in earnest. Nyx was relentless in his assault. Fueled by uncontrolled rage, he stabbed, slashed, parried, and charged at Alex over and over again as she slipped and slid across the slick balcony. She met him almost strike for strike, but only because he was so blinded by fury that he wasn't fighting well, just desperately. It was the only reason she didn't order him to stop. She knew he needed to get it out of his system. The fear of nearly having died, the relief that he was still alive, and the anger that his will was no longer his own. She knew what he was feeling. She'd been there herself. The skies flashed and thunder deafened their ears, but still their fight continued. Alex hadn't battled many Mayaterans in either timeline, only Evan, Roka, and Zane, but she could tell Nyx was uncommonly skilled with a blade, even rampaging blindly as he was. She was hard-pressed to hold up a defense against him. With the strength of his assault, Alex had no hope of striking any kind of offensive maneuver herself, but she hoped to be able to stay standing long enough for him to burn off his wrath and come to his senses. However, when she slipped and her feet slid from underneath her, Alex knew she was in trouble. Sprawled out on her back, she looked up through the rain, her Mayateran sight allowing her vision to remain crystal clear as she took in the form of Nyx standing above her like an avenging angel. His sword was pointed down at her chest, holding her in place, his eyes spearing her like shards of purple ice. "Tell me not to," he dared, his voice ragged, pressing the tip of his blade against her heart. Her pulse was erratic and she was panting wildly, both from the fight and from her fear, but she shook her head. "I won't." To prove her point, she released her grip on Ayanira and it disappeared from sight. "Tell me not to," Nyx repeated in a shout. "I won't," she yelled back at him. They stared at each other, their furious gazes locked, until Nyx released a savage growl, closed his eyes tightly, and stepped away. He spun on his heel and threw back his arm, hurling his sword with all his strength and sending it smashing against the wall of the palace where it clattered to the ground. He then turned back to Alex and, shocking the stuffing out of her, reached down and yanked her to her feet, dragging her roughly back into the shelter of her room. As if the heavens were playing a great joke at their expense, the rain started to ease and the storm dispersed, leaving them in an eerie silence as they dripped water all over her floor. "So," Alex said, needing to fill the silence, "you can fight." The look he sent her was scathing. "Unlike you, I'm a real Mayateran. Of course I can fight." "Hey, I managed to hold my own out there, didn't I?" she defended, crossing her arms. "You did," he returned.
"And I'd be curious how you managed that if I didn't already know the answer." "And what answer's that, smarty pants?" "You've been claimed before," he said, "and even though you're not anymore, somehow the Marian blood has stayed with you." Her body stiffened. "How?"
I can feel it, he said, cutting her off. I can feel your blood in me, like a taint. Alex chose not to take offense to that, since she was hoping his reference was to Evan's blood, not her mortal blood, though she doubted that was the case. I can't feel your blood in me, Alex said, and she'd never felt Evan's either, just the heightened effects of it. Are you sure you're not being melodramatic? His gaze narrowed, reminding her that he was still very much on edge, and she should watch her words. You're mortal. You're nowhere near sensitive enough to feel something so subtle. But as you've deduced, I have Marian senses. Which is not the same as being Marian, he rebutted. And besides, unless I'm wrong, you don't seem to always be using those senses. I had presumed it was because you'd grown up around mortals. Now I know it's because you are mortal. Alex wrinkled her nose, annoyed that he'd managed to notice something like that. I do suck at being one of you, she admitted, but I'm trying. Why? Why? Alex repeated, eyebrows rising at his curiosity. Why are you trying to be one of us? Why are you even here? Alex bit her lip, not sure how much she should say. But then again, he was technically bound to her will. She could tell him anything, and he'd have to keep it a secret if she asked. The problem was, she didn't want to have to ask. I meant what I said earlier, she told him, ignoring his question for the moment, about knowing what you're going through. You're right. I was claimed by a Marian, one who ordered me to do unspeakable things, and I hated every single second of it. You can despise me all you want, Nyx, and I'll deserve that. But please know, I did what I did to save your life, and I'd do it again if I had to. She lowered her voice to a near whisper. I can't convince you to believe me, but other than keeping my secret, keeping our secret, you have my word that I won't order you to do anything without your permission. Not intentionally. And when I leave Maya, which won't be far from now, I'll release you before I go. She held his gaze as she finished. Everyone has a right to free will. I won't keep yours from you. Not for long, anyway. He was watching her carefully throughout the entirety of her speech. You mean it, don't you? At her questioning look, he clarified. You're really going to release me? She nodded. I promise. And you won't make me do anything I don't want? His eyes remained trained on her, so she kept her face open, showing her honest intent as she answered. Nothing other than having you stay quiet about my mortality and our bond. And if I asked you, right now, to release me, he said, and gave you my word that I wouldn't tell anyone your secrets, would you let me go? Alex hesitated, and Nyx saw it, his features darkening in response. She hated seeing the harsh look on his handsome face, since it reminded her too much of his future self. Wait, she told him before he could take a bite at her. I'm thinking, okay? It's not an easy question for me to answer. A simple yes or no will suffice. You either trust me or you don't. You don't know what's at stake. Then tell me, he barked at her. I'm from the future, okay? She snapped at him. When I say there's a lot at stake, I mean there's a lot at stake. Nyx reared back as if slapped. What did you say? Alex huffed and stormed over to sit on her bed, careless that she was making it even wetter than it already was. Summing up what she'd told Raka a week ago, Alex said, I'm from the future, I'm human, I was claimed by a Marian, and it's believed by a number of people that I'm the only one who can stop that Marian from doing all kinds of bad things, which means I have to learn how to fight like an immortal if I want to live long enough to see my real future actually become a future. She finished by adding, Raka's been trying to teach me, but it hasn't been going so well. Raka knows about you? Nyx said, moving to stand before her. I got a stupid paper cut, if you can believe it, Alex said. He knows pretty much everything now. And he's been training you? Not very well, Alex admitted, trying not to feel guilty about her lack of appreciation towards the prince. He's too careful with me, too afraid that he'll hurt me, so he's constantly holding back. Not at all like you. She laughed quietly and pressed a hand to her bruised backside from where she'd fallen hard to the ground. Nyx's expression was unreadable as he looked down on her. How important is it for you to beat this Marian of the future? Frowning at him, Alex returned with a question of her own.
How are you not wondering how I'm from the future? Nyx waved a dismissive hand in the air. Your Draekon brought you through the Abrasa, or so I'm presuming. Probably unintentionally, judging by how lost you were when you first arrived. I was not lost. You pretended like you didn't understand our language, and you were as skittish as a terrified kitten for days, Nyx shot back. Alex gaped at him. How did you know I understood you? Just because the others are exceptionally unobservant doesn't mean I am, he said condescendingly. I also happen to know more about the Veliana than most, including how the bond allows for language exchange. Why didn't you say anything? Alex asked, but even as she asked it, she remembered the pointed jabs he'd repeatedly made. Why didn't you tell anyone? He looked like he didn't understand why she was arguing with him, and she wondered the same herself. I figured you had your reasons for wanting it kept secret. And besides, I knew that within days you'd learn our dialect properly and have no excuses, no language barrier to hide behind. Your knowledge wasn't harming anyone, so he trailed off in a shrug. Now it's your turn to answer my question. How important is it for you to win against this future enemy of yours? Alex called to mind what the library had shown her, skimming over blurred images of villages burning, people screaming, death and destruction, until she finally stopped on the image of Maya with its crumbling ruins, abandoned like a ghost city. She didn't realize that she was mentally projecting the memory as she answered. If I lose and my enemy wins, Medora will be destroyed. Does that sound important enough to you? When Nyx didn't respond, Alex looked up to see his slack, shocked face. Nyx? What was that? He whispered. What you just showed me? Alex squinted in bafflement. What? Was that the future I just saw? Maya in ruins? Medora in flames? Her jaw dropped. You saw that? We're bonded, Aelia, his dry tone set in her mind. That's what happens when you perform forbidden rituals you know nothing about. Holy crap, she cried, jumping to her feet. Get out of my head. Take it easy, he said, reaching out to place a steadying hand on her arm, and only narrowing his eyes slightly when her words came out as a command. Sorry, Alex said, feeling the tug, and realizing that she'd accidentally broken her promise, except for the caveat she'd given that she wouldn't intentionally give him orders. I can see this bond of ours is going to be a problem, Nyx said through gritted teeth, before rolling the tension from his shoulders and relaxing again. Alex, however, was confused. Aren't you going to promise to keep my secrets and ask me to release you? Isn't that what you said? I questioned what you'd do if I asked you to do that, Nyx corrected. But you've managed to convince me about your high stakes and the need for secrecy rather well. Are you saying, keep the claim on me for now, Nyx said to her surprise. I presume when you mentioned leaving here, you were referring to going back to the future once your Draekon is up to the return trip through the Abrasa. Alex was impressed with his deductive reasoning skills. That's right.
And you'll still do what you promised? And release me before you take off? Of course, she said. But not that I'm not grateful that you're no longer attacking me over it, but why the sudden change of heart? Nyx took a moment to respond, choosing his words carefully. The future I just saw, I don't know how far away it is, but forever isn't considered long for a race of eternal beings, he said. If you're the only one who can stop that destruction befalling this world, then I'm going to do what I can to help you, even if that means I must relinquish my free will for the time being. Alex wasn't sure if she'd heard him right. You're going to what? You said Roka isn't training you properly because he's afraid to hurt you, correct? Alex made an affirmative sound, not quite following. And, as you've clearly seen, I hold no such reservations towards you. She nodded, still feeling the throbbing of the bruises. Then the logical conclusion is that I'll train you so that you'll be ready to fight this Mayarin when you return to the future, he said. Or at least be better prepared than you are now. Alex couldn't believe the magnitude of what he was offering. It was actually the perfect solution, since she knew Nyx wouldn't hold back like Roka did. And he'd clearly proven himself an expert swordsman. But still, I'm going to regret saying this, Alex said. But since you're making that offer, I'm presuming you'd be equally willing to keep it secret along with everything else you've learned tonight. So why are you okay with me keeping my claim on you until I leave?" A strange glint came into Nick's eyes, part dangerous, part mischievous, as he reached for her wrist and pulled her non-scarred hand towards him. In a flash of movement, he drew a hidden dagger from his belt and slashed it lightly across the back of her knuckles. "Ow!" she cried, yanking her arm back and curling her other hand protectively over the wound. "What the hell, Nix?" In response, he held up his right hand. In the exact same spot as where he'd sliced open her skin, he had a matching cut on his flesh, his bleeding silver while hers bled red. She looked from his hand to hers and back again. In a strangled voice, she asked, "What just happened?" "The safest way for me to train you, especially if I'm not pulling my punches, is to know how injured you are, how much strength you have, and how much further I can push you before you break," Nick said, tearing off part of his ripped shirt and reaching for Alex's hand, tying the wet material around her cut before repeating the process with his own. "The bond between us will allow me to know all that without the guesswork in between." "That didn't happen last time I was claimed," Alex responded shakily. But then again, neither Alex nor Avon had been injured while she was under the effect of his bond. She'd only been stabbed by Anara after she'd freed herself from Avon's claim. "It wouldn't have," Nick said, "because you didn't perform the ritual. It was performed on you." As if to help her understand, he pressed his dagger against his own flesh this time, on the skin further up his forearm. When blood started welling out, Alex turned to look along the line from her wrist to her elbow, but there was nothing there at all. "I don't understand," Alex said. "Why do you get hurt with me, but I don't get hurt with you?" "That's just the way the bond works," he said. "It's your life force that's shared with me, not the other way around. That means what you feel, I feel. You healed me when you performed the claiming ritual, but from what I understand, that's a one-time deal, which is for the best, since all that glowing was a bit too weird for me, if you know what I'm saying." Alex did. She absolutely did. But she still didn't quite understand the rest. Even so, she let it go and summarized. "So, if I get hurt, you get hurt, which is how you'll know if you've pushed me too far in the training?" Nix nodded. "And you're willing to give up your freedom just so you can know how much pressure I can take?" "It's quite noble of me, if you think about it," he said pensively, "giving up my will in order to save the future of the world." Alex felt a crushing weight settle on her chest. "Nix," she said, "about the future, about your future." She didn't know what she was going to say, but in the end, she didn't have to say anything. "Don't, Alia," he said, reaching forward to press a finger to her lips. "I don't want to know what my future is. I just want to make sure I do have one, along with everyone else in Maya, okay?" Slowly, she nodded, and he took his finger away. He then seemed to brace himself. "Give the command," he said, the light of the city casting shadows over his face. "Tell me to keep it all secret." "Nix." His voice was resigned but firm when he said, "Just do it, Alia." Knowing it was best for the both of them if she got it over with quickly, she mustered up the courage and ordered, "You won't tell anyone what happened tonight. You won't say a word or communicate in any other way about anything we said or did." When the tug of the command eased, Nix gave a stiff nod and stepped back. "That was broad, but I think you covered it all." "I'm sorry, Nix," she said. "You did what you had to, Alia. Just don't expect me to be doing cartwheels about it." The image of him doing a cartwheel sprung to her mind, and she had to bite back a smile, certain he wouldn't appreciate the visual as much as she did. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now is the easy part," Nix said. "We both need dry clothes and sleep. It's tomorrow that's going to be hard, for you anyway." Brow furrowed, Alex said, "Why's that?" "Because we begin your training at dawn," Nix told her. "And I may have accepted this mess you've gotten the both of us into and decided to do the right thing in the face of it all, but that doesn't mean I'm forgiving about it.
Prepare to have your ass handed to you tomorrow, Alia, and every other day for the foreseeable future." With those words, he turned on his heel and stormed towards the door, clearly still stung over the command he'd all but forced her to give him. Knowing that she shouldn't, but unable to resist, the moment he was out her door, and presumably on the Valis path leaving the palace, Alex called out in her mind, "Night, Nyx. Sweet dreams." His response was instant. "I may not be able to kill you without killing myself in the process, but I can still make you wish you were dead. Trust me when I say my pain threshold is significantly higher than yours, mortal." Alex retreated from his mind, not sure if she was shaking because she was amused or because she was genuinely fearful. To get her mind off the spiteful Mayorin she was now bonded to, she called out to the other being she shared a connection with. "Zira, you there?" When he responded, she followed through on her promise to explain everything to him. After she was done and managed to convince him not to fly down and swallow Nyx whole, she asked the burning question. "If he's now connected to me, does that mean he's connected to you, since you and I are linked?" "No, Alex," Xerxes replied. "The Veliana isn't a bond of blood, and it can't be enacted by anyone but a Draekon, regardless of whomever else you might become connected to." "If it's not a blood bond, then what is it?" "It's more a soul bond, I suppose you would call it," Xerxes said. "Our connection goes beyond flesh, beyond the heart and the mind. It's founded in the deepest core of who we are. No matter what time or distance separates us, we'll always be linked to one another." Alex blinked into the darkness of her room. "I guess it's a good thing I don't have commitment issues, huh?" Xerxes gave a rumbling laugh. "Go to sleep, Alex. Dawn isn't far away, and if what you say is true, you're going to need all the rest you can get before meeting with your Mayorin in the morning." Brow furrowed, Alex said. "Why's that?" "Because we begin your training at dawn," Nyx told her. "And I may have accepted this mess you've gotten the both of us into and decided to do the right thing in the face of it all, but that doesn't mean I'm forgiving about it. Prepare to have your ass handed to you tomorrow, Alia, and every other day for the foreseeable future." With those words, he turned on his heel and stormed towards the door, clearly still stung over the command he'd all but forced her to give him. Knowing that she shouldn't, but unable to resist, the moment he was out her door, and presumably on the Valis path leaving the palace, Alex called out in her mind, "Night, Nyx. Sweet dreams." His response was instant. "I may not be able to kill you without killing myself in the process, but I can still make you wish you were dead. Trust me when I say my pain threshold is significantly higher than yours, mortal." Alex retreated from his mind, not sure if she was shaking because she was amused or because she was genuinely fearful. To get her mind off the spiteful Mayorin she was now bonded to, she called out to the other being she shared a connection with. "Zira, you there?" When he responded, she followed through on her promise to explain everything to him. After she was done and managed to convince him not to fly down and swallow Nyx whole, she asked the burning question. "If he's now connected to me, does that mean he's connected to you, since you and I are linked?" "No, Alex," Xerxes replied. "The Veliana isn't a bond of blood, and it can't be enacted by anyone but a Draekon, regardless of whomever else you might become connected to." "If it's not a blood bond, then what is it?" "It's more a soul bond, I suppose you would call it," Xerxes said. "Our connection goes beyond flesh, beyond the heart and the mind. It's founded in the deepest core of who we are. No matter what time or distance separates us, we'll always be linked to one another." Alex blinked into the darkness of her room. "I guess it's a good thing I don't—" With her stomach churning at the mere possibility of what the early training hours might bring, Alex bid sweet dreams to Xerxes and was left alone, until finally, overcome by the events of the day and heedless of her soaked clothes, she succumbed to sleep. 5 days later, Alex bent over at the waist, trying to draw oxygen into her desperate lungs. "I just need a minute," she gasped, holding up a hand. "You have 3 seconds," Nyx returned. 1, 2, 3.
And then he ruthlessly came at her again, attacking her with the same vigor he'd managed for the last 3 hours, non-stop. This was what Alex's life had been like for nearly a whole week now. Upon her dawn wake-up call the morning after saving Nyx, he dragged her, still yawning, deep into the Silverwood to begin a rigorous training program that would make even her psychopathic PE teacher tremble in his boots. In fact, being taught by Nyx was worse than taking a lesson with Finn, Carter, and Hunter together. Part of that was probably due to his own frustration over knowing that at any second, despite her promise, she could strip him of her free will. But another part, Alex knew, was because, unlike Roka, who had offered to help because she said it was important, Nyx had seen what was in store if Alex failed. And he was determined to have her as prepared as possible to stop that future from happening. Thus began a regime, the likes of which Alex figured a stint in hell itself would be a pleasant holiday in comparison. In other words, Nyx was true to his threat about Alex's ass being handed to her every single day. Multiple times per hour, to be precise. And that was a large reason why they were out in the forest rather than in one of the training halls of the palace, because for what Nyx was making her do, they needed to be near a steady supply of Leandra. Basically, he hacked the crap out of Alex. The wounds themselves often needed immediate attention, and even if they didn't, they couldn't risk anyone else seeing her bleed. From small scratches to nausea-inducing lacerations, even unchecked stab wounds and broken bones, Nyx didn't hold back in his attacks, regardless of receiving the same injuries as she did thanks to their connection. Despite him feeling firsthand how Alex was handling those injuries, which was often the only reason she remained alive, he really did have a greater pain threshold than hers. What caused her to double over in pain was comparative to an ant bite to him, for all he reacted. When he'd practically severed her sword arm in one of his attacks, he'd merely ripped off a piece of material as a makeshift bandage for her, saying it was a good excuse for them to practice their ambidexterity. He then proceeded to attack her left-handed, his own right hand as gored up as hers, and continued until she'd almost expired from blood loss, whereby he'd shoved Leandra across her wound and, once healed, forced her to keep training. What was amazing, though, was that every day, Alex started to see improvement in her Majorum fighting skills, her injuries becoming less and less. And that was largely because of something that happened on her first day of training. The moment they'd landed in the forest, Nyx hadn't paused to offer any kind of safety lecture. He just launched straight at her. She hadn't expected the attack and was knocked unconscious almost instantly. When she'd come to, it was with Nyx standing above her, holding a hand to his equally throbbing head and demanding to know why she hadn't ducked. Furious, she'd yelled back just as loud that she needed a minute to tune into her Majoran senses before some idiot decides to throw a sucker punch at my face. After that, she'd explained how she went about calming and focusing herself enough to flick the switch to activate the blood in her veins, to which Nyx had looked at her as if she were crazy. He'd then run a hand through his hair and blown her world apart by saying there shouldn't be a switch, that she needed to be playing Majoran all the time if she truly wanted to become competent enough to face the future. He'd said, if anything, she should have to flick her inner switch in the opposite direction, with the option to act human only when she deliberately chose to do so. So, along with kicking her butt physically, the unrelenting Majoran set about helping her remain consistently locked in to her immortal senses. That meant she didn't just spend her time avoiding the sharp edge of his blade, but she also did other tasks he set out for her. She had to run through the forest for hours using Majoran speed, like when she'd been on the Varingard. She had to climb up the sheer rock face of the Golden Cliffs. Then she had to do it again, but by scaling up through a waterfall. She had to hold her breath underwater for impossible lengths of time, and then repeat it in ice water found in crevasses at the top of snow-covered mountains. She had to fall from great distances with nothing to catch her but her own ability to tuck and roll at just the right moment.
She had to spend unnatural amounts of time hanging suspended from trees while liberating herself from something similar to a straitjacket without summoning an era. And lastly, and possibly the most extreme, she had to handstand walk around the rim of a crater at the summit of an active volcano. Nyx had, for that one, recruited Zaraxus's help in spotting Alex in case she lost her balance and began to fall into the magma chamber, since despite her Majoran blood and Veliana bond, none of them would have survived that. And just to add insult to injury, since the volcano Nyx had chosen was situated on one of Draekora's floating islands, but how he knew its location he refused to say, half the winged beasts had come along to watch the show. To Alex's embarrassment. She'd been forced to look like a total fool walking on her hands around a crater spouting bursts of lava, and they'd practically been calling for popcorn. Even Saronia hadn't been able to hide her amusement when the sweaty-faced, skin-burned, clothes-on-fire Alex had stumbled back to the base of the mountain and glared at the entertained assemblage. Suffice it to say, Nyx had put Alex through the ringer over the last 5 days, pushing her to thrive beyond her limit. Every night she fell into an exhausted sleep, only to be awakened at dawn by the merciless Majoran, who seemed to take great delight in her painful misery. Despite their early sessions, he always returned her to the palace in time for her breakfast with the queen, which the king was joining more often than not these days too, mostly to get away from the manic fervor of the palace's last-minute festival preparations. The times the king joined them were surprisingly enjoyable. Astafe, Alex had quickly discovered, had a sharp wit and a keen intelligence. During one of their early breakfasts together, Astafe had asked if she'd like to play a game of sticks with him. Having never played before, Alex had been hesitant, but Astafe was a kind and patient teacher, showing her exactly how best to understand the game of strategy that turned out to be a mixture of chess, checkers, and tic-tac-toe. But the aim was to lose, because the first person to have all their pieces wiped from the board was pronounced the winner. Within a few matches, Alex had started giving the king a run for his money, something which delighted him to no end. When breakfast finished each day, and after at least one obligatory sticks match with the king, or more if his time permitted, Alex and Nita would meet up with Kaya and spend their mornings overseeing the final production and distribution of the masquerade costumes to the denizens of Maya. Her time with the two of them was like a vacation for Alex, because after lunch she was nixed to torture again.
Roka was still busy training the Ziltora recruits, so other than a few flyby sightings of the prince, where he apologized profusely for neglecting her, but promised he'd be back as soon as he could, Alex didn't see much of him. Avon, too, was a rare sight, thanks to his involvement in organizing the festival that was now only 3 days away. Every time Alex saw the leader of the Garseth, he looked harried and stressed, determined to make the end of summer celebration the best in the history of Mia. Noticing just how frazzled Avon had been of late, a couple of days ago, Alex had stopped him in the hallway and asked if there was anything else she could do to help make his load lighter. Part of that was because he'd looked like he hadn't slept in a week, but the other part, the larger part, was the hope he might give her an excuse to have a few Nyx-free hours. What she hadn't anticipated as a result of her offer was the emotion that had washed over his face. He'd stared at her in a way that had made her squirm with discomfort, before gently telling her everything was under control. Then, before she'd had time to react, he leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek, leaving her frozen to the floor when he whirled away, calling over his shoulder that he'd see her later. His clear show of affection had brought great alarm to Alex, since, even though she was able to accept him as her friend in the past, even acknowledge him as someone she'd come to care greatly about, she couldn't forget who he would become in the future. And that was not someone who she would ever want kissing her on the cheek or anywhere else. When she'd shared her concerns with Nyx that afternoon, at least vaguely in the form of, "I'm leaving soon and don't want to inadvertently lead anyone on," Nyx had just looked at her as if to see whether she was being serious, before erupting in laughter. "You're kidding, right?" he'd said to her in between sword thrusts. "You do know he's been half in love with you since you forgave him for ditching your ass in the city that day." Barely avoiding having her spleen punctured by his blade, Alex had gaped at Nyx.
But that was weeks ago. Which means he's had plenty of time to get to know you and even up the other half, Nyx returned, swiping at her head. You better watch yourself, kitten. My best friend thinks you're Mayorin, and he's falling for you, a mortal and falling hard. Alex ducked and spun, meeting his weapon mid-air as she said, I think this might be a slight problem. A slight problem? He sounded incredulously. A slight problem? I can't stop him from feeling whatever he's feeling, Nyx, as mental as that is. And believe me, given everything I know, it's really mental, Alex said, her mind reeling. But I sure as hell am not encouraging him. Nick's rebuttal was as quick as his next thrust. You aren't discouraging him either. Since then, Alex had done everything she could to avoid Avon, not wanting to lead him on further than he'd apparently already been led, as unintentional as that had been. Her efforts had proven effective, as she hadn't seen him since he kissed her on the cheek a few days ago. But that was likely also because she'd spent almost every other hour training to become Superwoman. It was a feat that Alex could admit was finally paying off. What's going on with you today? Nyx asked, drawing her back to the present as he paused his attack and looked at her with shrewd eyes. You've been improving a lot lately, but today it's like we're right back to where we started. I'm sorry, Alex panted. I didn't get much sleep last night. Why not? He asked, crossing his arms over his bare chest. During their first sparring session, Alex had learned his preferred state of dress when fighting, which meant all he wore were boots and long black combat-like pants belted at his waist. The first time Alex had seen him half naked, she hadn't been able to stop staring, but it wasn't because of his ridiculously defined abs. It was because of the silvery claw marks highlighted against his tan skin, the diagonal scars stretching across his chest. He'd noticed her staring and had made some flippant remark about her drooling over him, but she'd seen the emotion in his eyes, the fear of his near-death experience, the relief of being alive, the anger at how he was alive, and the regret that he would always bear the mark of the Sarnafand of the Claiming. In that moment, Alex was thankful that her own scars were tiny by comparison, the one on her hand and the one where Ainara had lodged into her back. Apparently, only the most grievous of injuries were able to mar the flesh of those with immortal blood, and Nyx's claw marks topped the charts. Alex would never say it to his face, certain that she would receive some ridiculously lewd comment in return, but she thought the scars just added to his overall appearance, as impossible as that should have been. Mayorins on the whole were a tad too perfect, in her opinion. They were almost too unnaturally good-looking. But Nyx's scars, even when hidden by clothing, gave him a flaw that made him all the more real. They were a mark of what he'd been through, a badge of honor, and a testament to his decision to help Alex learn to fight no matter the cost. That was just plain beautiful to her. "Asalia," he barked at her. She shook her head and apologized again. "Sorry, what did you say?" His lips pursed. "Why didn't you sleep?" "That would be my fault," came Xerxes's rumbling voice as he landed in their clearing with a thump that wobbled the ground under Alex's feet and shook the nearby trees of the forest. "Well, if it isn't my favorite Draekon," Nyx said in greeting. His words may have sounded snarky, but Alex knew he'd established a kind of mutual respect with Xerxes, especially after they'd both laughed so hard together during the volcano incident. "Do I want to know why you kept our little mortal friend here up past her bedtime?" Alex let the derogatory comment slide over her, since she'd heard much worse from him in the past few days. "Do you want to tell him, or should I?" Xerxes asked Alex. Nyx glanced between them both. "I am officially intrigued." "Zira thinks he'll be ready to take me back to my time in a few days," Alex said, still marveling over what the Draken had told her the previous night. After everything she'd experienced in the past, she found it difficult to wrap her head around the idea of returning home, back to her friends, back to her family. Nyx looked puzzled by the lack of jubilation in her voice. "This is a good thing, right?" Alex nodded, more to herself than him. "Definitely.
I mean, coming here was an accident to begin with, or maybe not if you want to read into the whole looping time paradox, but getting stuck in the past was never in my 5-year plan, so I always knew I would have to go home when the time came. She didn't mention her option to leave earlier through the library, knowing it would raise too many questions about how she'd stayed to get a better idea of how Avon had become, well, Avon. I made the best of a bad situation by trying to learn what I would have if I'd been in the future, Alex continued, and thanks to you, I've come a long way with that. She tipped her head in gratitude. But I think it's about time I got back to my real life. Knowing her better than she would like, Nix asked, "Are you ready for that? Psychologically?" Alex shook her head. Probably not. Physically? She grinned self-deprecatingly and shook her head again. Definitely not. But I'm more ready than I ever have been before, so I'll take that as a win. He watched her carefully, his eyes alert, and then turned to Xerxes. "When do you think you'll be up to the journey?" "The day after the festival, at the latest," the Draekon returned, his tail sweeping forest debris in an arc around his hindquarters. "Possibly sooner." Nix looked back to Alex. "Then we still have a few days left to practice before you go."
The challenging glint in his eyes caused Alex no small amount of unease as she wondered what agonies he might inflict upon her next. "Summon Aara back, Aelia," he ordered. "If you think I've been going hard on you these last couple of sessions, you haven't seen anything yet." Nix hadn't been lying about taking it easy on her previously, not if the rest of their training session was any indication. When they eventually called it quits that evening, Alex was barely able to summon the energy to return to the palace, clean up her bedraggled self, and stumble down to dinner. Once there, she struggled to lift her fork to her mouth, and she was sorely tempted to ask the queen to feed her like a child. But after a few bites of the delicious meal, along with some hearty swigs of warmed Leandra, Alex finally felt strength return to her body, enough to look up and properly take in her surroundings. The moment she did, she froze with her goblet in the air. For the first time in days, the entire royal family was dining together. Astafe and Nida were there, but so too were Roka and Avon, as well as the addition of Kaya something, which Alex was pleased to note, since the more time she spent in the presence of Roka, the more Alex was certain they would soon fall for one another. What Alex wasn't pleased to note was how oblivious she'd been of her dinner company up until the Leandra jolted her back to awareness. How had she missed both Roka and Avon being there? The former was barely at the palace at all of late, so busy as he was with the Zeltora recruits, and the latter Alex had been deliberately avoiding due to his potentially unrequited feelings for her. But now, everyone was looking at Alex with unbridled amusement. "Rough day, Aelia?" Kaya asked, a grin tugging at her lips. Lowering her goblet to the table, Alex considered how best to respond. They'd all seen her zombie-like self just moments ago, so she wouldn't be able to brush aside their observations. "I feel as though I single-handedly hunted down and fought my way through an entire pack of Sarnoffs." Her answer produced chuckles all around the table, and given how outrageous her statement was, it had the effect she was after, meaning that no one thought to question the real reason for her exhaustion. "I hope you still have it in you to practice tonight," Nida said, passing a hamper of pastries over to Alex. Reaching for a spiced fruit scroll, Alex asked, "Practice for what?" It was Kaya who answered, taking the hamper from Alex once she was done. "There are only 3 days left until the ball, and someone still doesn't know enough to pass as a Mayaran." Nearly choking on her mouthful at what sounded very much like an accusation outing her humanity, Alex raised panicked eyes to Roka. He caught her look and gave a slight but meaningful shake of his head. "Or, at least," Kaya continued, not noticing the interplay between Alex and Roka, "you don't know enough to pass as one of us when it comes to dancing." "Dancing?" Alex cried, equal parts relieved and apprehensive. "No one said anything about dancing." "Deadpan," Kaya said. "What exactly do you think happens at a ball? That we all sit around playing sticks?" "I vote we do that next time,"
Astafe offered his opinion from the head of the table while reaching for a second helping of honey cake. It sounds much more enjoyable. As Alex turned back to Kaya, her eyes flicked past Avon just in time to see a flare of annoyance blaze across his face. She understood the reason for his quickly concealed display of emotion, since she knew he'd been desperately trying to organize the end-of-summer celebration so that it was something everyone would enjoy. The knowledge that his father would prefer to sit in a corner and play a game rather than revel in the festivities can't have been something Avon was thrilled to hear. "These pastries won't eat themselves, Aelia," Kaya said, drawing Alex's attention away from Avon by placing another fruit scroll onto her plate. "You need to regain your energy, so dig in." Not needing to be told twice, Alex did as ordered, wondering how she might avoid the coming dance lessons and instead rest her tired eyes. But one look at Kaya, who was still piling more food in front of her, and Alex stopped brainstorming excuses, knowing that her evening was already planned whether she liked it or not. After finishing their meals, the king and queen excused themselves, and Kaya took that as her cue to drag Alex from the table and through the palace until they reached a grandiose ballroom. Staring in awe as she looked around the glass-domed space that was more like an observatory than a ballroom, Alex marveled at the star-strewn sky and the glowing Myrock city easily seen beyond the transparent walls. There were at least 3 large balconies leading out into the open air, making the Myrise chandeliered room even more magical than it already was. Craning her neck from side to side, Alex tried to take it all in, but her attention was seized when music began echoing around the space. The sound was classical, yet upbeat, using a combination of woodwind and stringed instruments. Where it was coming from, Alex had no idea. There are a number of traditional Mayaran dances that you should have at least a basic knowledge of before the ball, so we'll start with the easy ones and work our way from there, Kaya said, just as Avon and Roka ambled into the room. "Is this really necessary?" Alex asked, brushing her hair behind her ear and feeling all kinds of awkward. "I've danced before." She paused, then admitted, "I may not be very good, but I can twirl my way around a ballroom without falling on my face." She reminisced about Kaiden and his arms around her, guiding her confidently through their waltz at DC's 17th birthday party. But even that wasn't her first time properly dancing, since that happened with Bear and Jordan during the previous New Year's Eve Royal Gala at Chateau Chandelle, Jordan's family home. So much had happened since then. Wiping her mind clear lest she become lost in her memories, Alex looked back at Kaya and added, "I'm sure I don't need to practice. How hard can it be?" But half an hour later, Alex realized just how ignorant her words had been. Mayaran dancing was complicated, full of spins and twists, skips and jumps, and it was also fast. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst was that Kaya had paired Alex up with Avon as her teaching partner. Normally, Alex would have been thrilled by the arrangement because it meant Kaya herself was practicing with Roka, which led to the two of them being in very close proximity to each other as they danced together. But given Alex's desire to distance herself from Avon and from whatever he might feel towards her, she was supremely uncomfortable being in his arms, despite the fact that it was purely for educational purposes. "This would be a lot easier if you would just relax," Avon said quietly to her, one arm curled snugly around her waist, the other hand tangling with her fingers as he tried yet again to lead her through the steps. "You're as stiff as a slab of Myrox." "I'm perfectly relaxed," Alex lied, looking at anything but him. Silence for a beat, and then, "What's going on with you, Aelia? I thought..." He trailed off, sounding lost enough that Alex felt compelled to look at him, only to see not just confusion in his eyes, but also hurt. It was the hurt that made her wince inside, because this younger Avon was her friend. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt him. There was enough of that coming for the both of them in the future. Her treating him like a pariah now wasn't helping anyone. "I'm sorry," she answered softly, forcing her body to relax. "I haven't been getting much sleep lately." That much was true, thanks to Nayak's rigorous training demands. "I think I'm just a little stressed and not feeling like myself lately." "You know you can tell me anything, right?" Avon said, his voice both compassionate and sincere.
No matter what, I'm here for you. Ilea, always. Alex wasn't sure if she wanted to laugh or cry, fully aware his statement wouldn't hold true for the future. And she certainly had no idea how to handle her current situation, how to keep him at arm's length, but also keep their friendship intact for as long as possible. Nyx had implied that she should consider discouraging Avon's feelings, but short of being a cold-hearted witch, Alex didn't know how else to make it clear that she was never, ever going to be romantically inclined towards him. She still couldn't understand how he could feel that way about her, when all she'd done was offer a few non-judgmental words of support. Was he so starved for kindness that her encouragement had claimed such a strong hold on his feelings? Having spent time with his loving family and friends, Alex struggled to comprehend how that could be true. "Can I ask you something?" Alex asked, step-hop twirling with him as he led them around the room in time with the music. His reply was instant. Anything. Alex kept her voice low enough that neither Roka nor Kaya could hear when she said, "Do you remember that night you took me to Narzai to Tragan?" Avon's features tightened a fraction, and he glanced quickly towards where his brother was dancing on the far side of the room, before turning back to Alex and quietly saying, "What about it?" Biting her lip, Alex said, "When Scragan came up to us." Avon's body tensed under her hands. "He suggested that if you—" "I remember what he said," Avon cut in, casting another wary glance over to his brother, but Roka was too busy laughing at something Kaya had said to be paying them any attention. "Is that what you want?" Alex asked before she could chicken out. "To take the throne? Your family dead or cast aside?" She, of course, knew that one day he would try and do exactly that, but the question had been plaguing her for almost a fortnight, ever since that unforgettable Garseth meeting. Had Avon been dwelling on it all this time as well? Just how close to being the villain of the future was he? "Of course I don't want that," came his fast reply, his grip tightening around her. "Stars, Ilea, what kind of person do you think I am?" Glancing over his shoulder, Alex made herself finish what she'd started, needing to know exactly where he stood at this point in time. "You and your father are at odds about his support of the mortals. Scragan might be a disgusting bully, but he's right about one thing. If you were on the throne, you could rule Mia however you wanted." For a long moment, all Alex could hear was the anxious thumping of her own heart, increasing with the rising crescendo of the music. When Avon spoke, it was so low that even with her mayor in hearing, Alex could barely hear him. "I won't lie to you. I have considered his words more than I care to admit," he said, his continued guidance through the dance steps the only thing that kept her from freezing with dread. "As you said, Scragan is right. If my family were out of the picture, it would certainly simplify matters." Alex almost dropped to her knees when Avon's tormented golden eyes locked on hers. "But I could never instigate anything like that, Ilea," he whispered fervently. "I might not get along with my father all the time, but he's still my father. We have our differences, sure, and there are too many of them for us to ever be as close as he is with my brother. But how would I ever live with myself if I decided to get rid of him?" Avon shook his head, horrified by the very idea. "And Roka? He's one of the only people in this world who I trust with my life. He'd never betray me, nor I him. He's more than my brother. He's my closest confidant. We tell each other everything. I could no sooner harm him than I could you." Alex couldn't help jolting in surprise at his mention of her, but the unintentional reflex occurred right as he spun her out in a twirl, effectively concealing her knee-jerk reaction from his watchful eyes. So much of what he'd said distressed her, mostly because she knew that Roka wasn't telling Avon everything. He was hiding the truth about Alex. And if Avon ever found out, Alex couldn't stomach the thought. Her only comfort was in the knowledge that when the time came for him to finally snap and change so drastically from who he currently was to someone willing to commit murder, she wouldn't be around to witness how and why that came about. All she could do was guess the reason for it. Perhaps Ostafi would push him too far in one of their arguments, or maybe his relationship with Roka would decline over the coming years, enough that when Avon eventually decided to kill the humans, he would be willing to throw his family away. Whatever the case, with only a couple more days left in the past, Alex decided to cast all the possible scenarios from her mind. She couldn't stop what was going to happen. All she could do was live the hours given to her.
Right now, that meant focusing on the dance steps she was learning. It might have been wishful thinking on her part, or perhaps just plain denial. But as she twirled with him around the room and their difficult conversation faded away, Alex decided she was happy enough to live in that bubble for the moment, especially if it meant she could enjoy the little time she had left with Avon as her friend, and not as the raging future psychopath who wanted nothing more than to see her dead. Aaliyah, wake up! Come on, Aaliyah, open your eyes. A gentle shaking made Alex groan as the persistent voice kept calling to her, pulling her out of the deep sleep she so desperately needed. It was 2 days since she danced with Avon, which meant it was 2.5 days since Nyax had learned she would soon be leaving. With her festival duties considered complete once the distribution of outfits had been finalized, all Alex's spare time had been spent continuing her training with the unrelenting Mayerin. True to his word, the sparring she'd done with Nyax in the last couple of days had been about 50 million times more challenging than anything she'd ever experienced before, and her body was paying a price that even her frequent ingestion of Leandra was struggling to assist with. What she really needed was rest, yet it seemed that her middle-of-the-night visitor was determined to interrupt her favorite part of the day. "Now's not a good time, Avon," she mumbled, recognizing his voice but unwilling to open her eyes and relinquish her grip on sleep. "Come back never," he chuckled from overhead. "Don't you mean come back later?" "Nope," Alex said, hugging her pillow closer. "Never." She nuzzled her face into the soft material. "Then, I can," she broke off to yawn, "sleep forever." A gentle tugging that became a firm yanking pried her pillow from her hands. "I've been trying to catch you for days," Avon said when she finally opened her eyes enough to squint up at him in a glare. "I can't help wondering if you've been avoiding me." "So you decided to ambush me in the middle of the night, in my bedroom?" Alex said, every slurred word waking her up more and more, to her annoyance. "While I'm sleeping?" "It's the only place I knew you'd be," he said, grinning unrepentantly. Alex was too tired to call up any concern about his feelings, despite the fact that she was in quite a vulnerable position, in bed as she was. She simply didn't have it in her to worry about boundaries right now. With a reluctant sigh, she pushed herself up to lean against the headboard, knowing that he wasn't going to let her go back to sleep just yet. "Why are you here, Avon?" His eyes brightened in the darkness as a boyish excitement overtook his features. "It's Mahana Iklandrea," Alex blinked groggily at him. "Marna who? What? Mahana Islandrea," he repeated with a flash of a smile. "It's Tia Aran for the giving of life," Alex said, her inner translator waking up enough for the words to not sound so much like gibberish. "You've been studying," Avon said with clear approval. Alex chose not to enlighten him, and instead asked, "But what does it mean?" In response, he held out a hand. "Come, and you'll see." Alex wasn't sure what made her decide to go with him, whether it was the anticipation in his features or the fact that she doubted he'd leave her alone until she agreed, but either way, she rolled out of bed, careful not to take his hand so as to at least try and keep some emotional space between them. Since she was now used to being woken up in the dead of the night by male Mayerins, mostly Nicks, who, on the odd occasion, decided that dawn wasn't early enough to begin her training and dragged her out of bed in the really mean hours of the morning, Alex had gotten into the habit of going to sleep fully clothed in gear appropriate for fighting. Because of that, all she had to do was grab a cloak, and she was ready for whatever midnight escapade Avon had planned. Following him out the door, he activated the Valis path, and they soared out of the palace, shooting straight upwards. Alex was grateful that Nyx had drilled her so hard in the past week, because her automatic setting was now constantly switched over to her Mayerin blood. If that hadn't been the case, she would have gone sailing back into the boundary of the Valis path without her heightened reflexes helping her keep balance on the vertical climb. As it was, all she had to do was coolly adjust her footing, returning Avon's surprised smile when he saw that she was much more graceful than any other time she'd traveled on the path with him. Upward and upward they climbed, the direction telling Alex exactly where they were headed. It was one thing to travel so high with a winged beast under her, it was another entirely to be traveling on an invisible roller coaster that made it seem like there was nothing beneath their feet. "Why are we going to Draekora?" she called over the howl of the wind. Other than her volcano visit with Nyx, she hadn't been to the floating island since Syraxis had taken her to the glowing flower field the night Roka discovered her secret. As far as she was aware, it was almost considered taboo for anyone other than a Draekon to spend much time in the Skylands. Zeronia herself had told Alex that the Draekorans valued their privacy, so she wondered what reason Avon could possibly have for taking her there. Mana S. Lorande happens twice a year, he called before frowning and reaching out to press his hand to the barrier around them until it sheltered them from the elements. Once every 6 months, the Draekons welcome Maya to their lands to receive an offering from the Terra Ora Vorin, Avon continued, his voice at a normal level now. Alex furrowed her brow. Terra Ora Vorin? Why do I know that name? Your Draekon probably mentioned it, Avon said. What's his name again? Syraxis, Alex answered, distracted because she didn't think Avon's presumption was correct. But then she remembered it was actually Zeronia who had used the phrase. Are you talking about the Pool of Tears? He nodded, his eyes glowing with starlight as they continued upwards. You know it? I just heard it in passing. What is it? And what's the offering given to Maya? Before Avon could answer, the Valis path began to slow as Draekora opened up in front of them, the islands bathed in what looked like blue powder under the light of the moon. Tonight is a sacred ceremony, Avon told her as they zoomed towards the middle of the floating lands. Only Mayarins of the royal family or the council are permitted to be here. It's forbidden for anyone else to watch the ceremony. Newsflash, Alex said, pointing to herself with raised eyebrows. That's why I'm sneaking you in, Avon said. Believe me, tonight is a night you won't want to miss. Now please keep quiet for a moment while I figure out the best place to hide. Sighing, Alex thought it might be wise to send out a quick call to Syraxis. How much trouble would I be in if, hypothetically, I was to witness Mana S. Lorande? She followed up by sending a mental image of her current position, soaring with Avon towards the same rocky, open-aired amphitheater she had been taken to for her trial before the Kaivalon on her first day in the past. The glossy black Treasos was resplendent in the moonlight, as if the crystalline surface actively repelled the light. It almost looked like a barrier of pure darkness surrounded the jagged edges of the variously sized outcroppings. Outcroppings that, just like last time, were acting as viewing platforms for the hulking winged beasts. But this time there weren't just a few Draekons in attendance, the entire amphitheater was full of the multicolored creatures. Please tell me you're dreaming and you're not really here, Syraxis replied, after a moment's pause. I could do that, if it'll make you feel better, Alex offered. The Draekon made a noise that emphasized just how bad on the not good scale her being there was. Just make sure you stay out of sight. I want to live past tonight, thank you very much. His response validated her misgivings, so Alex promised she'd do her best before focusing back on Avon as he guided them towards a smaller outcropping at the side of the amphitheater, slightly away from where the bulk of the Draekons were. Quite frankly, Alex didn't think they were fooling anyone with their attempted stealth, but if their presence was noted, none of the Draekons called attention to it. She could have sworn she saw Zeronia glance over from her raised platform, though, which was proven true when Alex heard the leader's resigned-sounding mental voice saying, I should have known. Alex, in turn, sent her a sheepish wave before Avon yanked her behind a boulder of Treasos and out of sight. The Draekorans might accept you being here since you're almost considered one of them thanks to your bond with their heir, but our people won't be as forgiving, Avon told her. Please help me out here and at least try to avoid being seen by anyone from Maya. Alex peeked out around the corner and said, I can only see Draekons out there. They'll be here any minute now, Avon replied, moving closer to glance over her shoulder, his front brushing lightly against her back. Alex attempted to subtly wiggle away from him, but there wasn't enough room to put any more space between them, so she resigned herself to their close proximity, at least for the moment. So what's this Pool of Tears thing? She asked again, since she hadn't received an answer earlier. And what's the ceremony for?
It's said that when our people were banished from Tiaaras long ago, a small number of them were bonded to Draekons who also inhabited the world beyond the stars, Avon said. Not wanting to part with each other, those Draekons and a few others left their race behind and followed the ancient Mayarans to Medora, knowing that, having lost everything, our people would need help to survive and thrive in this new place. Not to mention, those Draekons would have ceased living if their bonded Mayarans failed to adapt on their own, Alex pointed out dryly, and Avon made a sound of agreement. Self-serving or not, he said, the Draekorans contributed their most sacred offering to our peoples, something they call the Zao. They taught us how to mold it into architecture to strengthen the foundation of our city, sharpen it into weapons worthy of our best warriors, refine it to combustible dust that requires no fuel to burn, and guided us in many other ways to utilize it to ensure the continued evolution of our race. Alex craned her neck around to look up at him in shock. You're not talking about Myrox? Avon nodded. That's what we call the Zao, yes. Struggling to wrap her head around the fact that Mayaran steel actually originated from Draekons, Alex asked, and Myrise too? The multicolored fire? Myrise is powdered Myrox, Avon told her, crushed after the Zao has solidified but before it has been tempered.
I can't believe this, Alex whispered, feeling strangely disappointed, like she was discovering that Santa's reindeer were actually buffalo, or that the North Pole was really situated in the middle of the Sahara Desert. She felt a little bit like the immortal race she held in such high esteem had been lying to her, even though they'd done nothing of the sort. It was her race who had slapped the Made in Mia label on Myrox. Twice a year we're permitted to come and draw the Zao from Terra Oravoren to replenish our stores, Avon continued his explanation. It's a power source for Mia, helping us to continue thriving as a race, even providing us with the energy to create the protective wards we use sparingly around the city. Without the Zao, those wards would fail. We would also have no materials of quality high enough to create new weapons, raise new buildings, or even light our paths and hearths. We rely on the Draekoran's continued blessing, the giving of life ceremony, for allowing our people to flourish in this new world. That must be why he pulled me to the future. The unexpected words caught Alex off guard. Zira? She looked around but couldn't see him anywhere. What are you talking about? Haven't you wondered what possessed him to pull me through to your time? Ziraxis asked. Of course I have, she replied, but I'm no closer to knowing the answer. There are no Draekons in your future, Alex, Ziraxis said, causing the air to rush out of her in a quiet sound of disbelief. When the Golden One, the Avon Delmata of your time, pulled me through the Abrasa, before I was caught in his snare, I saw a dead sea of islands above the clouds. Your Draekora was abandoned long ago. I could sense not even a distant trace of my race in your world. That's when I panicked and fell out of the sky, allowing him to get close enough to attempt my capture. Alex watched as Ziraxis showed her a mental picture of the Draekora in the future, the images he had skipped over in blurred flashes during his replay for the Kaivalon weeks ago. His memories revealed a desolate wasteland of islands resting atop the clouds, nothing at all like the vibrant assortment surrounding them now. But that means... She focused her thoughts and asked, "What about you, Zira? The future you?" "I don't know, Alex. I can't tell you what happened to your Draekora," he said. "But I'm guessing your Avon pulled me through because he needed a Draekon to give him an advantage over the rest of the Mayarans. How would having you in captivity help him?" she asked. It was then that a hush fell over the Draekon assemblage, pulling Alex from her inner conversation to look at what was happening. "What's happening?" she whispered, barely moving her lips in the silence. "Our people are coming," Avon whispered back. Sure enough, Alex's Mayaran eyes picked them up the moment he'd said it, watching as they soared in on nearly invisible Valis paths, the 7 council representatives landing one after the other in the Trasos amphitheater. They all wore identical hooded robes, glowing with the familiar shine of Myrox threaded into the fabric, the brightness standing out in stark contrast against the crystallized blackness surrounding them.
"Here comes the best part," Avin whispered into Alex's ear, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. "Denizens of Mayar," Zeronia called out in the Mayaran tongue, her voice echoing loudly across the space to Alex's heightened hearing. "Tonight you join with all of Draekora to honor those who have been lost beyond the stars." As if reciting from a script they'd all memorized, in one voice the Mayarans said, "May the light shine always upon the lost." Alex was more than a little creeped out, and it only became worse when Zeronia stretched out her wings and flew down from her raised perch until she came to a rest on the ground in front of the Mayarans. In between them was what looked like a large basin forged into the Trasos, but instead of it being entirely black like the rest of the rock, it had veins of glowing myrox webbed throughout. "Light for life," Zeronia said, like some kind of pledge, this time not in Mayaran, but in the scratchy, rumbling language of the Drakons, as she ducked her head over the basin. As Alex watched, a massive silvery tear fell from her eye and dropped into the bowl. One by one, the Drakons flew to the ground, offering the same light for life declaration, before releasing their tears into the steadily growing pool, and then flying off into the dark of the night. "I didn't realize Terra Oravoran was a literal description," Alex called to Zeraxis. "It really is a pool of tears." "The Zhao provides the foundation for most of the Mayaran's necessities in life," he responded, repeating what Avin had said, as he spoke of what Alex now knew was myrox in its liquid form, the tears of Drakons. "And if there are no Drakons in my future," Alex said, jumping back to their earlier conversation, "then the Mayarans of your world would have no new Zhao available to them," he answered. "And without access to something so vital to their foundation, for their continued thriving existence, they would, essentially, be slowly devolving, slowly dying as a race, as their stores run out." Alex suddenly remembered jokingly asking the Kaya of her time if she could take some Myra home with her. "Unfortunately, there's very little Myras available to us these days," Kaya had said. "It's a rare commodity amongst our race." Alex shared the memory with Zeraxis and followed up by saying, "You think Avin pulled you to the future so you could, cry for him?" "I believe he wanted the tears of a Drakon, yes," Zeraxis said. "With a steady supply of Zhao, he would be able to provide weapons for his growing Gosseth. He'd be able to barter the worth of our tears with any of the other races across Medora and receive anything he wanted in return. He'd even perhaps be able to tempt others in Mayar and sway them into his favor, if he was able to offer them something of such significant worth that they'd been living without for so long. People will do anything if they're desperate enough. They will follow anyone, support any cause." Alex shuddered as an image of Avin storming the palace came to mind. A few gifted humans and a small handful of faithful Gosseth, while not good, didn't present much of a threat to the crown. But with the backing of an entire city of desperate Mayarans willing to rise up against their rulers if it meant access to the luxuries denied to them for so long, then Roka and Astaphis' lives would be in much more danger. Not even the elite guard could take on a whole city of revolutionists. Avin would barely have to lift a finger to kill his brother and father before claiming the throne as his. Trembling at the visual, there was still something that Alex didn't understand. Why you, Zira? Why not some other Drakon? And how did he even pull you through the Abrasa to begin with? Only two beings in all the worlds can access the Abrasa to manipulate or travel through space and time, Zeraxis said. Drakons and Tia Orans. The Avin of your future had a Tia Oran in captivity. I saw her when I flew close enough for him to snare me. He shared his memory with Alex, and she gasped in recognition as she saw Lady Mystique bound by snaking black cords around her body. That's as Dega is Tia Oran, Alex, Zeraxis said. In your future, she would have already met you in this past. So when Avin captured her and found a way to force her to do his bidding, I believe she deliberately chose to pull me through so that I would bond with you and bring you back with me, knowing that it had, to her knowledge, already been done.
As Alex looked over the thinning crowd of Drakons, still dripping tears into the bowl, she wondered if it was possible to have a brain aneurysm from an overload of impossibilities that ridiculously made sense. "This is madness," Alex said, even her thoughts sounding strained. "The good news is, he didn't succeed," Zaraxis said. "With the kind of power it would have taken for Ace Dega to pull me through, she won't be able to repeat the process anytime soon with another Drakon. And if the Tia Aran of your day is anything like who she is here, I'd hazard a guess that she willingly surrendered herself to ensure your visit to the past. Bound by Tresos coils or not, I wouldn't be surprised if as soon as you arrive back in your time, Avon finds he is missing his powerful prisoner." From what Alex knew of the ancient woman, she didn't doubt Zaraxis' assumption about Lady Mystique's capabilities. And that was a relief, since she wasn't keen on adding yet another name to her to-rescue list. "This hasn't changed anything," Zaraxis said, reading her inner turmoil. "Now you're just better informed of Avon's plan." "And that he's desperate," Alex added, "but I guess I already knew that." Looking up over her shoulder again, Alex took in the relaxed, open face of the Avon who would one day become a monster. She just couldn't figure out how things would go so wrong. Even now, passionate though he was with his anti-mortal ideals, there was nothing evil about him. All he wanted was separation from them, not to kill them. What would happen to make him snap and murder them all? "What do you see when you look out there?" Alex whispered to the prince. Standing so close, when he tipped his head down to her, they were barely a breath apart. Trapped with her front pressed up against the boulder, she still couldn't put any distance between them, so she quickly swiveled her head to continue watching the ceremony, trying to ignore the heat of him at her back. "I presume you don't want a literal answer?" he inquired. She nodded, watching as the final Drakons shed their tears into the bowl. "I see the giving of life," Avon said quietly, his exhalation stirring the hairs on the back of her neck. "And I see the receiving of it." Choosing her next words so very carefully, Alex asked, "Do the Drakons receive anything in return for their tears?" "As humbling as it is to admit, Maya has nothing their great race needs in order to survive, in order to flourish above the clouds," Avon said. "The Draekorans willingly give this out to us as an offering with no expectation of repayment." Alex watched as the last Drakon, Zaraxis, flew down to make his tear sacrifice before returning to the raised outcropping, where only Zeronia remained, all the other beasts having disappeared into the darkness of the night. Taking that as their cue, the 7 Mayoran counselors stepped forward to stand in a circle around the pool. Moving as one, the Mayorans reached down, rising up again with their fingers clutching the edges of a flexible kind of glass that Alex hadn't noticed, providing a clear, thin barrier above the Tresos bowl, the Zhao sloshing about within the transparent boundary. Together, the Mayorans shuffled away from the pool, moving closer to each other until the Zhao formed the shape of a massive teardrop, its silvery liquid contained fully by the glassy substance. "We thank you for your sacrifice," one of the Mayorans said, looking up at Zeronia and Zaraxis. Though his head was covered by the glorious robes, Alex recognized the voice as belonging to the king. "It is ours to freely give," Zeronia returned. "May the blessing of the stars be yours forevermore." With a bow of his head, Astafi and the rest of his council called forth the Valispath and disappeared, the Zhao held carefully between them. "Say what you must, Alex," Zaraxis said to her, having clearly been eavesdropping on her words with Avon. "Do what you can to help your future, but remember that you can't change the past. What will be, will be." Alex watched as he and his mother spread their wings and took off into the night before she summoned her courage to turn around and face Avon. Now that they had no one to hide from, there was no need for them to be so close, yet he didn't back away. "The Drakons give their tears freely to Maya," she said, ignoring her discomfort at the lack of personal space, even knowing they'll receive nothing in return. She braced herself and finished by revisiting their metaphor from weeks ago. "Does that not make you us like sheep to the wolves?" Avon's body locked. His eyes flared at her meaningful words, widening in startled wonder before he managed to compose himself. "What you're implying, it's not the same, isn't it?" Alex pressed. "The Drakons freely provide Maya with what it needs to continue advancing as a race, to continue flourishing.
just as Maya does for the mortals of Medora. We don't want to become Drakons, though, Avon said, his words oddly strangled. The mortals don't want to become immortal, despite what you would believe, Alex whispered. You said it once yourself, Avon. A sheep can never become a wolf. She reached out and placed a hand against his heart, partly to keep him at arm's length, and partly because she could see his turmoil and wished to provide him a small comfort. Whatever you think of the humans, they're not stupid. They know they can never ascribe to the glory of an eternal race. It's biologically impossible to change what they are, what they were born to be. They only wish, as you do, to flourish in this world. Would you deny them the help you can provide when it is at such little cost to you? He was as still as a statue under the moonlight, but she could see his golden eyes warring with emotion. Glancing over to the now empty basin, Alex quietly said, "A few tears aren't much to the Drakons, but they are everything to Maya." Turning back to look at him meaningfully, she quoted, "Of those to whom much is given, much is expected." Her fingers curled tighter into his chest as she whispered to finish, "You have a responsibility to those dependent on you, Avon. Just as Draekora willingly sacrifices for Maya, so too should Maya follow their lead and support the mortals." Knowing there was nothing more she could say, Alex waited, watching an inner battle play out across his features. When he eventually released a slow breath, she felt her nervous body relax, but she tensed again when his arms snaked around her, pulling her in for a crushing hug. "You championed their cause as a mother would fight to protect her child," he whispered into her ear. "But unlike the irrational urges of a guardian parent, your reasoning is pertinent. Thank you, Alia, for sharing your insight. I think I understand better now." While Alex appreciated his gratitude and hoped that perhaps something she'd said had penetrated enough for him to carry it through to the future, she was also alarmed by her current physical predicament and very much wanting to escape. Hyper-aware of everywhere her body pressed up against his, she found she had no idea what to do with her arms, one hanging awkwardly by her side, the other still on his chest, squashed between them. She decided to use that one to her advantage and increased the pressure against him, thankful when he got the message to step back. "It's late," he said, saving her from having to come up with a way to fill the gaping silence left in the wake of their worryingly intimate embrace. "You've given me much to think about, but the festival is tomorrow, and we both need our rest." She gave a nod, and, before she could put more space between them, he reached out and entwined his fingers with hers, activating the Valis path around them and sending them back towards the earth. All the while she delicately tried to pull free of his grasp, but his fingers only tightened around hers. "Well, aren't you quite the vision?" Alex whirled around at Nick's words, her eyes sweeping him from head to toe.
He looked like the Mayorin adaptation of a darkly tailored Prince Charming, attired smartly in a black ensemble of collared, vest-like jacket, pants, and boots. Even the addition of the sword scabbard at his waist didn't detract from his overall refined air. It just added to how impressive and slightly dangerous he looked. "The same could be said about you," she said with a grin, reaching up to straighten the black filigree mask adhered to his skin, traveling from his left cheek over one eye and coiling diagonally up to finish above his right temple. "You should come with a warning this evening. Watch out, ladies, I'm on the prowl." Nix threw back his head and laughed. "If we're to come with warnings, yours would have to say, 'Looks may be deceiving.'" Alex laughed in return. "Touché." For the first time since trying to play the part of an immortal, Alex actually felt like she was pulling it off. And that was largely thanks to the outfit the Queen and Kaya had chosen for her to wear to the masquerade ball, which was beyond anything Alex had ever seen, let alone worn. When she'd first gazed upon her reflection in the mirror earlier that night, she'd struggled to recognize herself in the dress that looked as if it were made from starlight itself. With a sweetheart neckline, the strapless silvery bodice fit tight to her waist before flowing like waves of molten liquid to the floor. Strands of impossibly thin myrox were embroidered in swirls across the silky fabric, giving the illusion of radiating light as she moved. Added to that was her shimmering skin from her link with Xeroxis, and Alex felt like she was lit up like the star on the top of a Christmas tree. And yet, she didn't feel gaudy at all, not with the glittery opulence worn by those all around her. She actually fit in with the ethereal race of immortals as if she were one of them, and not merely a human, playing dress-up. "I don't suppose you've seen Avin yet?" Nyx asked, pulling 2 glassy flutes of bubbling liquid off a passing tray and handing one to Alex. "Still no sign of him," she responded, taking a sip to keep from nervously chewing on her lip. The festival was in full swing, as it had been for hours, yet no one had seen Avin at all that day. After an oddly silent trip back to the palace last night, Avin had dropped her off to her room with a soft smile, and neither Alex nor anyone else had seen him since. That morning she'd been woken as per normal for a dawn sparring session with Nyx, with him reminding her that, summer banquet or not, they only had 1 day left before she would return to her time and needed to make the most of it. Butterflies had hit her stomach at his words, and she'd readily agreed, knowing that while she'd already come so far thanks to his training, there was always more room for improvement. After finishing their grueling workout, she'd had breakfast with Nita and played 3 games of sticks with Astafe before returning to training again. Alex was particularly pleased with herself when, for the first time ever, she managed to win their sparring matcha, in which Nyx hadn't been holding back at all. The approving gleam that entered his eyes had been all the praise she'd needed. It hadn't even mattered that she'd had to latta her numerous wounds with Leandra to heal any evidence of her mortal blood that had spilled during her conquest. She had fought a Mayorin properly, and won. Thankfully, he called it quits for them on that high note, releasing her to go and enjoy the early afternoon street entertainment that would last until the masquerade. Skipping through the streets, spilling with people, music, food, and everything a citywide celebration should be, Alex had been beside herself with glee. She'd felt so alive, surrounded by such vibrant energy. Acrobats and fire twirlers had captivated audiences, and Mayorins had danced without reservation, even drawing Alex in to join them, their merriment contagious. When the sun had begun to lower on the horizon, Alex had returned to her room, where Nita and Kaya had been waiting with unrestrained excitement, both already wearing their own stunning outfits. They'd helped Alex into her magical gown, presenting her with a mask that was equally beautiful, delicately embroidered with thin strands of myrox that adhered to her skin as if she'd been born wearing it. The 3 of them had then joined the king and Roka, who Alex had been happy to see, given his absence of late, but she'd been even more pleased to note his open-mouthed reaction upon seeing Kaya in her formal wear, before joining the carousing citizens of Maya, many of whom were packed into the palace ballroom. Alex had felt a note of pride while taking in the reveling Mayorins and their dazzling attire. Despite having known not the first thing about immortal fashion, she, along with Kaya and Nita, had pulled off a miracle with the outfits. Not a single individual was left lacking in the wardrobe department. Males and females alike looked fit to be kings and queens, and she had helped make that happen. Standing on the sunset balcony of the ballroom with Nyx, Alex came to the sharp realization that she would miss the Maya of the past. Come tomorrow, she would no longer be considered one of them, should no longer be known as Aelia the Mayorin, should be back to being Alex the Mortal, should once more be targeted by the scathing ire of the future counselors, as well as the hatred of a queen whom she had come to adore. Nyx would detest her, Avin would be back to wanting her dead, and as for Xeroxus, she had no idea what fate would befall him, or if she'd ever see him again. Sure, some things she would be relieved to have back to normal, like Roka and Kaya being together, and Zane not being a wanted criminal. She was also looking forward to not having to worry about hiding her identity, and she couldn't wait to reunite with her friends and family, even if to them no time would have passed. But even so, Alex knew she would forever leave a piece of her heart in the past. "What troubles you, Aelia?" Nyx asked, pulling her eyes from the setting sun and back to him. "It's nothing, Nyx," she answered with a sigh. "I'm just thinking about tomorrow, about the future." "That sounds like much too weighty a consideration for a party affair," a new voice interrupted. As one, both Alex and Nyx turned around to find Avin standing directly behind them, his eyes staring at Alex with such unconcealed awe that she struggled not to fidget at his blatant perusal. "Where have you been all day?" Nyx demanded, his voice filled with irritated concern.
There was something I had to do, Oven said vaguely, tearing his gaze from Alex to look at Nyx. A last-minute festival matter of great importance, but I'm here now. Here he was, indeed, a striking vision of black and gold, wearing the colors of Royal House Delmarda with pride, just like the rest of his family. I actually have a favor to ask of you, Nyx, if you don't mind, Oven said. Aelia, would you excuse us a moment? I promise, I'll be right back. She nodded, perplexed as to his singular wording that implied he would be returning alone. Alex had to make a quick decision. Either she ducked out and later offered an excuse for disappearing, or she accepted that this was one of the last moments she would ever spend on amicable terms with her future enemy. Regardless of how careful she knew she had to be around him, Alex wasn't ready to say goodbye to the Oven of the past just yet. So she stayed put and patiently waited, staring out at the fading sunshine, bathing the glorious city and its street-strewn partygoers. Sorry about that, Oven said a few minutes later as he approached her again. It should be a crime to leave someone as beautiful as you alone on an evening like this. Discomforted by his disturbingly sweet compliment, Alex said, There's plenty going on around here to keep me entertained. Oven gave a short laugh, looking down at the revelers celebrating up a storm.
It does appear that everyone is enjoying themselves. You've done a fabulous job, Avon, Alex said, her tone genuine. You should be really proud of yourself. He waved aside her praise and jokingly said, No one cares about what I did. They're all just happy to be wearing such fine clothes. Alex felt her lips curl upwards, knowing that he was just being humble and realizing how ridiculous that was. This is why she wasn't ready to end her time with him. Because come tomorrow, humble Avon would be a thing of the past, literally. I have a surprise for you, he said, his eyes bright. But first, I want to... Whatever he wanted, Alex didn't hear, because right then, a deafening cheer rose from the ballroom as a troupe of performers began a choreographed aerial display that seemingly defied gravity. Like all the onlookers, Alex was hypnotized by their flowing movements and limbered stunts. It was only when she felt Avon's gentle touch on her bare shoulder that she turned back to him, having forgotten that he'd been in the middle of speaking. Do you mind if we go somewhere quiet and talk? He asked, speaking loudly over the increased music and applause. It'll only take a minute. She looked from him to the acrobats and back again, feeling torn. It had been one thing to wait for him on the balcony, but it was another entirely to leave the party with him. Please, he said, seeing her indecision. It was his vulnerable tone that got to her, prompting her to give a slight nod of agreement against her better judgment. Smiling widely, Avon stepped closer and activated the Valis path. He didn't say anything as they soared away from the palace, nor did he speak as they rose atop the golden cliffs and continued into the Silverwood. It was only when they came to a stop at the edge of R'lyeh that he turned to her, the last rays of sunlight shining through the canopy and catching his golden mask, creating an angelic effect. Do you remember this place? Avon asked. More than you can know, she thought, looking around the forested crossroads, but all she said was, I do. Do you remember what you told me that night? That Alex didn't recall, so she shook her head. You said that no one can tell us how we should feel, he recounted. As a prince of Maya, I've had to live my life by a set of values. I've resented that, never knowing if I believe what I believe because I believe it, or because it's what's expected of me. My disagreement with my father over the mortals was the first time I felt anything strongly enough to question my family and fight for something I truly believed in. It was a powerful, heady feeling to stand for a cause I considered just, to have others stand alongside me. He paused, took a breath, moved a step closer. Last night, you made me realize how wrong I was. Alex's mouth opened in a silent gasp. I became so determined to prove that I could have different feelings, that I could have beliefs that were my own, that I became blinded by my passion for what I considered justice. I wouldn't listen to reason, my father's, Rokus, not even yours. Even when I began to wonder if I was being naive, if it wasn't the big deal I was making it out to be, I was then too afraid to change my stance, fearing my feelings again weren't my own, but rather those that were expected of me. But last night, Aelia, you helped me see that I was wrong, and that even if I wasn't, none of it matters." He reached out a hand, pressing it against her bare cheek, the tips of his fingers just touching her mask. Too transfixed by his words, she didn't have the presence of mind to pull away. "I won't lie to you," he said. "I still don't like the idea of us giving so much to the mortals, since I do consider them inferior, regardless of the parallels you so astutely highlighted with our dependence on the Draekorans. But I realize now that Mayarans far older and wiser than myself have decided in favor of supporting the mortals. Those same Mayarans have listened to my voice and the voices of my rebels, and now I understand it is time for me to yield to the leadership of our city and have my Garceth stand down. The council will decide what is best for our future and the future of the mortals. I don't have to agree with them. You helped me realize that. But as a citizen of Maya, I do have to respect their decision. And now, more than ever, I'm okay with that." Mind reeling, Alex repeated, "Now more than ever?" A smile touched his lips. "Let's just say that of late, I haven't been as dedicated to my own cause as I should have been. Something much more important has been distracting me." "Oh, crap," Alex thought, noting the meaningful look in his eyes. Suddenly realizing just how close they were standing, with his hand still on her cheek, she pulled back, retreating a step. "Avon," she said, her voice a whisper, "Aelia, surely you must know how I feel about you." She put up a hand between them, but he ignored it and moved closer, prompting her to edge backwards again. "Avon, please." "Everyone seems to know," he said, appearing both amused and slightly exasperated. "My mother is in raptures. Apparently she picked you for me the moment she first laid eyes on you. She's been thanking the stars ever since your arrival." Alex resisted the urge to groan. She'd thought Nida was just that nice to everyone. But now she wondered how much of their bonding was because the Queen saw her as a potential daughter-in-law. This is so not good, Alex thought, wondering how she was supposed to find a way out of her current predicament and wishing she'd left the ballroom balcony when she'd had the chance. "Are you going to say anything?" Avon asked, still heading towards her, with them now moving deeper into the dense trees surrounding the clearing. Alex pushed away a thin, low-hanging branch that poked into her back, snapping it as she continued scrambling backwards through the forest. "Avon, I'm not sure I am." "Aelia," he interrupted, his expression fervent as he reached out in a blur of movement, grabbing her shoulders to stop her retreat. "I've never been more sure of anything in my life." Alex felt like a caged animal, caught in his grip as she was. She shrugged her arms, trying to dislodge his hands, but he wouldn't release her. "Take a moment," he offered. "Think about it, and you'll realize that I'm right, that we're right. Please, Aelia, you know what I'm saying is true. Don't you feel the same?" "Nyax!" Alex cried frantically in her mind, having no idea of the etiquette required to carefully but effectively turn down a prince's unreciprocated advances. "Avon's just told me that—" She couldn't finish her line of thought, so she shoved the memory of Avon's declaration through their mental link and asked, "What should I do?" Nyax's response was immediate, a string of curse words in her mind, followed by, "I was hoping he'd wait until the festival mania had passed, and then it wouldn't matter since you'd be gone. But there's nothing for it now. You have to tell him the truth." Alex's eyes widened. "Are you crazy?" "Not that truth, Aelia," Nyax said. "The truth of how you feel about him." "But I don't like him like that, Nyax," Alex said. "You know I don't." "It's not me you have to tell, Aelia. Just be gentle. He's in a vulnerable place right now." Yeah, no kidding, Alex thought, but she didn't project that to Nyax. Instead, she focused back on Avon, who was still waiting for her response, presuming, most likely, that she was taking his advice to think about it. Hands shaking, Alex reached out and placed her fingers over his heart. His face brightened at her familiar action, thinking she was agreeing with him. So she quickly forced herself to quietly say, "Avon, I'm so sorry, but I just don't feel that way about you." Immediately, his brightness seeped away, and as if the sun itself was attuned to his emotions, the light faded from the forest as twilight descended. Alex would have considered it poetic if she hadn't felt so awful.
"You're a wonderful friend," she said, not believing she was pulling the "let's be friends" card, But since her mayor and dating practices weren't exactly up to speed, she had nothing else to work with. I would hate to jeopardize that when I know I can't return what you feel. In a flash, his hands moved off her shoulders and he stepped back, breaking free of her touch. He ran a hand through his honey-colored hair, unable to meet her eyes. At the risk of sounding egotistical, I wasn't expecting that, he said, his voice rough. Alex stepped towards him. Avon, no, he said, holding up a hand. Just no. And with that, he spun and strode purposefully back through the dense trees, as if his sole mission in life was to get away from her. Go after him, Alex told herself. Go after him, or you won't get a chance to say goodbye. If she let Avon out of her sight, if he had a chance to retreat into his rejection and lick his wounds, she knew she wouldn't see him again that night. He'd soon take off on the Vallis path and disappear. And tomorrow, she would be gone. She couldn't stand the idea of their last meeting in the past ending with him storming away from her in humiliating defeat. Avon, wait, she cried, picking up her skirt and running after him, ignoring the branches snagging on her gown as the thick forest resisted her hurried movements. Avon, please, she said, stepping up behind him just as he shouldered his way past a thin, overhanging branch. Because all nature hated Alex, she wasn't surprised when the branch didn't snap, but instead it flung back to slap her in the face, causing her to cry out in pain. Ouch! Her startled yelp halted Avon's retreat, and he spun around, his face showing that he hadn't realized she was so close. "Stars, Aaliyah," he said, his expression instantly apologetic. "I didn't know." "It's not your fault," she was quick to tell him, rapidly blinking her eyes as they teared up from the sting. "I know you didn't do it deliberately." "Still," he said, bending slightly to get a better look at her face in the shadows of the fading light. "It's okay. It doesn't even hurt anymore," she lied, taking in his now agonized features and wondering how much of that look was because he thought he'd hurt her and how much of it was because of how she'd hurt him. "Truly, I can't feel it at all." Avon's body was so still. All Alex wanted to do was comfort him, apologize for not returning his feelings, let him know how much she'd enjoyed their time together. But before she could say anything, his eyes caught hers, and she swiftly inhaled at the tormented fire in them. Then, without another word, he bolted. One moment he was there, the next, he was gone. Alex blew out a frustrated, sad breath and carefully picked her way back through the remaining forest, realizing that the only thing worse than her last sight of him being his humiliated defeat was his panicked, humiliated defeat. Miserable with her thoughts, once Alex reached the open crossroads, she called up the Vallis path, but she wasn't ready to return to the palace just yet, so she guided it to take her to her familiar spot on the edge of the Golden Cliffs. Standing there, overlooking the celebrations in full swing, Alex took a moment to steady herself and then called out to Nyx. "You might want to check in on Avon. I'm not sure if my gentle was gentle enough." A mental sigh came as his response. What happened? Alex showed him, hating that she had to watch it all again, and especially hating the look on his face at the end. Something about it just ripped her to shreds. "Where are you?" Nyx asked. "Top of the cliffs," Alex answered, knowing he wouldn't need any more information, since where she was standing was the place where she'd claimed him. "There's no way Avon will want company right now, but I'm guessing you could use it," Nyx said. "Stay where you are. I'll be there in a minute." She was grateful for his support, even if right then she didn't feel as if she deserved it, not when she'd just brought so much distress to his best friend. "I'm sorry, Nyx. I stuffed everything up." "Shut up, Aaliyah," he said. "Just tell me you at least acted grateful when he told you about his surprise gift." That gave Alex pause. His what? His gift? His present for you? When Alex remained silent, Nyx added, "Didn't he tell you about his surprise? Why he was missing all day? The favor he asked me?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," Alex said, though she did recall Avon mentioning before they'd left the ballroom balcony that he had a surprise for her. Nyx made a frustrated sound, though whether it was aimed towards her or Avon she wasn't sure. "Then you don't know about the mortals. Putting the pieces together, Alex replied, "Actually, I do. He told me he's giving up his rebel cause." Despite knowing that it wouldn't last, it still meant a lot to her that Avon had been willing to see reason because of her encouragement. "No, Aaliyah, I'm not talking about his change of beliefs, though it's good to see you helped him see reason." His response surprised Alex, since they'd never before discussed the depth of his affiliation with the Garcets. She deliberately avoided the issue given what she knew of his future. Someone had to open his eyes to how ridiculous he was being, and Light knows he wasn't listening to me, Nix continued. "I don't know what you said to him, but you did well on that one." Alex wasn't sure if it was appropriate to say thank you, but before she could figure it out, Nix spoke again. "But that's not what I meant when I said you don't know about the mortals. I'm talking about the ones who are here in the city tonight." Alex jerked violently and mentally whispered, "What?" "Avon spent all day searching for them," Nix continued. "A small group of traders he thought you'd like to see again, or so he told me when he pulled me aside and asked me to keep an eye on them until you returned. Their invitation was his gift to you, a gesture of his intent to end his rebellion against his father's policies. It was his way of showing you that you mean more to him than any plan for what he considers justice." Alex felt as if the ground had just been torn out from underneath her. Black dots blurred at the edges of her vision as words screamed across her memory, words spoken to her months ago from the dungeon where DC had briefed her on the history of Maya. The next time a human trading delegation entered the city, they killed them. All of them. "Aaliyah?" Nix called, at the same time as Xeraxis, with the Drakon having sensed her distress. She didn't answer either of them, so lost in her panic as she was. "Aaliyah?" This time the words were spoken aloud, Nix having now arrived on the cliffs beside her. She turned woodenly to him and opened her mouth, unable to respond, let alone get her thoughts together. He reached out a hand, touching his fingers to the space just beneath her eye, right near the edge of her mask. "Stars, what happened to your face?" Lost in her panic, Alex barely heard his question. "Wait, is this?" Nyax trailed off, frowning in concentration. "In your—" His face paled. "Aaliyah, is this where the branch hit you?" Numb with fear, she struggled to draw air into her tight chest. "It's nothing, Nix," she wheezed. "We have a much bigger problem right now." It didn't matter if the humans weren't in the city tonight to trad, they were still a trading delegation who had entered the city. DC's history report may have been wrong with its implication, but the horror of the remembered words struck Alex much worse than the sting of any branch to her face. If that version of history was correct, Avon's Garceths were going to massacre the humans tonight. "But that doesn't make any sense," Alex said out loud, her eyes remaining unfocused even when Nyax whispered her name in a strangled-sounding voice. Ignoring Avon's recent change of beliefs, there had been no evidence as of yet that he exhibited any desire to kill mortals, just to end the trade agreement.
There was no way he was going to take off on a murderous rampage tonight that would see DC's words come true. For that to happen, he would need something impossibly drastic to push him over the edge. Something that— "Ayalia," Nix whispered again, his horrified tone piercing through the haze of her mind this time. "Please, tell me Avon didn't see your face." Before she could lose her thin grasp on her panic and break her promise by ordering him to forget about her face, he pulled his hand away, holding his thumb up so she could see the reason for his stricken expression. Blood. Deep red blood. She slapped her hand to her cheek, feeling the thin welt just beneath her eye and the trickle of blood on her skin. "No," she gasped, remembering the agonized look on Avon's face, the fiery torment in his gaze. That hadn't been his reaction to her rejection. It was his reaction to seeing her blood. It was his reaction to realizing that he'd been lied to by a mortal, betrayed by a mortal, that he'd fallen for a mortal. If there was anything that could send Avon over the edge of reason and turn him into a cold-blooded murderer, Alex knew that could do it. Another memory came to her then, one that had eluded her when she'd tried to recall it weeks ago, upon realizing it was a valid warning from the Nix of the future. With the lashing of the branch, the time will be at hand. All will change, or rather, nothing will.
Eyes welling with terror, Alex didn't wait a moment longer. She took a running leap off the cliff and ignored Nick's startled yell as she summoned the Valispath around her, heading straight for the palace. It was the screaming Alex heard first, her Mayerin ears picking up the sound long before her eyes caught sight of the reason for it. Her mind blanked at the frenzied cries, causing her to relinquish control on the Valispath, which dumped her unceremoniously a few streets away from the palace. Feeling as if she was moving through a fuzzy haze, Alex hurried her way through the masses of Mayerins until a space opened up at the base of the palace where a group of armed Zeltora were trying to calm those who couldn't get away fast enough. It seemed surreal to think that just minutes before they had all been laughing and dancing, and now they were screaming. Unlike the stricken Mayerins trying to escape, Alex pushed her way forwards, her eyes trained on the grisly sight in front of her. They were all there, all 6 of them, Benzie Hayes and her fellow humans. Alex couldn't remember the names of the others, but she recognized their faces. Avon had found them and invited them to the festival as a present for Alex, a present he and his Garseth had slaughtered in an act of blind rage. Walking on deadened legs, Alex moved close enough to squat down and pick up Benzie's beret, ignoring the splatter of blood on it as she pressed the cap tight to her chest, heedless of the stain it was leaving on her dress. She heard a whimpering sound and looked around, only to realize the noise was coming from her. She pressed her quivering lips together, but the sound continued inside her head, like a high-pitched ringing in her ears. "Ayelia, what happened here?" Nyx whispered, having apparently followed her from the cliffs. She turned to see his whitened face, his gaping, horror-struck expression as he took in the mindless, violent carnage in front of them. It was then that she knew. He'd had nothing to do with it. She stared as the realization washed over her. Nyx may have been Avon's best friend. He may have supported Avon, gone to the Garseth meetings, been a constant by Avon's side. But he'd had nothing to do with the deaths of the humans. He didn't even believe in the anti-mortal cause, if his earlier words were true. Nyx he was innocent. And yet, in her future, he'd been imprisoned for thousands of years. "I'm sorry, Nyx," Alex said to him in a whisper, "but I have to break my promise." He was too stunned by the gruesome scene before them to take notice of her words, to even turn away from the sight of crimson spilling into the Myronized lit city street. All around them the masked Mayerins were still screaming and running, crying and shouting, but Alex ignored them all to focus on what needed to be done. Given his closeness to Avon, Nyx would eventually end up imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit, but she would do everything in her power to give him a head start, before the Zeltora began to track down Avon's known accomplices. It was the least she could do after everything he'd done to help her. He was not her enemy, not now, not in the future. She knew that now. "I'm sorry, Nyx," she whispered again. "Sorry for so much." "What happened here?" he asked again, finally dragging his eyes to hers. Knowing secrecy didn't matter anymore, Alex answered with one word. "Avon." Nyx reared back in disbelieving shock. Alex watched his face contort into a painful mixture of emotions, devastation, anger, sadness, both surprised and strangely not surprised at what his friend was capable of when pushed. Then, with the purple of his eyes standing out vividly against the black of his mask, he whispered, "The Mayerin in your future, the enemy of yours, the one who claimed you, who wants to destroy the world?" Alex nodded, the truth settling like a vice against her chest. "Yes, it's Avon. That's who you were training me to fight. That's who I need to defeat to keep that vision from coming true." Nyx looked as if his world had just crashed around him. How could he? Why could he? How could he? "I'm sorry, Nyx," Alex said for the 3rd time. "But for what happens next, you shouldn't be anywhere close to here. You should get away, as far and as fast as you can. Trust me on that. It won't—" Her breath hitched, but she caught the sob before it could escape. "It won't make much of a difference, but it might make some. Ayelia, don't follow me, Nyx." Despite her whispered words, her voice was firm as she broke her promise to not give him an order against his will. She felt the tugging between them, and tears welled in her eyes at his anguished, knowing look. "Ayelia, what?" Before he could finish his broken question, she reached forward and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close for a tight, desperate embrace. "I'm so sorry, Nix," she whispered one last time into his ears. Sorry for everything he would go through. Sorry for everything she couldn't protect him from. But this, at least, is one promise I can keep. As he stiffened in her arms, she silently summoned Ainera behind his back, slicing the blade along the scar at her palm. She was so numb that she barely felt the pain, as she pulled back and, quick as a flash, reached for Nix's hand, her blade carving open his flesh. His eyes widened in understanding, and he tried to break free, but it was too late. Alex had already joined their bloodied hands together, red and silver. "Draekora," she whispered into his mind, the power of the words flowing between them. With tears of apology, regret, and fear in her eyes, she gave her final order to him aloud as well. "I release you, Nix." As if the line tugging between them was suddenly cut, Alex felt the link that had connected them start to uncurl with the release of her claim on him. His expression was ravaged as he looked down at her. "Ayelia." She wouldn't let herself wait to hear whatever he was going to say. She knew the words would kill her, just as she knew she needed to get inside the palace to find Roka. History told her that Avon and his Garceth took off after their slaughter before onlookers could capture them, but she knew he would soon be found and brought before the king, and when that happened, she had to be prepared. Because after he offered a feigned apology for his actions, he would then try to kill his father and brother. DC had said their deaths were only avoided thanks to the arrival of the guards, but looking around at the mayhem in the streets, Alex guessed that might not be an accurate retelling.
She was the only one who understood the threat Avon posed to his family. She was the only one who knew to stop him before he could do more harm. "Don't follow me," she whispered again to Nyx. While he was no longer bound to follow any new commands, that one was given before she'd released him and would remain in effect, hopefully giving him a fighting chance to stave off his inevitable imprisonment for as long as possible. With one last look at his tortured face, she spun on her heel and took off into the palace. Alex sprinted up the spiral towers, passing traumatized Myerans along the way. She didn't slow, not even when she sailed by Kaya, who had her arms around a shell-shocked Nita, both looking up just in time to catch the blur of Alex running by. The Queen's sorrowful golden eyes told Alex she knew Avon was responsible, that her worst nightmare had come true. But it was Kaya's emerald gaze that almost caused Alex to stumble in her near-flying steps, because the Myeran's focus was locked onto the blood of the scratch on Alex's face. Too panicked to care about hiding her mortality anymore, Alex didn't stop, ignoring Kaya when she choked out a sound of shocked alarm. "Alex, talk to me! What's going on down there?" Running through the palace, Alex realized she had been so lost in her own fear that she'd not heard Zaraxus screaming for her attention ever since she'd left the Golden Cliffs. Now, heading up the grand staircases towards the throne room, she called back, "Avon just killed the humans, Zarak. They're dead, and it's all my fault." A stunned silence reached her before he replied, "I'm almost at the city, Alex. We can't wait for tomorrow. We need to get you back to your time now, before anything happens to you." "I have to save Roka and Astafi first," she said, nearing the throne room. She broke off when the sound of a struggle reached her ears, along with the shouted yells. "I'm not with him, you Kregans. I'm the one who caught him. I brought him to you. Prince Roka just told you to let me go, so let me go." "It doesn't matter that you're not a traitorous Garceth. You're still a wanted criminal," came a grunting reply as the struggling sounds continued. "We'll lock you in Tevarg and deal with you once this situation with the prince is under control." As Alex rounded the corner and reached the hallway leading to the throne room, she came to a sliding stop at the sight of Zane fighting not one, not two, but 6 Zeltora, trying to free himself from their hold. "Aaliyah!
What? Alex spun around at Kaya's voice, the female Mayeran having chased after her. But she didn't have time to deal with Kaya right now, nor did she have time to deal with Zane, and that was because she'd heard his shouted words. "I'm the one who caught him. I brought him to you." Avon was already in with the king, and so was Roka, according to Zane's other exclamation. "If Alex didn't hurry, help him," she screamed at Kaya, pointing to Zane. "I need to get past them." She wasn't sure whether it was the shrill sound of her panicked voice or the terrified look she was certain she wore, but for whatever reason, Kaya decided to trust Alex, tearing off down the corridor to defend Zane against the Zeltora and clear a path for Alex to break through. Knowing her two friends could handle themselves, Alex advanced forward until she reached the double doors into the throne room, bursting through them and skidding to a halt. Her breath came out in gasping pants as she took in the sight before her. Astafi lying face down on the ground, silver liquid leaking from his back and staining his formal clothes. Roka struggling against Avon, trying to hold his brother back, but weakening by the blood gushing out of his femoral artery. At the sound of Alex's entrance, Avon leapt up from where he was crouched over Roka, the sword he held dripping silver to the floor. What little breath remained in her lungs fled at the murderous expression on his face. "You!" he bellowed. "You did this!" "Avon," Alex wheezed out, hands raised in supplication. "Please." He slashed his blade violently towards his father and brother. "They wouldn't listen when I told them what you'd done, what you were. They were more concerned by what happened to those vermin out there." He hissed his last words, throwing his hand to indicate the bloodied streets beneath them. "They didn't even care that a mortal had been lying to us for weeks, betraying us." "I didn't betray you," she whispered. "I fell for you," he screamed, his eyes molten gold. "I actually—" He broke off with a strangled sound, raised a knuckle to his mouth as if needing to bite back his words. "When I came in here," he said, his voice lower but still simmering with fury, "my own father wouldn't believe me about you, didn't care about you, not after what my Garseth and I had done to his precious mortals." He hissed his last words, throwing his hand to indicate the bloodied streets beneath them. "They didn't even care that a mortal had been lying to us for weeks, betraying us." "I didn't betray you," she whispered. "I fell for you," he screamed, his eyes molten gold. "I actually—" He broke off with a strangled sound, raised a knuckle to his mouth as if needing to bite back his words. "When I came in here," he said, his voice lower, but still simmering with fury, "my own father wouldn't believe me about you, didn't care about you, not after what my Garseth and I had done to his precious mortals. But Roka, my dear brother!" Avon spat the word, mercilessly stamping his boot down on Roka's wound and eliciting a desperate cry of pain from the downed prince. He already knew. Alex's stomach clenched as she jolted forward, only to freeze again at the look Avon leveled her. All she could do was watch with muted shock as the white-faced Roka tried to rise, only to collapse on his blood-spouting leg with another muffled groan. "He knew the filth you were, and he never told me," Avon hissed. "The person I trusted most in this world, he just watched, laughing, as I fell for a disgusting mortal." "Avon, shut your mouth, human!" Avon roared, taking a threatening step forward, only to halt again. He inhaled loudly and rolled his neck as if to compose himself. "The only way to ensure our glorious city remains free of your infestation is if I sit on the throne." He pointed to Astafi and Roka again. "They have to die. For the sake of Mayer, I've done what was needed. And having intimately experienced the deceit you disgusting mortals are capable of, I would do it again in a heartbeat if you hadn't already ripped mine to shreds with your betrayal." Alex caught a sob at her throat. The Avon in front of her wasn't the one she had come to know in the past, but nor was he the one she knew in the future. The Avon of her time had spent years channeling his rage, sharpening his focus into calculated strategy. But this Avon was spitting fire, blinded by an animalistic bloodlust. If he'd only stop for a moment, he would realize that everything he'd said, none of it made sense. The mindless killing of mortals, the murdering of his own family. These weren't the actions of someone who had been betrayed or rejected. They were the actions of someone who had stepped over the edge of sanity, someone who was too far gone to come back to reason. It was only because she realized she was dealing with a very different kind of danger, a very different Avon to the menace she knew in the future, that Alex was prepared to react when faced with what he did next. "The king will be dead in moments," he whispered, a feverish expression on his face, his gaze unfocused. "As will my brother." And with an upward swing of his arm, his sword slashed down towards the now barely conscious Roka, aiming straight for his heart. The blade didn't make contact, though, and that was because Alex leapt forward, summoning Ainara in a burst of fire to meet his strike mid-air. Aaliyah's teeth snapped at her, the intensity of his fury sending a tremor down her flaming arms. "No mortal will deny me of what is rightfully mine," he stated fiercely, "least of all you." And that's when he turned to her fully, lashing out with his sword. Reacting on instinct and trusting what she'd learned from Nyx, Alex met Avon thrust for thrust, over and over again, not allowing herself to think beyond the next parry, the next deflection, the next lunge. He was competent, very competent, but his skills hadn't yet been honed by thousands of years like the Avon of the future, and that gave Alex an edge over him, or at least put her on somewhat equal footing.
With every attack she managed to defend against, and with every offense of her own, his eyes widened more and more at the realization that she was fighting him not as a mortal, but as a Mairen. And when his shock overcame him so much that with one heaving sideways slash, she was able to force the sword from his hands to clatter across the room, he stood gaping at her, only to roar, "What are you?" It was then that Alex did something stupid, something so very stupid. And it happened because the doors to the throne room were flung open, revealing the fight-rumpled Zane and Kayaya, who, with fear flooding her features, bolted for Roka, just as Zane moved to the king's side, bellowing for the guards they'd likely just sent scrambling. But when those guards surged into the room, they were so stunned by the scene that they froze. They only managed to leap into action when another group of Mairens stormed into the room, a handful of rebels who Alex recognized from the midnight meeting at the Scarlet Thief. And it was then that all hell broke loose, as swords went flying between Garceth and Zeltora, with Kayaya and Zane jumping up to join the guards. It was in watching all this that Alex had stupidly taken her eyes off Avon, giving him the opportunity to make his move against her unguarded self. Before she knew it, he was upon her, his hands covering hers as they wrestled over Ainara. She struggled against him, watching agony fill his face as the flames seared into his flesh. But pained or not, he didn't loosen his hold. Exerting a force stronger than anything she could defend against, he shoved their grappling hands in a downwards arc faster than Alex could stop. The momentum was too much for her to stave off, and with a sickening squelching sound, the ice-colored blade slashed down and drove violently into her stomach. Alex sucked in a choking gasp, the pain instantly flooding her body as she hunched over in shock. "Alex!" Ziraxis screamed in her mind, followed by the distressed roar of the Drakon rumbling outside, echoing across the city like a clap of thunder. There was no way she could respond to him, not when she was blinded by shards of lightning tearing through her middle, not when she was drowning for air, barely able to draw hacking wet breaths into her lungs. She sank to her knees, and as she did so, Avon lowered himself with her, his hands still over hers at the hilt of the blade lodged in her abdomen. In the back of her mind, Alex wondered how long it would take before Kayaya and Zane helped the guards overcome the Garceth, how long before anyone realized she was on her knees at Avon's mercy.
But since she could still hear the clashing of swords ringing in an eternal echo, she knew no one would reach her in time. She was on her own. Struck with the realization that she was going to die, Alex couldn't do anything when Avon released one of his hands and raised it to her face, peeling the mask from her skin and casting it aside. He stared deeply into her eyes for a long moment, his bloodied red fingers cupping her cheek in a mocking caress, before he leaned forward to whisper in her ear, "I swear by the stars that you and the others slain tonight will be the first of many. Of that you have my word." And then, with a brutal heave, he yanked Ayanara from her flesh, causing her to double over and collapse at his feet, her body convulsing as her hands weakly pressed against her fatal wound. "No mortal was ever intended to wield this blade," Avon said, rising to stand and looking pitilessly down at her from above. "You, at least, will never taint it with your filth again." He then looked away from her, taking in the chaos of the Zeltora battling the Garceth, a muscle clenching in his jaw at the realization that he wouldn't be able to finish what he'd started with the king and Roka. He released a furious, frustrated snarl and spun on his heel, sliding Ayanara into the empty scabbard at his waist. The weapon was bonded to Alex, so it wasn't his to summon, and she knew that if she had the strength to lift her hand, she would be able to call it back into her possession, keeping it from him and the unspeakable things he would go on to do with it. But with her vision fading alarmingly fast and her now numb body suffocating for oxygen, all she could do was watch him sprint away with her weapon in tow. The moment he was outside the throne room's wards, she knew he would activate the Valispath and flee from the city, from his home, from the place he wouldn't see again for thousands of years, not until Alex herself helped him to return. With a gagging, heaving, sobbing sound, Alex rolled over, staring unseeingly up at the opulent ceiling of the throne room as she hazily contemplated the vicious cycle of time, the utter irony of the cosmic joke that was her life. It was just as her ears began to deafen and darkness spread across her vision that the doors flew open once more, and in stumbled Nyax, his hands pressed to his bleeding stomach, his eyes wild in search of Alex amid the chaos. "Nyax, you traitorous Garceth!" Zane yelled, fighting 3 rebels at once. "You'll pay for what you've done, just like the rest of your friends." Nyax ignored him and staggered over to Alex, reaching down to draw her gently up into his arms. "You, kitten, are going to be the death of me." And that was the last thing she heard before her eyes rolled into the back of her head and all turned black. "She's going to be all right. I know she's going to be all right. I'm the one who told you that after I shoved enough Leandra down her throat and over her stomach to last her a lifetime's worth of stab wounds. I didn't need you to tell me. I can feel it. It's slow, but she's healing. I can feel it too, Draekon. More than you, I'd wager, since I doubt you've just experienced the phantom skewering of your small intestine. For the record, it's not as pleasant as it sounds." "That doesn't sound pleasant at all." "You're a quick one, Zira." Alex groaned at the buzzing voices, wanting them to disappear so she could stay asleep, preferably forever. "Alia, can you hear me? Kitten, I need you to open your eyes." A gentle hand patted her cheek, lightly tapping against her skin. She wrinkled her nose at it, wanting it to go away and let her rest. "That's it. Time to wake up now," the soft voice said, turning harder to finish, "so I can kick your ass for letting Avon stab you, and therefore me, the gut." With a gasp, Alex's eyes opened as recollection of everything that had happened flashed through her mind. She bolted upright, thankful when Nyax's reflexes made him move fast enough to avoid a collision between their heads. Sucking in heaving gulps of air as if she'd been underwater for too long, Alex couldn't hold her weight and collapsed back to the ground. The hulking face of Ziraxis immediately blocked out the view of the dark sky above her, his concern evident in his eyes. "You're okay, Alex," the Draekon said soothingly. Then he corrected, "Well, actually, you've lost a lot of blood. Too much. You're really weak, so try not to get too worked up or you'll faint again." "And wasn't that a load of fun, carrying you up here on the Valispath and trying not to pass out myself from your injuries?" Nyax added in a mutter. How, she panted out.
But she didn't have the strength to finish her question verbally, so she called out to Nyx in her mind, stunned and dismayed when she felt the connection between them firmly back in place. "How are you still bonded to me?" she asked him. "I released you. I said the words. I did exactly what the book said to do." "You did everything right," Nyx said out loud. "But for a claiming bond to be truly severed, the recipient of it has to be willing to be released. When I felt the initial uncurling of the bond after your words, I needed to have said, 'I accept my release,' but I didn't. It was me who wouldn't let go of the connection between us. That means your claim on me is still effective."
Well, there definitely hadn't been anything about that in the book she'd read. Alex's face scrunched up in confusion. "But, Nyx, why would you—" She took a shallow breath and tried again. "Didn't you want to be released?" He offered her a quirky, one-sided grin. "Turns out you're a riot to be around, kitten, like a one-stop entertainment shop. Who would willingly give up that kind of fun?" "I don't have the energy for what you consider humor right now," Alex told him. "Please, Nyx, I don't understand." His face turned serious, and he helped her up into a seated position, leaning against Zaraxis's front leg. The move cost her, with pain surging through her middle and her vision dotting at the edges, Nyx wincing along with her. When she was able to focus again, she discovered they were situated at their lookout atop the Golden Cliffs. Hours must have passed since she was last there, since the moon had now well and truly risen in the sky. "You can't be here," she managed to gasp out, looking at Nyx with wide eyes. "They think you're one of the Garseth. You need to get as far away from here as you can before they come looking for you." "There's nowhere I can go that will be far enough away," Nyx returned quietly. "And since you're so determined that I try to escape, I have to presume that, in your future, I don't." Alex couldn't hold his gaze, but that in itself was telling. Nyx released a sigh and nudged her shoulder gently, calling her focus back to him. "You're very weak, Aelia, but you're not safe here. Avon may have fled, but if I know him, and I do, he'll still be nearby, at least until he can no longer find sanctuary in the city. Zaraxis is confident that he now has the strength to return you to your future, so you have to go with him. Tonight." Alex nodded, knowing it was time. She'd already caused enough damage. For all she knew, a sneeze gone wrong could start the Madoran equivalent of the bubonic plague next, so good was her luck of late. "Will you answer my question first?" she begged hoarsely, needing to know. "Will you tell me why you wouldn't let me release you?" "Aelia, I just learned that my best friend had turned into a raging psychopath," Nyx said quietly. "I'm smart enough to realize that merely by association, I'm automatically labeled as a traitor, and no one will believe otherwise, since I did willingly attend the rebel meetings he hosted, with plenty of witnesses to testify to that. No one will ever believe I was only there to make sure Avon wasn't planning anything too foolish." Nyx shook his head, angry with himself. "Along with all that, you just told me it's him you have to defeat to avoid the destruction of this world." He raised an eyebrow and finished, "Do you really think I was willing to risk you dying here in the past if it meant that was the future we'd be heading towards?" "How did you know I'd be in any danger?" Alex asked, certain she hadn't given anything away earlier about going to face Avon inside the palace. Nick's expression was as dry as his tone when he replied, "Aelia, you told me not to follow you. For future reference, that's a dead giveaway." With a furrowed brow, Alex asked, "You're right, I did tell you not to follow me. I ordered you, actually." "You shouldn't have been able to." "I didn't follow you, not technically," Nyx broke in. "I merely decided I wanted to walk around the palace, and I just happened to visit every room until I accidentally stumbled upon you. Loopholes, kitten. There are always loopholes." Alex closed her eyes slowly, feeling so very tired. But a sudden resolve came over her, and she opened them again. "Nyx, you have to let me release you from the claim." "I have no such thing," he returned. "Someone has to make sure you stay alive long enough to save the future. Who better than me, since I can feel everything you feel?"
Even your Draken here only gets impressions of your emotional health, not your physical. It's win-win for you, between the two of us." "Nyx, listen to me," Alex said firmly, hating herself for it but doing it anyway. "You will accept the release of my bond on you." When the familiar tug didn't come with her command, Alex frowned, and Nyx let out a self-satisfied laugh. "Sorry, kitten, but I'm not actually claimed by you anymore. We're just bonded by blood. Consider it a promotion. All the benefits, none of the puppeteer work." Alex looked at him in alarmed puzzlement. "You released me from the claim you had over my will," Nyx explained. "But in choosing not to accept that release, I maintained the connection between us. Since that was my choice, it gave my free will back to me while allowing us to keep all the other bonuses, like me sharing your death and us violating each other's minds." Alex's lips twitched at his wry words despite her better judgment. But she forced herself to sober and said, "You don't understand, Nyx. If you don't let me release you properly, I can't tell you what's going to happen when I get back to my time. Your future—" "Ah, so I am in your future," he cut in. "That's good to have confirmed, at least. But don't tell me any more. I'm guessing from the way you're looking at me that it's probably best if I don't know what joyous times await me." Alex pulled a face at his blasé attitude, frustrated that he wasn't taking her seriously. "Hey," he said in a deliberately soothing tone, reaching out to squeeze her shoulder. "I get it, okay? Or I don't, and that's okay too. But either way, you have to accept that this is my decision, and I'm sticking with it. Let me do the noble thing here. Light knows this is a rare event for me." Looking into his clear eyes, Alex knew he wasn't going to yield, so she did the only thing she could in her exhausted state. She nodded. "Good," he said, squeezing her again, then letting go. "Now." With an almighty shift, Zaraxis moved out from underneath Alex, causing her to sprawl onto her back with an exclamation of pain as he spread his wings out above them. "They're coming," the Draken hissed, his eyes glued to the horizon, seeing something that their Maelirian sight couldn't detect. "We must hurry." "Up you get, Aelia," Nyx said at once, leaning down to carefully pull her up into his arms. She had no idea how he was managing to lift her weight with such ease, or overcome the pain of the stab wound that was taking much longer than normal to heal. All he did was wince slightly as he maneuvered Alex until she sat atop the Draken. Meanwhile, she was struggling to remain conscious and not throw up from the sheer agony of the wound. "It's because of Aenara," Nyx said, reading Alex's pinched expression at the pain they both felt as he hastily wrapped a strap of coiling black Trasos around her torso, securing it like a seatbelt in a loop across the front of Zaraxis and back again. "The Leandra needs more time to combat the effects of the blade. The wound has sealed, but you still need time to heal." Alex nodded, mostly in an effort to try and keep her eyes from closing, and said, "Same thing happened to me last time I was stabbed by Aenara. Fletcher said I nearly died then, too." "You survived that, so you can survive this," Nyx said brusquely. "I'm not kidding, kitten. I'll kick your ass if you die and take me with you." "I don't think it's humanly possible to kick my ass if I'm already dead," Alex mumbled, exhaustion overwhelming her. "Good thing I'm not human then," came Nyx's light-hearted response. "Now, pay attention," he said, tugging on the Trasos bindings. "This is so you don't fall off halfway across the Abrasa when you pass out, and you will, considering your current state of specialness." "Be nice," Alex slurred out. "When you get to your end, summon Aenara to cut through the Trasos." And Alex shook her head and interrupted. "Can't do that. Avon stole it from me. I can barely lift my hand right now, and I definitely don't have the energy to call it back." "Avon stole it from you here, Aelia," Nyx said, an urgency to his tone as he looked uneasily out over the cliffs.
Right now, he can claim ownership of the blade, and given time, he'll be able to manipulate it in small ways, like changing the length and summoning it short distances. But you're bonded to it, and since you arrived here with it in your possession, when you return to your time, it's your weapon, not his. That was true, since Alex had technically already taken it from him in her time. The Oven of the future definitely didn't have Aenara in his ownership anymore.
So, I cut through my bindings, Alex prompted, aware in the back of her sluggish mind that they were pressed for time. With Ayanara, Nyx continued, his voice hurried now, the bringer of light can pierce through anything, even the purest of darkness. I would have strapped you in with Moxireel, but since Trasos is a substance pulled directly from the Abrasa, I think it'll secure you better for when you faint again. Stop making me sound like such a wuss. He flashed a grin. No offense, kitten, but as amazing as my training skills are, all this, he gestured towards himself, can't be taught. You'll have to stick with your wussy status until you can prove me wrong. Alex opened her mouth to respond, but Zaraxis interrupted. They're almost upon us. We must go, now. His words shook some sense back into Alex, and she looked down at Nyx with growing dread. Go, Nyx. You have to get away from here. Nyx ignored her. Get her out of here, Zaraxa. I'll hold them off. What? Alex gasped out. Nyx, no! You have to go! But her words were drowned out by the flapping of Zaraxis' enormous wings, stirring the trees around them and sending loose rocks scattering over the side of the cliff. With a heaving push, he launched off the edge and into the sky, just as Alex witnessed a dozen Zeltora arrive and engage Nyx in combat. Nyx, get out of there, she screamed, as Zaraxis pushed upwards, flying faster and faster, the force of the wind shooting pain through her tender body. I'll never forget you, kitten, Nyx replied, and she watched the sheer number of his attackers overcome and drag him onto the Valis path, which Alex knew would offer a one-way ticket to the prison, Tevarg. Nyx, she whispered, unable to finish as her mind was clogged with emotion. I'll see you soon, my mortal friend, he whispered back to her, unknowingly repeating the words he'd said to her once before, long into the future. But not as soon as you'll see me. That was the last Alex heard from him before a familiar inky darkness surged into existence in front of her, blacker than the night sky, blacker than any black she'd ever seen. Hold on, Alex, Zaraxis called. This is going to be rough. Alex, Alex, wake up! Alex, you have to wake up! Wake up, Alex! With a shudder, Alex came to, her eyelids fluttering open to find she was slumped over Zaraxis, held in place on his back thanks to the Trasos bindings. She looked around in confusion, seeing that they were perched on top of the golden cliffs again, but without Nyx or any Zeltora in sight. Summer was now replaced with a thick snow blanketing the ground and dusting the city in the distance. It was also the middle of the day, rather than the moonlit night from which she'd fled. One thing remained the same, though, her thin, silky formal wear, leaving Alex frozen to her very core. Zira? Alex slurred out through chattering teeth. Alex, you have to hurry, he said, his voice sounding anxious. It was harder to wake you than I anticipated. It's okay, Zira, Alex mumbled. I'm just tired. And ridiculously sore, she thought, her shivering frame aggravating the throbbing in her stomach. That said, the agony had lessened considerably, the previously excruciating pain now replaced with what felt like a whopper of a bruise across her midsection as opposed to a blade still twisting through her insides. I'm glad you're okay, Alex. Really, I am. But I've been here too long. The Abrasa is closing. I don't have much time to return home. Oven is still nearby and will have seen our return through the void. And in your state, you're in no position to face him. We both need to get out of here, and quickly. A bolt of adrenaline shot through Alex, and she pushed herself upright, ignoring the pain in her stomach and the biting cold. She didn't hesitate to summon Ayanara, overwhelmingly relieved when the weapon materialized in a blaze of flames. Wasting no time, Alex sliced through her bonds. The mere touch of Ayanara burnt up the Trasos coils entirely, disintegrating them before they could even reach the ground. She quickly slid down to the snow, wincing as the move jarred her wound. She then looked up at Zaraxis, realizing with sudden grief that this was likely the last time she would ever see him. Don't be upset, he said quietly, sensing her heavy heart. He lowered his large head to her face, his fiery blue eyes as soft as ever. Do you remember the oath I swore to create the link between us? Alex shook her head, trying to control the urge to give in to her sadness. It translated to, heart I give you, soul to share, strength and mind, both here and there, forever and always, Veliana. Alex did remember that from seeing his memories, uttered in the lilting, musical language that she now knew belonged to the Tia Orans. Forever and always, Alex, Zaraxis repeated, nudging her gently, both here and there.
Gritting her teeth against her welling tears, she wrapped her arms around his snout, barely managing to circle him halfway, but still feeling comforted by their embrace. "I'm going to miss you so much, Zira." "And I you," he said. "But we are bonded, now and forever. No time or distance can change that." Heedless of her pain, she squeezed him hard, throwing all of her love into the hug before letting him go, conscious that time was of the essence. "I hope to see you again, my friend," he said meaningfully to her. And then, with one final rub of his head, he crouched down on his haunches and leapt off the snowy cliff and into the sky, opening the inky abrasa and disappearing from sight. Drawing a broken breath, Alex knew she had to move before Oven caught up to her. He was likely furious, having lost his only chance at securing a Drakon, unless, of course, he knew another Tia Oren willing to be captured in order to make sure Alex's journey to the past led to the events of their current time. As annoyed as she was at Lady Mystique for giving no warning of the catastrophic outcome she would be responsible for, Alex still hoped the ancient woman could escape from Oven's wrath unharmed. All she could do was believe in Zaraxus's faith that Ace Daga was capable of handling herself. A crashing in the bushes reached Alex's heightened hearing, the sound still far away, but loud enough to remind her that she shouldn't tarry. She summoned the Valispath, only to find that she couldn't summon the Valispath. Thinking that she perhaps wasn't concentrating hard enough, she tried again, but to no avail. When her third attempt failed, she realized with a jolt of horror that now, thanks to Oven's disinheritance, his blood was invalidated, the blood in her veins, and now neither of them could access the invisible roller coaster. Thinking a very nasty word that would horrify her mother, Alex paced along the edge of the cliff, wondering if she had it in her to make the grueling climb down the icy rock face. She knew from experience that it was hard enough doing it in summer, but now, having been stabbed with a flaming sword, it would be even more challenging, impossibly so. That left her with only one option if she wanted to make it back to the city on her own. Grasping the hem of her bloody dress that had definitely seen better days, Alex forced herself into a sprint, panting against the glacial air burning her lungs and the jolting of her still healing wound. She slid to a halt atop the nearest waterfall, knowing that jumping over the edge would be the swiftest and safest plunge into the valley.
But she was also aware that entering the frosty water with her already weakened, blood-deprived body would quite possibly send her into a near-catatonic state of hypothermia. Pacing restlessly, she came to a quick decision and took off into the forest, yanking up a fistful of Liendra as she heard the sound of Evan's footsteps closing in on her. Sawing Anara into one of the flowers, Alex swallowed a mouthful of the sticky nectar, relieved to find that even with how much was already working in her bloodstream, the healing plant still gave her an instant kick and warmed her from the inside out. Balling her fingers around the remaining stems, she spun on her heel, sprinted back to the edge of the cliffs, and before she could talk herself out of it, leapt off the waterfall. Sailing down with the icy water, Alex was aware in a distant part of her mind just how impossibly cold she was. But thanks to the Liendra firing through her nerve endings, the temperature wasn't as debilitating as she knew it should be. And when she finally crashed painfully, oh so painfully, into the surface of the river, Alex was able to swim to the shore and drag her quickly numbing body up onto the ice. Hands shaking so hard she struggled to summon Anara again, Alex had to swallow one of the flowers in great chewing hunks before she was able to still her fingers enough to slice another one open and guzzle the liquid inside. It took 3 entire buds before Alex was able to stumble up to her pins and needles feet, shaking her head against her double vision, and wondering, in some kind of shock-induced haze, how she'd managed to keep her dainty mare and heels on her feet in spite of everything she'd been through in the past few hours. Moving step by step into an increasingly powerful run that sent blood circulating around her near-frozen limbs, Alex made her way through the snowy streets of the city, sprinting past shocked-looking Mayorins as they took in her state of disarray. She knew she must look a fright, dripping wet in a stunning dress with a gaping tear in the middle that was stained by mortal blood. And then there was the golden shine of her Valiana skin. Given all that, she wasn't much surprised when they cried out in alarm and gave her a wide berth.
Panting from the exertion of running with only the help of the Leandra fueling her, Alex powered onwards, ignoring the pain, ignoring the cold, ignoring the growing deterioration of her energy levels. Stride after stride she flew through the city until she reached a building she had visited only once before in the dead of the night. Bursting into the dark foyer entrance, Alex skidded to a halt, searching for signs of anyone who might stop her. But there was no one. No guards, nothing, just like when she'd last been there with Roka. Apparently, Tyvarg was impenetrable enough with its Trasos Foundation to not need security on hand, a fact for which Alex was grateful. Heart thudding in her chest, she took off down the staircase and along the labyrinthine corridors until she stopped in front of the impossibly thick cell door she remembered as belonging to Nayax. Standing before it, Alex didn't know what to think or how to feel. She had no idea what she was about to find inside, no idea which Mayorin would be behind the door, the cocky but caring Nayax she'd left in the past, or the Nayax who'd had millennia to bitterly rot in prison. He'd scared her, the Nayax of the future, but that was back when she hadn't known him. Shaking her head, Alex deliberately shoved away her fears. For all his flaws, Nayax was one of the strongest Mayorins she knew, and even if he was mad from his time spent isolated in Tyvarg, the fact remained that he'd been imprisoned for a crime he'd never committed. It was high time he was liberated. Knowing she was doing the right thing, Alex stepped forward, hoping beyond hope that part of the Nayax she knew remained in him. Squinting at the lock where Roka had inserted his engraved Myrox key to open the cell, Alex recalled that the only thing powerful enough to destroy Trasos was pure light energy from beyond the stars. Inara, Alex knew, could pierce even the purest of darkness, and it was also wrought by the Tia Arans, the race beyond the stars. With a self-satisfied smile and the knowledge of what she'd already seen the blade do to the bonds that secured her to Xeraxis through the void, Alex summoned her weapon, certain for once that something was about to go right for her. Plunging the flaming point of the blade into the lock, she wasn't at all surprised when blue fire engulfed the entire door, dissolving it until only melted shards of black crystal remained bordering the edges. Sending Inara away, Alex hesitantly stepped through the still smoldering ruins of the door until she came to a stop inside the cell. There he was, standing by the far wall, looking the same but also so different. Gone was his healthy tan, his proud bearing, his confident, easy grin. He looked older too, not much, but enough to be noticeable. But it was his amethyst eyes that caused her to inhale sharply with unease, staring as he was at her with no discernible emotion. His face, his expression, everything about him was perfectly, scarily blank. "You look different," she managed to choke out. The silence between them seemed to last a lifetime as he stared at her blood-stained, tattered self. "Funny," he finally said, trailing his gaze along her exposed skin and clearly noting the shimmer of her bond with Xeraxis that she certainly hadn't sported the last time she'd visited his cell. "I was about to say you look exactly like I remember. Time has been good to you, Aelia." Alex felt something in her relax at Nayax's words, even more so when a hint of a smile touched his lips. When it did, she hitched out a shuddering breath and flew forward, launching herself into his arms. He made a pained grunting sound as he caught her on the fly, saying, "Easy, kitten. I feel like I've been stabbed in the stomach all over again, thanks to you. It wasn't fun the first time around. I could have done without the repeat." A laugh bubbled out of Alex as she pulled away from him, swiping under her watery eyes as she eased her grip and stepped back. "I'm sorry, it's just so good to see you. Being so you." He raised an eyebrow. "Who else would I be?" She sent him a seriously look and said, "How about the jerk who implied I was one of Evan's Garceth the first time I visited Maya?" He waved a hand. "I was lonely. I figured if I had a cellmate, things would have been much more interesting around here, especially if I could torture you with all the things I knew about you before you'd met me." Alex narrowed her eyes. "And how about the super creep from a few weeks ago who I thought was going to crush my windpipe?" He appeared puzzled for a moment before his expression cleared.
That was only a few days ago for me, Alia, and that super creep, as you call him, was a product of impatiently having to wait for any news of your appearance, disappearance, or reappearance in either time stream. For thousands of years, all I've done is wait. When you came with Roka that night, it may have stretched the limits of my patience. Strangely, his mouth curled up at the edges. But you know now that I never would have hurt you, not unless I wanted to hurt me too. So it's still in place? Alex asked, knowing what he was referring to, but needing confirmation even though he'd already mentioned his sore stomach. The bond? Since I feel like I have frostbite creeping up my extremities, I'm going to say yes, Nyack said dryly into her mind. Alex couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe any of it. Suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of emotion, she looked up at him and whispered, "Nyax, it's all my fault." His response was instant. "I know. Everything that happened, Evan murdering those humans, he did that because he was mad at me. He was banished because of me. He hates mortals because of me. Who he is today, it's all my fault."
She ran her fingers through her hair, tugging hard. No one will remember Nyx. They'll think it was just some random, faceless, nameless mortal. None of them have any idea I'm to blame for the single greatest threat to this city, to this world. And you can't tell them. Alex looked up sharply. "What do you think will happen to you if they find out, Alia?" he asked, reading her look. "What do you think will happen if Avon finds out? What will happen if he realizes the mortal he blames for him losing everything is alive, thousands of years after she was dealt a killing blow at his hands?" "It wouldn't be good," Alex mumbled, looking at the ground. Nyx laughed bitterly. "No, it wouldn't. It would only make an already bad situation worse. And believe me, the situation is already much worse than you could possibly imagine." He reached for her, tilting her head back up to meet his. "Do you know what nightmare has haunted me all these years?" At her quick shake, he said, "The vision of the future I saw through your eyes. That terrifies me, kitten, because I know we're so close to seeing that future come to pass. Everything rests on you." Alex hated hearing his words, hated the pressure of them. "I didn't understand it years ago," Nyx said. "Even after you left, I didn't understand why you, one mortal amongst so many, claimed to be the only person with a chance of defeating him. It didn't make sense to me, not even with your Valiana and your connection to Inara. Why not Raka, Zane, Kaya, Stars, even me? I mean, no offense, but despite the blood running in your veins, you're not a Mayorin, Alia. All the training in the world won't change that. So why would you have to bear the burden of conquering Avon?" Alex opened her mouth to respond with her wholehearted agreement, but he continued before she could get a word out. "But I understand now. I may have been trapped in here over the years, but I know more than you could possibly imagine." He broke eye contact, glancing unfocused over her shoulder. "Avon is powerful beyond measure, even beyond what Raka might believe. I won't lie to you, kitten. I wish I didn't have to say this, but I'm not sure you can overcome him." Alex gulped back her fear, hating the knowledge that he wouldn't have said something like that if he didn't mean it. "But I also know that if you can't, then no one can," Nyx continued softly, meeting her eyes again. "What Avon has done over the years, the number of beings he's claimed, turned him into something else. Something that no man or woman, mortal or immortal, should ever become." His gaze unfocused again as he added, "I've heard rumors, horrible, unspeakable rumors of what he's capable of now. If they're true, there's no one in this world who can possibly stand against him. No one but you." "But why, Nyx?" Alex whispered. "Why only me?" "Because of your gift, Alexandra Jennings," he said, using her real name for the first time, and showing he really did know a lot more than he should, given his imprisonment. "The strength of your will is what you can count on to protect you from him, hopefully to protect us all from him. Human, Mayorin, Draekora,
The life forces flowing within you make up a volatile cocktail, Alia. Even as a mortal, you managed to break free of his claim from sheer willpower. Imagine how much stronger that gift of yours is now, supplemented by not one, but two immortal bonds. On its own, no matter the circumstances, your will reigns supreme over his. Before he could say more or she could respond, a soft beeping noise echoed from an object nestled in the raggedy blanket on Nick's pallet. His eyes traveled to it as he listened, and when the beeps ended, his jaw was clenched, the rest of his body stiff with the hard lines of tension. He turned back to Alex and his features softened. "I said I'm not sure if you can defeat him, Alia," Nyx whispered. "But, by the stars, I'm going to do everything I can to help you try." She frowned at the look of apology on his face, not understanding, but then, as quick as a flash, he reached forward and pinched his fingers into her neck, causing her to cry out in startled pain as a nerve zinged from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. Without any say in the matter, she collapsed into his arms as if paralyzed. "Believe it or not, I'm doing this to protect you," he murmured, carrying her over until she rested across his pallet, where he then proceeded to begin mummifying her by wrapping her almost obsessively tightly within his blanket. "What the hell, Nyx?" Alex screamed at him when she couldn't force the words past her stiffened lips. "The effects aren't permanent," he said, ignoring her question. "And since you're not technically wounded and your nerves are just having a timeout, thankfully this is one of those other loopholes where I'm not stuck feeling the effects with you." "Nyax! That beeping noise you heard?" he said, pulling a small circular disc out from near her head. It was a message. "Like everyone else in this city, Avon's followers have always believed me to be loyal to the cause of the Garseth, and this," he flicked the disc with a finger, "is how they've remained in contact with me over the years. What I just heard is something I need to respond to at once, and since you've so very kindly decided to liberate me, I'm so very kindly going to make sure you stay safe and warm while I do what must be done." "What did the message say, Nyx?" Alex demanded. "What must be done?" "You know, I'm still very sore, which means you must be feeling much worse," Nyx said contemplatively. "I think it's best if you rest until the paralysis wears off." Realizing instantly what he meant, Alex's eyes widened and she yelled, "No, don't you dare!" But before she could finish screaming her thought, he reached out to touch her neck again, and with another shooting blaze of nerves, Alex's eyes rolled to the back of her head, and in an instant she was asleep. When Alex woke again, the first thing she realized was that she was no longer in Tyvarg. The second was that she had no idea where she was. What she did know was that she wasn't alone. Sitting beside her makeshift bed, inside what looked to be a Myrox canvas tent, was Zane. His shoulders were slumped, his head was cradled in his hands. Everything about his posture caused Alex's pulse to throb in her ears as she pushed herself into a seated position, absently noting that her stomach was no longer tender at all. The moment she moved, his head jerked up, the relief on his otherwise strained features clear as day. "It's good to see you awake, little human," he said quietly, his tone rough. "When you didn't stir for so long, we feared it might be the same as—" His voice trailed off, becoming so hoarse with emotion that Alex knew something must be very, very wrong. "Zane, where am I?" she asked, looking around the sparse tent and then down at her body, finding her ruined dress had been replaced with what appeared to be an exact replica of the winter clothing she'd been wearing when she'd left through the Abrasa the first time. "What happened? How did I get here?" "You were out on the Varengard," he answered, looking down at his hands. "We were taking turns checking in on you to make sure you were traveling well when a roar sounded out over the forest. Avon," he spat the name, his expression fierce, "discovered a way to pull an ancient Drakon long departed from this world through a void in space. A Drakon who, Aesdega, a wise woman known to us, says you saved from entrapment, an action that resulted in the two of you bonding before it left this world once more." Zane looked at the glow of the Veliana, seemingly entranced by how it made her skin shimmer. As far as he was aware, she was still sketchy with her ability to use her Mayoran senses, so without being able to explain how it was now her natural setting, all she could say in response was,
"What are you looking at, Zane?" He gave her a small, comforting smile, but even that seemed to take great effort.
No one has bonded with a Draken in my lifetime. It's strange to see the physical mark I've only ever heard tales about. Feeling a sharp pain in her chest at the undeniable proof of his memories being gone, she played along and asked, "Physical mark?" "A golden luster to your flesh," he said. At her fake wide-eyed look, he said, "Don't worry, little human. It's not noticeable to anyone but a Marion nor you when you eventually learn to control your senses." Alex squinted at her hand as if she were trying to see it. "I'll have to take your word on that. But ignoring this new bond of mine, what else has happened? Is there a reason we're wherever we are?" His face tensed again as he moved back to his explanation. The Draken, it turns out, was both a desire and a distraction. Apprehension flooded Alex, and she waited for him to explain. For whatever reason, Zane said, Avon wanted to get his hands on one of the ancient beasts. But while he was closing in on his downed prey, he had another plan in effect as well: to assassinate his father and brother. Alex's heart stopped. What? Zane's face showed a storm of emotions: fury, pain, fear, sadness. It hurt Alex's eyes just to look at him, and when he didn't respond, she dreaded the worst. "Zane, please, tell me," she rasped out. He swallowed and said, "King Astaphy is dead." "No, not Astaphy." Alex closed her eyes as images of him flew across her mind. From the first time she met him and felt the comfort of his presence, to all the times they shared together in the past, the dinners, the breakfasts, the moments in between. A sharp pain punctured her chest when she remembered how he'd patiently taught her how to play sticks, acting like a proud parent every time she'd won a match. Hours and hours they had played together, but never again. What happened? She somehow managed to ask. Zane's jaw was clenched so tight that Alex feared he'd break it. The king was slain by the sword of the traitor Nyax. Alex felt the room spin around her. What? His fellow Garceth found a way to free him from Tavarg, and he went straight for the palace, Zane said in a hollow voice. It was the surprise of it all, I think, that gave him the advantage. From what I hear, when he burst into the throne room, the full council was in attendance, but they were all too stunned by his appearance to stop him from throwing himself at the king, spearing a blade right through Astaphy's heart. He died instantly. And in the chaos, the murderous traitor managed to disappear. No, it couldn't be true. It couldn't be. "Nyax," she screamed in her mind. "Nyax, answer me." But there was no response, no matter how loud she yelled for him. With watery eyes, she focused back on Zane and, remembering his earlier words, forced herself to ask, "Roka?" Zane's eyes closed in one slow, defeated motion, and Alex felt a sob well in her throat. "He's still alive." She slumped forward with relief. "Oh, Zane, for a moment there, I thought he's also not." Her breath hitched. What do you mean?" Zane stood despairingly to his feet. "Come, I'll show you." On leaden legs, Alex rose and followed him out of the tent and into the crisp winter air. She had to shield her eyes from the late afternoon sun, blinking to clear her vision. But when she was able to properly see where she was standing, she felt her body lock with recognition. It looked so different to when she'd last been there, covered now in snow as it was. The crescent of mountains still looked the same, with their white-capped peaks, but they reached down to touch a dead meadow reminiscent of a desolate icy tundra. The bioluminescent flowers, now a lifeless, sickly gray. Turning away from the miserable wasteland until her eyes stretched over the open horizon, Alex had to bite her cheek to keep from releasing a sound of anguish at the sight before her. The once vibrant Draekora was now reduced to a bunch of crumpling, ruinous islands. The thriving forests were dead. The lakes had dried up. Even the volcanoes no longer spurted with fiery life. It was as if when the Drakens disappeared, they'd taken the heart of Draekora with them. Where Alex cleared her throat against the raspy sound of her voice and asked the question expected of her. "Where are we, Zane?" "On one of the floating islands of Draekora, far above the city of Maya, a land abandoned long ago," Zane said.
gesturing for her to follow as he moved through what looked like a makeshift settlement filled with Mirok's tents and huts of all shapes and sizes. We had to find a safe place to set up a resistance now that Avon has taken over leadership of Maya, or as safe a place as possible. Alex's steps stuttered. Avon's taken Maya? Zane gave a terse nod. With Astafi dead and Roka indisposed, Avon had free claim to the throne. But what about Nida? Hands clenching into fists at his side, Zane said, "The queen was inconsolable with the death of her king and the state of her eldest son. She welcomed Avon back with open arms, surrendering herself and all those unable to escape in time. This," he indicated towards the scant number of Mirok's wandering shell-shocked throughout the camp, "is all who managed to get away. A handful of Zeltora and a small number of council members, court officials, and citizens. There are maybe 50 of us who were able to escape before what, Zane? Before he had his telekinetic humans immobilize our race so he could begin to claim them all, one after the other," Zane answered, his eyes pained with the devastation of what Avon had done. "By now, every Marian not here with us will be at his mercy, bound to him forevermore." The enormity of what he just said almost brought Alex to her knees. She wrapped her arms around herself, her body shaking uncontrollably at the nightmare they now faced. If Avon had unlimited, unrestricted control over the immortal beings, what chance did the rest of the world have? How could she possibly stop the apocalyptic vision of the future from coming true when he had so much power at his disposal? The only reason any of us managed to get out in time is because, after what happened to Roka, we knew we had to get him away, get him somewhere secure, so we were already on the move when they struck. With Avon's disinherited blood still invalidated as long as Roka remains alive, he can't access the Valis path to reach us here. While he could command one of his claimed Mirians to deliver him, since their own blood still enables them to use the eternal path, he won't risk not having his own means of escape at hand. Because of that, Draekora is the safest, most isolated place for us to rally ourselves and consider what must next be done. Alex could tell from his tone that he had no clue what they would do, what they could do. "Nyax, please, I need you to answer me," she called in her mind, desperate to hear from him, but there was still no response. Rendered silent by the shock of everything Zane had told her, everything that for him had happened in the few hours she'd been unconscious, Alex followed mutely as he led her into a circular tent much larger than the one she'd awoken in. There were 3 people inside, but she barely spared a glance at Kia and, strangely, Lady Mystique. She only looked at Roka, whose prone body lay so still that he was seemingly lifeless. Ungluing her legs, Alex walked shakily over to his bedside, staring down in dismay. She couldn't reconcile this unmoving image of Roka with what she knew of him. He was so full of life, so full of energy. But now something was very wrong with him. Unable to ask the question, Alex found comfort in watching the steady rise and fall of his chest. She felt a soft flutter against her hand as trembling fingers entwined with hers, and she forced her eyes up from Roka to look at Kia, standing vigil beside her, her body visibly shaking. The female Myron's clothes were ripped, and her normally immaculate hair was like a haystack around her head, but it was the dried tear tracks on her cheeks that revealed the depths of her grief as she looked down upon her beloved Alex. Zane's gaze traveled across to Zane and Lady Mystique, who stood on Roka's other side, both of them staring solemnly at the fallen prince. Pulling herself together, Alex finally managed to whisper, "What happened to him?" Kaya's hand twitched in hers, but the Myron didn't loosen her grip. "When the Draken was somehow pulled through the void," Zane said, and Alex's eyes flicked instantly to Lady Mystique, who responded with a slight shake of her head to indicate that no one knew the Tia Oran had been the one to open the Abrasa for Avon. "Roka took off to find you, Alex. He was certain his brother was involved, so Kaya and I followed him. But unbeknownst to us, the Draken had already flown you to safety." Zane closed his eyes and continued. "We ran into some of Avon's gifted humans in the forest, ones his Garseth brought through to Maya on the Valis path. It was sheer luck that none of the humans we crossed paths with had gifts able to incapacitate us, and we dispatched them with ease. But during the process, we were separated.
Kaya and I ended up in one place, Roka in another. And Zane trailed off, unable to say more. Lady Mystique continued for him. Roka ran into Avon and me, though I was struggling to work my way out of chains at the time. She held out her hands, showing Alex the painful-looking black welts seared into her flesh. The Traces coils hadn't done that to Alex, but then again, she wasn't Tia Oran. Who knew what effects the dark matter had on other beings? With us were a handful of Myron rebels, but also another human, Lady Mystique continued. One with a gift the likes of which I've never seen nor heard of before. Alex knew that was saying a lot coming from her, and none of it was good. Avon was furious over losing the Draken, the old woman said, but with his ultimate goal being to take the throne, Roka's appearance was an unanticipated boon. He already had someone in place to take out the king. Zane was quick to snarl Nick's name, but Lady Mystique ignored him with deliberation and continued, but he hadn't dreamed he'd be able to get rid of them both at once. Her tone suggested she struggled to believe it herself. Roka was always the more capable of the two when it came to a fair fight, so when they engaged in battle, Avon soon turned to cheating. Alex's eyes flicked down to Roka, then back up to Lady Mystique again. What did he do? The human who was with him, a man named Grim Helkin, he did something to Roka, Lady Mystique said, her eyes filled with sorrow. 1 minute, Roka had nearly overcome Avon. The next, Avon ordered Grim to incapacitate his brother. I may not have been able to break free in time to prevent it, but I did manage to escape just in time to save Roka from the killing strike of Avon's blade. Kaya's hand twitched in Alex's again, and Alex tightened her grip, sending as much strength towards her friend as she could muster. I delivered him to Kaya and Zane, telling them to get as many people out of the city as possible, certain that Avon would head straight there, Lady Mystique said. In return, I promised I would find you and bring you safely to Draekora. Sudden understanding washed over Alex at the meaningful look in the old woman's eyes. The reason she was magically back in the winter clothes she'd worn on her Varengard, the reason no one had questioned why she'd been found wrapped in a blanket in the cell of an escaped prisoner, an escaped murderer, was because Lady Mystique had covered for her. Overwhelmed by the lengths to which the Tia Oran had gone to protect her, or so she presumed, though really Alex had no way to be sure of the woman's true motives, all Alex could do was send her a small smile, which was returned, if sadly. I only had a chance to examine Roka properly after we all arrived here, Lady Mystique continued, her voice quiet. Careful. From what I gather, the diagnosis is not good. But he's alive, right? Alex asked. I can see him breathing. That means he's alive. Yes, child, he's alive, the woman confirmed softly. So, what? He's just unconscious? Alex looked at the downcast faces around her. I don't get it. He's a Myron. If he's not dead, then surely whatever this is can be fixed. Why don't you just force some Landra down his throat and encourage him to wake up? Lady Mystique shook her head regretfully. He's not injured, Alexandra. There are no wounds to heal. Alex read into the words she wasn't saying. If there was nothing wrong with him, then not even a blood-bonding ritual could be used to wake him. Then what's wrong with him? She demanded. He's in a coma, Alex, Zane answered quietly. The gifted human, Grim Helkin, did something to shut down his mind and send him into a deep sleep. Kaya's grip on Alex turned painful, but Alex didn't try and loosen her fingers, relieved to have them as an anchor. How do we help him? She whispered out. How do we wake him? We kill Avon, Zane said in a hard, unrelenting voice. Then those he has claimed will be free, as will the effects of their gifts. No! Alex blurted out, her tone shrill. You can't do that! When Zane's eyes narrowed into slits, she quickly explained, if you kill Avon, you won't be freeing those he's claimed, you'll be killing them. It was Kaya who spoke then, a broken whisper of sound. What? Alex turned to her. The link between them. If you hurt Avon in any way, that will funnel out to everyone he's connected to. Ignoring the unspeakable fact that most of your race is now claimed and would be wiped out in one go, consider the idea that if the bonded humans die, we don't know what that would mean for their gifts. It could swing either way, with Roka awakening or with him remaining like this forever.
Kaya's already pale face turned so white that Alex worried she'd collapse to the floor. Zane, too, looked stricken. Lady Mystique merely held Alex's eyes in support. "If we can't kill Avon, then does that mean all hope is lost?" Kaya whispered. "All hope is never lost," Alex said firmly, unsure where her confidence was coming from, but knowing someone had to offer it to them. "We just have to find a way to free everyone from his bond before we defeat him." Said like that, Alex realized how ridiculous it sounded, especially since it was unlikely he would willingly release any of his captives, which meant they had to hope like crazy that they would find one of Nyack's revered loopholes before too much damage was done. "Look," she said, reading the disbelieving faces around her. "It's obviously a work in progress. For now, what we have to do is focus on keeping Avon contained long enough for us to figure out how to save them all. He's going to start going after the mortals soon, as we always knew he would." The vision of burning cities and screaming people of all races filled her head again, and she shook away a shiver. "So we need to do what we can to prepare them for what might be coming." Alex's eyes returned to look down at Roka as a rough plan came to mind. "The humans of Medora have an active military force, and while I know they won't stand much of a chance against the power of Maya, and she did know that, mostly because she'd seen it, there are other races on this planet too, right? Shadow Walkers, Flips, Jarnoks, plenty of other beings who we can rally to our side." Zane was shaking his head. "They won't aid us. Avon presents no threat to them." "But he does," Alex said, knowing from her vision that it was true. "He despises humans most, but his hatred is so strong that his vendetta is against all mortals, spilling out to the other races." "And all because of me," Alex's mind whispered, but she swatted her thoughts away, unable to deal with that right now, perhaps never. "What are you suggesting we do, Alex?" Zane asked, crossing his arms.
"Create an army of mortals to defend against him until we can find the means to free those under his command and thus strip him of his power?" Alex ignored his derisive tone and simply said, "That's exactly what we're going to do." She then looked around the tent that was definitely a far cry from the Mayoran Palace and amended, "Or that's what I'm going to do. You have to make sure Roka stays safe up here from Avon, because even if you don't think he'll have someone use the Valis path to bring him here, that's not a risk we can afford to take." Zane and Kaya stared at her like she was mad. Lady Mystique, however, wore a small, satisfied smile. "Since we now have a plan," the old woman said, "I think it's time for Alexandra to return to the academy." With her eyes on Alex, she finished, "If my timing is correct, your classmates will soon be arriving back from holidays in preparation for your classes to begin again tomorrow." Incredulous, Alex just responded with, "You're joking, right? I can't go back to Arcarna, not now." The woman's gaze was firm on hers when she said, "I can't stress the importance of this enough, Alexandra. Right now, there is no place safer for you than at the academy and within close proximity to the library. Not to mention, you'll need easy access to the doorways so you can visit the other races inhabiting Maya, all the while, naturally, keeping on top of your studies." With her last words, Zane lost his morose composure and snorted. Kaya also managed a slight curl of her lips. Alex, while pleased to see them lighten, even if just a little, still couldn't believe Lady Mystique thought that, after everything that had happened, she should go back to her classes. Yes, she desperately longed for the comfort Akarne provided, and she couldn't wait to see her friends and family again, but with what lay ahead? "Have no fear, child, for all shall work out just as it should." Alex's gaze shot back to Lady Mystique when she reverted to the melodic language of her people, repeating words she'd said just weeks ago, but really millennia ago. The old woman gave a knowing wink to Alex before she nodded at Kaya and Zane, placed a gentle hand to Roka's cheek, and, with a flash of light, promptly disappeared from sight. Not even blinking at what Alex still considered a seriously weird but increasingly common happenstance, Zane sighed and looked over at her. "It would take a stronger Mayaran than I to go against the wishes of the great Aes Dega,"
he said, moving away from Roka's side and gesturing for Alex to follow. Come, little human, let's do as she said and get you back to Akarne. With a nod of resigned agreement, Alex leaned down and pressed a kiss to Roka's cheek, whispering a promise into his ear that she would find a way to wake him. She then turned and hugged Kaya tightly, the Mayaran trembling only slightly now, and Alex offered her the same whispered promise, feeling Kaya's arms wrap even tighter in response. When they broke apart, Alex wiped away a single tear and followed Zane outside, stepping close as he activated the Valis path to leave Draekora behind. Regardless of his intent, Alex didn't allow him to take her back to Akarne. Not because she wasn't planning on going there, she knew enough about the great Aesdega to realize she would be wise to follow Lady Mystique's guidance, but because she didn't want Roka to be left without Zane's protection during their travel. The Valis path was impossibly swift, but given how lost the Draekoran Mayarans currently were, she wasn't willing to take the chance that Avon might capitalize on that in the time Zane was gone. Thankfully, although he offered a weak argument, he quickly gave in to her demand that he drop her off at the much closer Raelia, where she would open a doorway and be back within seconds. When they reached the snow-covered clearing, Alex didn't waste any time before calling forth the door, and it appeared in an instant before her. First order of business for you is to find if there's a way you can step straight through to Draekora, Zane said, reaching into his cloak and pulling out the belongings he'd kept safe for her during her Varangard, her Com TCD, Shadow Ring, and Myrock's necklace. While handing them over, he cast alert eyes around the clearing, searching for any sign of a threat. I'll get right on that, Alex agreed, pocketing her items, amazed and grateful that he'd managed to keep hold of them even in the chaos that had developed. I'm sure the library will show me a door. When Zane moved to step away from her, she reached out to touch his arm. Can I ask you something, just quickly? At his nod, she said, How did you end up in the Zeltora? Was it something you always wanted, to protect the people of Maya? Or... She trailed off, not letting on how much she knew, but still burning with curiosity after having left him in the past as a criminal, albeit one who had been fighting against the Garseth upon her last sight of him. No, little human, it was quite the opposite. I wasn't much interested in helping our people at all, Zane answered. What changed? She asked, trying for an openly inquisitive expression. Mostly it was because Roka wouldn't stop badgering me about it, Zane said ruefully, and Alex had to cough to hide her laugh, knowing the prince had followed through on his promise to her. But also because there came a time when I realized I wanted to fight for a purpose beyond my own, that there was more meaning in serving others than serving myself. Alex's eyes were soft on him when she said, That's very honorable of you, Zane. I, for one, am pleased you came to that decision, as I'm sure is Roka. Her curiosity sated, she clapped a hand to his chest. Speaking of badgering princes, you better get back to him. But don't worry, I'll see you again soon and update you on Operation Mortal Army. The look he shot her said more than his words could when he instantly replied, We are absolutely not calling it that. Bye, Zane. Alex hid her smile and gave him a shove. Go keep our prince safe. With a telling eye roll, he took off on the Valis path, and she stepped forward into the doorway. She only had 1 foot through when she heard her name called across the clearing, and she spun around, nearly falling to the ground at what she saw. It was Nyx, and he wasn't alone, because in his arms was the unconscious form of Jordan. Nyx, Alex gasped, lost for any other words. I don't have long, Aelia, he said, striding towards her. I have to get back to the palace before Avon notices my absence. His words jolted Alex back into her right mind enough that she began a swift retreat, prompting Nyx to pause mid-step and cock his head to the side. He sighed, carefully lowering Jordan to the snow-covered ground at his feet. Aelia, you killed him, she breathed out. They're saying you killed the king. There was a loaded silence. No, he returned, his voice filled with grief. I didn't. But they have to think I did. Avon has to think I did. Alex didn't understand. But you just watch, kitten. An image entered Alex's mind, and she witnessed Nyx's memory play out with vivid detail as he used the Valis path to travel from Tavergard to the palace throne room. He burst through the doors, startling the council members as he raced towards the king standing at the head of the room. What happened next was nearly impossible to comprehend, since a fraction of a second before Nyx crashed into Astaphof, the king opened his mouth in a surprised gasp. The king sank to the ground, Nyx lowering with him and pulling back enough for Alex and the council members to see the blood soaking Astaphof's chest. So caught up in how quickly the attack had been carried out, no one else saw what Alex did. Nyx held no weapon, nor was there any visible blade protruding from what she knew was the king's fatal stab wound. Lasoriza let out a blood-curdling scream, prompting the others from their disbelieving stupors to surge forward and apprehend Nyx, but it was too late, for he'd already vanished into thin air.
Horrific comprehension washed over Alex as the memory faded from her mind. Even if she hadn't seen Nyx's lack of weapon or the king's too early gasp, the Valis path couldn't be accessed inside the throne room, and yet Nyx had disappeared instantly. Her dread-filled eyes came to rest on her best friend lying unconscious on the snow. Her best friend whose gift meant he could disappear with a single thought and share his ability with others. "It wasn't you. It was Jordan," she whispered to Nyx. "You were trying to save Astaph, weren't you? The message you received was about the attack. It told you Jordan was on his way to murder the king." "No one can know but us," Nyx returned firmly. "I managed to knock Jordan out before he could inform Avon his task was done, and I've since explained to Avon that your friend sustained a head injury leading to capture prior to the assassination." "But that means I told Avon it was me who killed the king," Nyx said, following her train of thought. "And there are 6 council members, 3 of whom remain in the city, who can attest to seeing exactly that." "Why, Nyx?" Alex cried. "Haven't you already been blamed long enough for the crimes of others? Everyone hates you. Why would you make it worse?" "Because you need someone on the inside, Aelia," he returned without hesitation. "Someone who Avon trusts implicitly. Someone he thinks has been rotting away in prison for millennia because of their loyalty to him." He paused. "Someone who was willing to kill the king of Maya for him without first being claimed and ordered to do so." At his words, Alex inhaled quickly, remembering that with Avon's ruling over the city, everyone in it was now claimed, including Nyx. Nyx made a face. "Do me a favor and never say something like that again." Alex remained silent, waiting in trepidation for his answer. Seeing the fear on her face, he moved closer, and this time she didn't retreat, not even when he held his hand out, palm facing forward, to show her the second scar across his flesh. The first, shed caused when she'd attempted to release him. The second was new. But before she could do anything, like knock him out, grab him and Jordan and run far, far away, he spoke. "Don't look so scared, kitten." He offered her a half smile. "Turns out that even though I'm not under your thumb anymore, the claim of our connection, of your willpower, is still flowing strongly in me. Too strong for Avon to override, since your will is stronger." He glanced pointedly from her to Jordan, and Alex's body jolted as the potential implication of his words sunk in. Thoughts whirling, she hardly dared to hope in the theoretical plan coming to her mind. Would she? Could she? Was it even possible? "As far as Avon's concerned, he thinks I'm claimed," Nyx continued, interrupting her reeling thoughts and calling her attention back to him. "If he tells me to jump, I make sure I jump. The only hiccup is that we obviously have no mental connection since his claim failed, but I managed to follow enough of his spoken commands for him to believe there must be a glitch in my mind that prevents me from hearing his nonverbal orders." The shadow that crossed Nyx's face told Alex that those spoken commands he'd followed to prove his loyalty were the likes of which she didn't want to know, nor would he tell her. "Nyx," she whispered, placing a hand on his chest to comfort him. He shrugged, trying to act like it didn't bother him when she could see that it did. "For the greater good, right, kitten? And when I help you overthrow him, it'll just make the victory all that much sweeter." When he saw that she remained unconvinced, he lowered his voice and said, I've had thousands of years to come to this decision, Alia. I know what I'm doing. Just as I know that, for a time, life isn't going to be much fun for me as I cater to my ex-best friend and new king's beck and call. But newsflash, sweetheart, life hasn't been much fun for a while. A little longer won't do me much more harm. She hated, absolutely hated the position he was in, the position he was deliberately placing himself in. And that must have read all over her face, because he quietly said, I once asked you to let me do the noble thing. I'm now asking it again. His lips twitched as he finished, though no matter what you say, it's not like your wussy mortal self can stop me. She huffed out a laugh, knowing his words were said in a deliberate attempt to cheer her up. I have to get back to the palace, Nick said. He pointed at Jordan. I'm guessing you know why I brought him here. Alex hesitantly nodded, struggling to believe that she might be able to do the impossible and actually free Jordan. I think so. But no buts about it, kitten, Nix interrupted. You've got this. Believe me when I say you're stronger than you realize. She had to blink back tears when his words prompted a memory of Roka saying the same thing to her not so long ago. Never forget that you are stronger than you realize and more capable than you could ever imagine. Alex looked up and found Nix's clear eyes soft on her. He reached forward and pulled her to him, wrapping his arms around her and holding her tight. Then, just as swiftly, he released her and stepped back. Save your friend, he said, but before you release him, you must order him to forget what happened with the king. No one can know about that but you and me. Do you understand? Alex despised the idea of commanding anyone to do anything ever again, least of all Jordan, if it was even possible for her to do so, but she nodded her agreement, knowing Nix wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. I'll be in contact when I can, Nix promised, but don't worry if that's not as often as you'd like. I need to be careful with my thoughts, because while your willpower kept me safe from Avon's claim, I have no way of knowing if I'll be protected from the strong mind readers now wandering around the palace, as well as a few other mortals with annoying mental tricks up their sleeves. She nodded her agreement again, knowing caution was needed if he was to survive his role as a spy. In the meantime, I'd greatly appreciate it if you would do your best not to get yourself, and by extension, me, killed. Her mouth opened in indignation. Hey, I don't plan these things. They just happen. Which leads me to my last point, he said, stepping backwards from her and calling the Valis path up around him. If you think our training is over, kitten, you're wrong. We've barely begun to scratch the surface of what you need to learn if you want to defeat Avon. As soon as I can figure out how to sneak away, that's when our real training will begin. And with a wicked grin, Nix took off, swiftly disappearing from sight, not letting her mind linger on the horrific imaginations of what he likely had in store for her. Alex turned her focus to Jordan, her stomach clenched with nerves at the idea that she might be able to free him from Avon right here, right now, presuming that what Nix had said about her willpower was true. It seemed impossible. And yet, if there was one thing Alex had learned from her time in Medora, it was that nothing was truly impossible. Calling forth all the hopeful determination she could muster, she strode over to her best friend on shaky legs, knelt in the snow at his feet, and whispered, "Please, please let this work." At her silent command, a Nera blazed into her hand, and Alex swiftly sliced the blade across her trembling palm, with a grimace, adding to the collection of silvery scars she was building there. Hesitantly, so hesitantly, she rolled Jordan onto his back, pulling his hand to her and slicing his palm as well. After a deep breath, followed by two more, Alex slowly joined their bloodied wounds together, linking her fingers with his as she dredged up the courage to mentally call out to him.
Tre Meneda, say, Jordan! Just like with Nix, it took a moment before anything happened, but unlike with Nix, when the initial linking occurred with Jordan, her subconscious mind violently slammed into his. Nix had been nearly dead when she'd completed his ritual, his mental fortitude weak from the severity of the Hydroa blood poisoning his system. Jordan, on the other hand, was perfectly healthy. She wasn't bonding with him in order to heal him from a fatal wound or illness, but rather to claim his will as her own. The resistance she felt in attempting to do so was like a knife stabbing into her brain. accompanied by the sound of screaming so loud that it was like shards of glass piercing her eardrums. And then suddenly, the pain stopped, the screaming silenced, and Alex's mind tumbled out into a rose garden. Whirling around, recognition and understanding hit Alex as she looked upon the sprawling marble mansion of Jordan's childhood home, Chateau Chandelle, the place where Avon had claimed him. "You should not be here." At the hostile voice, Alex turned again, only to find an avatar of Avon standing further back amongst the roses. But it was what was positioned beside him that captured Alex's attention, because in a thick cage there stood Jordan, his hand straining against the bars as he let out a silent scream. Alex felt chills travel down her spine at the memory of Avon's grip on her own mind, the feeling of screaming but with no one able to hear. It had been 5 weeks in real time since Jordan had left the academy to visit his parents, 5 weeks of his being under Avon's control. Alex had only suffered a few minutes as his puppet. She couldn't imagine the mental anguish of what Jordan had been forced to endure. She absolutely refused to allow it to go on any longer. "You're done, Avon," Alex said, locking eyes with him. "You have no more power here." Seeing his fiery glare made her feel like he was stabbing her all over again. Completely gone was any of the light of his younger self. This Avon didn't remember her at all, and given how they'd ended things in the past, that was probably a good thing. "I don't know how you made it in here, Alexandra," he said, "but it's you who has no power. Jordan is mine. I've claimed him. And there is nothing anyone, least of all an insignificant mortal like you, can do about it. That's where you're wrong." Her tone was firm, unwavering, and, above all else, knowing. It was the last that caused Avon's eyes to flicker with uncertainty, that caused him to reach for his sword, that caused him to lunge towards her. But Alex was ready for him. It seemed that even in the mindscape of Jordan's subconscious, Alex was still able to summon Ayanara, and the weapon appeared in a blinding blaze of glory stronger than ever before. Avon faltered in his steps, but he then rallied himself and continued eating up the distance between them while bellowing out and enraged, "You may have stolen my weapon and bonded with the Draken intended for me, but I refuse to allow you to have the boy." "You're wrong, Avon," Alex said again, her voice calm as a sure confidence ran through her veins. She lowered Ayanara loosely to her side, suddenly understanding that this wasn't a battle of swords, but of wills. On its own, no matter the circumstances, your will reigns supreme over his. Nick's words flooded her mind, giving her the assurance she needed to hold her ground when Avon reached her and, with a roaring cry, swung his sword towards her neck. Watching as if in slow motion, Alex didn't move, didn't even flinch. All she did was wait until the blade was less than an inch away from her skin, and that's when she gave her command. "Stop." Instantly, the weapon came to a freezing halt, as did Avon, who stood motionless before her. "You have a choice now, Avon," Alex said, her voice quiet even as his eyes scorched with liquid fire. "You can keep your claim on Jordan and remain here with us, where, as you can see, my will reigns over yours. Or," she paused for dramatic effect, mostly because she found it almost sadistically pleasing to torment him, "you can give up your claim and willingly release him to me." She reached forward and patted him mockingly on the cheek. "Take as long as you want to think about it. I have all the time in the world." In their past skirmishes, Avon had always recognized when it was time to retreat, and the same was no less true now. With a single spoken command, Alex had outwilled him and seized control over Jordan. Unless he wanted to remain trapped with them and obedient to Alex, he really only had one choice. With an expression that promised a world of retribution, Avon barked out the words of the release and vanished from the space. Almost instantly, the cage holding Jordan disappeared from sight in a genie-like puff of smoke, and so too did Chateau Chandelle and its surrounds. With Alex's overriding connection to him now complete, her consciousness fell swiftly back into her own body. Her eyes shot open in time to see her friend surge up to his feet, only to collapse onto his hands and knees in the snow, gasping as if he hadn't been able to draw air into his lungs for weeks. Alex, he tried to hack out between gasps. How? Shh, Alex hushed, reaching out with a comforting hand. Just catch your breath. She felt the tug of the claim between them as her unintentional order took effect. With a wince and a mental oopsie to herself, she didn't retract the command, knowing that he was close to suffocating and needed all the help he could get. Aware that he wasn't capable of answering right now, but still wanting to make her point, Alex rubbed soothing circles on his back and said, "Do you remember when you and Bear once told me that there's no such thing as magic?" She paused as she reflected over everything that had happened since then, including her stint in Jordan's flipping mind, and finished, "You're both so full of it." He let out a startled laugh, his only concession, but it was enough to tell Alex that he agreed with her statement wholeheartedly. As soon as his desperate panting began to ease, she helped him sit back up, waiting anxiously to see what he would do next. She had, after all, technically stolen his will from him, just as Avon had done. But she was hoping. "You have no idea how good it is to see you," he whispered, his voice a rasping, choking sound, his bright blue eyes swimming with emotion. "No idea." And without any hesitation, he threw his arms around her, pulling her to him so tight it was almost painful. Alex returned his desperate hug, scarcely believing it was really happening. Fearing she would soon wake up and realize it was all a dream, she held on all the more tightly, afraid to let go. When they eventually drew apart, it was with wet eyes and wobbly smiles. But as much as Alex wanted to remain in the beauty of the moment, she knew their jubilation couldn't last forever. "Jordan, I need to tell you something," Alex said quietly. "I already know about Luca, Alex," he said, his voice just as quiet. His words surprised her because with everything that had happened over the last few weeks, she'd forgotten all about his brother and what the confirmation of his death would mean to Jordan. "I know it was all a lie, that he's not really alive," Jordan continued. "When I told you all that, even though Avon gave the verbal commands that I could speak freely, he mentally negated those orders, forcing me to say what I said. He knew that if you thought I'd willingly chosen to have him claim me, then you'd be more devastated than you already were." "He was right," Alex whispered, replaying the awful scene in her mind, the visual being easy to summon, considering they were currently in the same location the traumatic moment had taken place. "None of it was real, Alex. Nothing from after I returned to the academy from visiting my parents until now." Sorrow washed over her at the depth of her friend's entrapped misery, and she straightened her spine with renewed determination. "I'm going to release you so you're back to being you. Just you," she said. "But before I do that, I'm so sorry, Jordan, but I have to give you an order." His eyes instantly shadowed. "What order?" Tentatively, Alex asked. "Do you remember what happened with King Astafa? Did you, see?" Jordan looked confused at first, like he didn't know what she was asking about, but then realization hit him. His face paled and his eyes widened in horror. "I killed him. I killed the king of Maya." Seeing that he was about to lose it, Alex reached out and grasped his shoulder. "It wasn't you. Listen to me. It wasn't you." Jordan just shook his head, denial spreading across his tortured features. "Jordan, I have to make you forget that you did that," Alex said, powering onwards. "I can't tell you why, just that it's important. That's the order I have to give you before I release you. But now, I want to ask you something." He was in shock, she could tell, but she needed him to snap out of it, so she sighed and carefully commanded, "Please, calm down." At once, he calmed. Then he shot her an annoyed look, to which she held up her hands in apology. With rueful reluctance, he questioned, "What do you need to ask?" She bit her lip, but decided she at least owed him this, since it was within her power to give. "When I make you forget that event, Do you want me to order you to forget the rest as well? Everything that happened while you were under Evan's control? Alex was grateful when Jordan gave it proper consideration and didn't cry out in immediate response, showing she'd done the right thing by offering. She had no idea what he would choose. She had no idea what she would choose if given the option. But she also wasn't surprised with how he eventually answered. "As much as I want to forget," he said softly, "I think a part of me needs to remember what was done to me so that I know what I'm fighting for." He shot her a quick look. "We are going to fight him, right?" "Absolutely." Jordan nodded. "It means a lot that you gave me the choice, Alex, but my answer is no. Just take the memory you need, but leave the rest." Offering a slight, somewhat proud smile at his decision, Alex hurried to get the rest over with. "Jordan, I order you to forget that you killed King Astafa. If anyone asks, you were discovered and knocked unconscious before you could complete Evan's command." Instantly, the tug seared between them, and Jordan's eyes stared into nothing for a moment before refocusing again. "What were you saying, Alex? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you." Alex smiled inwardly and stood to her feet, wiping snow from her backside as he rose beside her. "I was just making sure you know that when I say the words to release my claim on you, you have to accept them, otherwise we'll still be linked." She'd learned that the hard way, though in hindsight she was grateful for Nike's noble decision. "Evan's claim transferred directly over to me, so you didn't need to do anything when he let go of your mind, but you will this time if you want to be truly free." "Got it," Jordan said. "Accept the release." Then his features turned puzzled. How do I do that exactly?" Alex laughed at his refreshingly Jordan-like bafflement, surprised by her ability to feel humor despite everything she'd witnessed that day. "After I say the words to release you, which will be voiced mentally, by the way, you need to say, 'I accept my release in Meyerin.' So you'll need to say, 'Tre Morris Re Gavaran.'" She made him repeat the phrase a few times until she was confident he would get it right. "Ready?" With an arched eyebrow, he responded, "To no longer be under someone else's control?" He nodded the obvious. "Definitely." So Alex summoned Ayanara back and, ignoring Jordan's startled oath at the sight of the flames dancing around her skin, she quickly sliced first her palm and then his, joining them once more. She then touched on their mental connection and called out the words of the release, "Tre Gavaran Se." Just as instantly, she felt the severing of the connection between them, with it starting to uncurl as it had when she'd attempted to release Nike's. But unlike then, when Jordan's mental voice responded with his rehearsed phrase, the uncurling ceased and there was a definite snap, like the breaking of a branch, and Alex could feel no trace of the link anymore. "Jordan?" she called out hesitantly. "Can you hear me?" And when no response came, she let out a deep sigh, overcome with relief. "It really worked!" Jordan exclaimed in tearful wonder. "You did it, Alex! You saved me, just like you promised." Blinking back her own tears, Alex offered him a trembling smile, which quickly turned into an incredulous huff of amazed laughter. He reached out for her until they were both hugging again, crying and laughing from the weight of their relief. When they finally pried themselves apart, Alex wiped a hand across her wet face and linked her arm in his, leading him towards the open doorway. "I know a few people who are going to be very happy to see you," she said, grinning softly up at him. "Let's get you back to our carne." Alex was overcome with happiness when she saw the disbelieving hope on his face, knowing he surely doubted this moment would ever come. Her smile was more tremulous this time as she nudged him and whispered a meaningful, "Come on, Jordan, let's go home." Stepping through the doorway with him, Alex had no idea what lay ahead. The future was a terrifying thing, something that, no matter how strong her will, she had no control over. But she did have a choice not to fear what was yet to come. Because fear would keep her from doing what she knew she had to do. She had an army to rally, she had a gift to refine, she had a prince to awaken. But most of all, she had a Meyerin to defeat and a world to save.